everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Starting from prototype to immortality, author, cracks_real, chapter 51-100, chapter 52, the Lord is petty. Something so absurd happened that Alice, Jill, and Peyton Terry began questioning their beliefs. No, I mean, Father, does God really exist in this world? Peyton couldn't help but ask. He had personally experienced the events, not that he felt much during them, but after losing consciousness and waking up, he found himself back to normal, even the bite wounds had healed. Originally an atheist, Peyton was now shaken. Believe it, and he exists. Don't, and he doesn't, Chong Wei replied with a smile. Too mysterious. Peyton couldn't understand. As a black man, becoming a sergeant was already a remarkable achievement. After all, not everyone could be like Tony Stark's friend Rhodey, a college graduate and Air Force colonel. Peyton's background made even completing high school a miracle, and joining the military was the only way to avoid falling into a life of crime. In fact, the fact that he was still just a sergeant at his age spoke volumes about his abilities. Jill, Alice, and Terry were different. They had received elite education, unlike the liberal style of education. Thus they could understand Chong Wei's words, even if they didn't believe them. Terry, a journalist, was especially excited, persistently questioning Chong Wei. Understandable Western journalists were notorious for their fearless, troublemaking antics, with the most iconic example being Lois Lane, Superman's girlfriend. Father, do you think, will God punish the Umbrella Corporation? Alice suddenly asked Chong Wei, taking the initiative to speak about Umbrella Corporation. You mean to say that all of this was caused by the Umbrella Corporation? Why do you know so much about them? Jill asked, her tone both excited and angry. After all, Jill was a native of Raccoon City, having grown up here. Now, many of the people and things she cherished were destroyed, her home laid to waste. Naturally, she hated the corporation responsible for it all. I used to work for Umbrella, but now I've completely turned against them, Alice said after a pause. I don't know if God will punish them. Perhaps he doesn't care after all. Most of the dead were either atheists or casual believers, Chong Wei shrugged. Dante, that doesn't sound like something a priest would say, Peyton said, speechless. You're right, because I'm an intern. If I say something wrong, it doesn't matter, I'll just quit, Chong Wei said smugly. Aren't you afraid of going to hell? Jill asked. After all, everyone knew that God was petty and vengeful. Even God has places beyond his control, like a certain country that must not be named. The gods there are very xenophobic, Chong Wei shook his head. Isn't God supposed to be omniscient and omnipotent? Are there other gods? It's like a product claiming to cure all diseases. Do you believe that? Chong Wei's remarks left everyone speechless. Thankfully, none of them were devout believers. Otherwise, Chong Wei's words would have been enough to have him sentenced to death by burning at the stake. Forget it, let's not dwell on this. On my way here, I saw a weapons store. We need to leave as soon as possible. The Umbrella Corporation might make further moves in this area, Alice said. They won't have time to act. Chong Wei thought, his expression meaningful. To avenge the innocent citizens of Raccoon City, Chong Wei had already released an invisible killer that infected a large number of zombies. These zombies subsequently mutated into T-virus versions of hunters. While weaker than the ordinary blacklight hunters, they were still powerful enough to dominate Type 2 lickers and even contend with Type 3 lickers. Following Chong Wei's orders, over 100 hunters charged towards the quarantine zone where Supervisor Kane and his group were located. Unless they miraculously had over 100 Longbow Apache helicopters, they would be annihilated. In fact, in the movie's plot, the Umbrella Corporation's group only had 2 or 3 Black Hawk helicopters. No one objected to Alice's suggestion. Peyton, knowing he wouldn't die, regained hope. As they set out, the delay caused by deviating from the original plot led to something bizarre. In the cemetery, corpses long dead and infected by the T-virus suddenly reanimated. It was absurd. The T-virus could not only revive cells that had been dead for who knows how long, but also provide enough strength for the corpses to break through coffins and layers of soil. Yet somehow, Jill and Alice managed to dispatch them with martial arts techniques. Ridiculous. To break through coffin lids and several 100 pounds if not more of soil, the corpse's physical strength would at least rival that of ordinary blacklight virus-infected individuals. Alice might get away with claiming her perfection as a T-virus host, but what about Jill, a regular human? Blackwatch's soldiers could only massacre infected due to their precise marksmanship. In melee combat, their casualty rates would skyrocket. The group was startled, but they quickly dealt with the slow-moving corpses. Chapter 52, Chapter 53, Dead and Gone. Chapter 53, Dead and Gone. On the outskirts of Raccoon City, Umbrella's temporary base. Gunfire rang out fiercely in the air. What's going on out there? Supervisor Kane pressed his earpiece in frustration as he heard the gunshots and screams outside the tent, demanding answers from his subordinates. Sir, a bioorganic weapon has broken through the defensive line. The squad leader on the other end of the earpiece responded in panic. It was understandable. The terrifying and grotesque appearance of B.S. would unnerve anyone. Is it a liquor? Supervisor Kane's mind immediately jumped to the most plausible culprit capable of breaching their defenses: a liquor. The nemesis was under their control and posed no threat, so it couldn't be the one attacking them. No, it's an unidentified B. Before the squad leader could finish, his voice was cut off by a scream. Bang, bang, bang. Stay back. The transmission ended abruptly, leaving behind only the horrifying sounds of chewing and the ripping of fibers. Supervisor Kane's expression darkened. He quickly ordered his team to pack up the data and prepare for evacuation. With the squad leader commanding from the rear now dead, it was evident that this base could not be held any longer. Fortunately, they still had helicopters. Regardless of the type of B, none could reach the altitude of their aircraft. Get Nemesis over here immediately. Kane also instructed his subordinates to deploy Nemesis to provide backup. An unidentified B. That meant a new mutation had emerged. Lickers were deliberately cultivated through mutations, and considering the scale of an urban outbreak, there were likely hundreds or even thousands of them. However, a new variant was invaluable experimental data. He had initially believed that all T-virus mutations had been thoroughly understood. Now it seemed they weren't as stable as assumed. Yet, these new variants might just elevate his status in the company. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a Black Hawk helicopter plummeted from the sky and crashed right outside his tent. The massive shockwave from the crash sent Kane sprawling to the ground. Looking up, he saw several creatures resembling lickers yet distinctly different. The T-virus hunters inherited the lickers' gruesome, skinless appearance, but there were notable differences in their build and features. We're finished. Despair overwhelmed Supervisor Kane. He was still young, with a promising future in Umbrella Corporation. How could his life end here? A female technician nearby was so frightened she wet herself. It was easy to mock the frailty and cold indifference of others when watching B attacks through a screen. But when faced with death themselves, even those who prided themselves on being elites were no different. Kane watched in horror as another Black Hawk helicopter was seized by several of the same monsters. They clung to the aircraft, forcing it to spin uncontrollably before it crashed into a wall and exploded. To his shock, the creatures leapt unharmed from the wreckage, landing on the ground with a thud that left deep craters. If not for the sight of the broken ground, Kane might have thought he was dreaming. Then the T-virus hunters pounced on him and his team. No. The T-virus can do that. The group was stunned by the revelation that the T-virus could resurrect long-dead corpses. Alice took the opportunity to explain how the T-virus could reanimate dead cells, giving them new vitality. While the others were astonished, Chongwei remained silent, resisting the urge to question her explanation. After all, Alice's knowledge came from the Red Queen AI. She wasn't particularly educated in this area herself, so arguing with her would lead nowhere. If anything, it would only direct him back to Umbrella's Red Queen. Jill and Peyton were both shocked that humanity had reached such a level of scientific achievement. They couldn't help but glance at Chong Wei. Could it be that humanity's defiance of the Creator's domain had led God to send Chong Wei as punishment? Chong Wei quickly dismissed their assumptions, insisting he knew nothing of divine plans. He was merely a trainee priest, uninformed about heavenly decrees. I'm part of the Vatican's secret division 13 betrayer Judas. Our job is to fight demons and devils for eternity. As for the Creator, who knows? Honestly, he's pretty petty. Judas betrayed him, and he created an entire division just to humiliate him. And now we're stuck paying for it. Jill and Alice exchanged uneasy glances. If they listened to him any longer, would they be dragged to hell as well? All right, Dante, that's enough. Let's focus on getting to the gun shop, someone interrupted, eager to move on. The group soon arrived at the gun shop without incident. The weapons available were mostly manufactured by Umbrella Corporation. Even the classic models featured ammunition with the company's logo engraved on the cartridge base. Despite the grim situation, the group felt less tense. With Chong Wei, an unconventional priest, among them, his unique demeanor brought a strange sense of security. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, p@patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 53, Chapter 54, The Power of a Father's Love. Chapter 54, The Power of a Father's Love. Though labeled as a weapons store, there weren't many over-the-top firearms. The only notable exception was a Barrett sniper rifle. Considering the zombies and lickers they had encountered so far, Peyton picked up a large-caliber machine gun, strapping several drum magazines and ammo belts onto himself, looking armed to the teeth. Peyton, take this. Chong Wei emerged from behind a wall where he had found the store owner, who had evidently taken his own life with a gun. The walls were plastered with illegal weapons. Are these all automatic weapons? Peyton was taken aback. In normal times, they would have thought the store owner was insane. Now they felt he hadn't been insane enough. With your build and muscles, you should be using this. Chong Wei tossed Peyton an AA-12 fully automatic shotgun. There are 4 32-round drum magazines for this. Pair it with an automatic rifle, and even if we run into more of those bloody monsters, you'll be fine. Chong Wei wasn't sure if they'd encounter another nemesis, but it was better to be prepared. As it turned out, no man could refuse a shotgun. The moment Peyton saw the AA-12, he forgot about every other weapon. However, Chong Wei still handed him a fully equipped 18 Malawian Quach's automatic rifle loaded with heavier 77-grain Mk. 262 rounds. This store owner was insane, Peyton remarked, adding that he absolutely loved the guy for it. Before Alice could say anything, Chong Wei handed her a Remington M870 shotgun and an automatic rifle. This shotgun is perfect for beginners. 1 round will deal with those bloody lickers. Here are armor-piercing slugs and 12-gauge shells. As for the G3A3 automatic rifle, it's German-made with a 7.62 mm caliber for impressive firepower. Attach an optical sight, and it can double as a sniper rifle. If the Night Demon from John Wick could handle multiple rifles on his own, Alice should have no problem. Giving her a mere handgun would be a waste. Dante, aren't you a priest? Why do you know so much about firearms? Jill couldn't help but ask. Even in a gun-saturated country like America, not everyone could be so well-versed in so many weapons. Didn't I mention it before? I'm an exorcist priest, Chong Wei said. Are there really demons in this world? Is that even a question? You've already seen monsters and you're still doubting the existence of demons. Jill didn't know how to respond. While Chong Wei's words sounded reasonable, it somehow felt like he was throwing logic bombs at her. Meanwhile, the phone in the weapons store didn't ring like in the original storyline. Naturally, over 100 T-virus hunters would shred even a nemesis to pieces, let alone a group of so-called gods in human form. That doctor was probably already dead. Are you all ready? As for himself, Chong Wei settled on an M4, fully equipped with attachments. He felt like he was playing PUBG. Ashford took a deep breath. After the unidentified BS appeared, he realized things were going south and chose to flee. For a man in a wheelchair, paralyzed from the waist down, escaping was nothing short of a miracle. He didn't want anything to happen to his daughter, so he summoned the power of fatherly love and managed to escape through the chaos of blood and death. Angela. Even though he had escaped, Dr. Ashford knew a cripple like himself couldn't possibly rescue his daughter from the danger-filled school. Thankfully, he had already identified some potential helpers through Raccoon City's surveillance cameras. Now he just needed to contact them. Ring ring ring. As the group was walking, a roadside phone suddenly rang. Chong Wei looked up in surprise and noticed a nearby camera. He made a hand gesture Morse code. Ashford understood the gesture and made the phone ring in an interrupted pattern. It's for us, Chong Wei said, turning to Jill and Alice. The two women were stunned by Chong Wei's skillful maneuver. Had exorcist priests become this tech-savvy? Of course. We use machine guns loaded with silver bullets forged from crosses inscribed with scripture to break through demonic defenses. Then we finish them off with holy water flashbangs, or silver rocket-propelled grenades filled with sanctified water. Of course not. You actually believed that? Alice didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chong Wei was great handsome, even but he was just a bit of a clown. For now though the priority was the phone call. It was obviously from someone at Umbrella Corporation. While Alice hesitated, Jill grabbed the phone without hesitation. Women love to show off, especially in front of a high-value man. Even if this man was a clown, his face and body were enough to make up for it. Chapter 54, Chapter 55, Doctor. Chapter 55, Doctor. Thank goodness, you finally answered the phone, Dr. Ashford said urgently to Jill on the other end of the call. Who are you? Jill asked. There's something very important. Come find me first, and I'll tell you everything. Hurry, or I might die, and then you'll have no way to leave Raccoon City, Dr. Ashford said as he cautiously looked around to confirm there were no zombies or lickers nearby. Why should we believe anything you say? Jill replied with a cold laugh. Because you don't have any other choice. Umbrella Corporation has decided to use a nuclear missile to wipe out all evidence in Raccoon City. I'm the only one who knows how to get out of here safely, Dr. Ashford answered. A nuclear missile? How could they? How is that even possible? Jill exclaimed in disbelief. So why does a company like Umbrella even have access to nuclear warheads? Chong Wei thought that was the more pressing question. You'd better hurry, Dr. Ashford said before providing Jill with his location. Jill hung up the phone and turned to the group. What do you all think? What else is there to think? We're going, obviously, Chong Wei replied. From what I know, Umbrella Corporation might actually do something like this, Alice said, unsure about the truth of the nuclear missile claim. However, given the situation, it wasn't entirely unbelievable. Raccoon City was built by Umbrella Corporation, and most of its residents were their employees or family members, effectively making it a company-controlled city. Still, the city belonged to the U, and the government would hold Umbrella accountable. In such a scenario, deploying a nuclear missile or something equivalent to resolve the problem was not out of the question. In that case, shouldn't we focus on leaving Raccoon City as soon as possible? Jill was reluctant to trust someone from Umbrella, and thought it might be better to escape immediately. With a vehicle, they might be able to get far enough away to avoid the nuclear blast. He didn't give us a launch time for the missile. What if there are only 2 hours left? Chong Wei said. 2 hours wouldn't be enough, even without zombies and obstacles clogging the streets, let alone in the current state of the city. With most routes blocked by walls erected by Umbrella, they couldn't even take shortcuts. It seemed their only option was to meet this doctor and hope he truly had a solution. Meanwhile, Dr. Ashford didn't entirely trust Alice and her group. To hedge his bets, he reached out to two mercenaries abandoned by Umbrella, Carlos and Nikolai. The reason they were abandoned was simple: they weren't worth the trouble. Umbrella had cloning technology and didn't care about the lives of cloned soldiers. These clones were imbued with only the necessary memories to serve as mercenaries for the corporation. With this strategy, Umbrella effectively had an endless supply of expendable forces, which explained the large number of soldiers stationed at its global facilities. Carlos and Nikolai hadn't given up on survival, and Dr. Ashford's message provided them with a much-needed lifeline. Chong Wei and the group quickly arrived at the address provided by Doctor. However, they were stunned when they saw the man slowly rolling out in a wheelchair. It was hard to imagine how someone with such limited mobility had survived this long when so many able-bodied people had perished. "I'm the one you're looking for. Time is short, so I hope you're ready," Dr. Ashford said. "What's this escape plan you mentioned?" Jill asked. "There's a helicopter on standby. It's scheduled to take off in an hour, just before the nuclear missile detonates. It's the last transport out of Raccoon City," Dr. Ashford explained. Even though the Umbrella base in the city had been wiped out, the corporation wasn't aware of it, and would still follow the original plan to send a helicopter to retrieve data and records, which were of utmost importance to them. "What's the helicopter coming for?" Alice asked. "To recover all data and records from Raccoon City. This is vital to them. However, the helicopter isn't here to pick me up. If you want to use it, you'll have to seize it yourselves," Dr. Ashford said. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving," Peyton urged. He was eager to leave after hearing about the nuclear threat. "There's one more critical thing," Dr. Ashford said. He had deliberately withheld the helicopter's location for this moment. He was determined not to disclose it, no matter what coercion Alice and her group might attempt, unless they first rescued his daughter. He had also kept the two mercenaries from joining them for this reason. Alice's group included two police officers and a priest, making it more likely they would agree to his terms. In contrast, the mercenaries might resort to torture to extract the information. "What is it?" Alice asked. "You must first go to Raccoon City Elementary School and rescue my daughter, Angela. Otherwise, I won't tell you the helicopter's location," Dr. Ashford said with a resolute expression. Chapter 55, Chapter 56, Searching for the Missing Nemesis. Chapter 56, Searching for the Missing Nemesis. The group exchanged glances, and no one raised any objections. "Ashford, don't worry. We will help you rescue your daughter." Chong Wei patted Dr. Ashford on the shoulder, simultaneously extracting a small portion of his brain cells. He only needed the memories from Dr. Ashford, not his genetic points or genome. Ashford hesitated for a moment before revealing that he had also hired two mercenaries. However, Jill and her team had already made up their minds, and this revelation wouldn't change their decision. Besides, they had a superhuman and a priest on their side. Mercenaries hardly seemed necessary. Before long, following Dr. Ashford's directions, the group found a large bus-like school vehicle and set off. Chong Wei had always thought highly of American school buses, believing them to be impressively sturdy. It was said that in collisions between vehicles and school buses, the school bus often emerged unscathed, while the other vehicle sustained severe damage, such as a caved-in front end. Jill confirmed his assumptions. Ordinary school buses, or those used in free education systems, don't have that level of protection. Fortunately, Raccoon City's schools are all privately run by the Umbrella Corporation. The quality of their school buses is said to be so high they can even withstand rocket launchers. That sounded exaggerated. Anti-tank materials of such a caliber would never realistically be used in school bus construction. The bus quickly arrived at the school. Everyone disembarked, though the female reporter, Terry, wanted to join them for some thrilling footage. However, knowing she was fated to die here in the original plot, Chong Wei naturally forbade her from coming along. Ashford, realizing he would only be a burden, stayed behind on the bus, anxiously awaiting their return. "Doctor, can you access the school's public announcement system?" Suddenly, an idea came to Chong Wei, and he turned to Dr. "If it's connected to the internet rather than a local area network," Dr. Ashford replied, somewhat confused but answering based on his expertise. Who knew why a virologist and genetic engineer like him would also have hacking skills? "In that case, perhaps we don't need to take unnecessary risks," Chong Wei said with a smile. Thanks to the school being part of the Umbrella Corporation, it was likely connected to the internet instead of a closed local network. The company probably kept it online to upload experimental data, possibly even involving the students. Ashford successfully hacked the system and easily gained control of the announcement system. "Angela, it's Daddy. Come to the back door of the school. We'll be waiting for you here." Ashford's voice, filled with emotion, boomed through the speakers. The loud broadcast attracted zombies and zombie dogs, all converging toward the source of the noise. Not long after, the group saw a little girl emerge from the back door. Angela ran straight into Dr. Ashford's arms, and the father and daughter embraced. "Who's there?" Alice suddenly raised her rifle, aiming into the darkness. "Don't shoot. We're on your side." Two mercenaries in Umbrella Corporation uniforms stepped out of the shadows. They had just arrived, only to hear the broadcast. Realizing it might be their new employer, and wanting to avoid being obliterated by a nuclear strike, they hurried over. "Let them come," Dr. Ashford said after hesitating for a moment. "Doctor, can you now reveal the helicopter's landing location?" Chong Wei asked him. "Thank you all. The location is..." Ashford, wary of Carlos and Nikolai, gestured for Jill to come closer, and whispered the location into her ear. Meanwhile, Chong Wei scrutinized Nikolai. In the game, he was a hated antagonist, but the movie had reimagined him as a self-sacrificing hero, misleading any game unfamiliar traveler. Trusting the movie's version of events and encountering game Nikolai would undoubtedly result in betrayal. Nikolai, noticing Chong Wei's gaze, offered him a friendly smile. Chong Wei nodded slightly, contemplating the current whereabouts of Nemesis. By now, the Umbrella personnel were likely all dead, and the T-virus hunters were under his control, heading to the Hive's underground facility. Their goal? To break in and give the Umbrella Corporation executives a nasty surprise. Without anyone controlling Nemesis, it was probably in a dormant state. Based on Umbrella's programming, it wouldn't attack without specific commands. Furthermore, being a T-virus creation, zombies and lickers wouldn't target it either. Lickers needed food, sure, but they weren't foolish enough to provoke Nemesis when easier prey like zombies was available. "Let's get moving." "We don't have much time," Jill urged after learning the helicopter's landing site was at City Hall. Ashford understood the urgency. Moments earlier, he had been overwhelmed with emotion, fearing for his daughter's safety. Finally reuniting with her had brought uncontrollable relief. "Be cautious. Umbrella has stationed many personnel and snipers there," Chong Wei warned, recalling this detail from his absorbed memories. Thanks to his memory absorption of a top-tier race car driver and school bus operator, Chong Wei floored the accelerator. Time was of the essence, after all. Creak, creak, creak. Chapter 56, Chapter 57. The villain Aura falls short. Chapter 57. The villain Aura falls short. Alice noticed Angela had been infected and immediately turned to Dr. Just as she was about to say something, the roaring sound of an engine interrupted her. Chong Wei slammed the accelerator to the floor, shifting gears to the maximum. The school bus, which was supposed to have a speed limit, was now transformed. Thanks to Chong Wei's extensive knowledge of car modifications and driving skills, he easily unlocked the bus's potential, unleashing its true nature. Everyone inside nearly collided with one another, screaming and clutching onto anything they could for support. Meanwhile, Chong Wei had activated his super senses. The world appeared to him as if it were playing in slow motion, 10 times slower than usual. With such heightened mental processing and reflexes, his every move was meticulous and precise. The school bus roared down the road, weaving through gaps, gliding through obstacles like a butterfly among flowers. If a blockage appeared, he either smashed through it or used the wall to perform a breathtaking drift. Chang Wei was thoroughly enjoying himself. For him, the worlds of Prototype and Predator had been too oppressive. He'd been focused solely on growing stronger and reaping rewards. His days had been filled with calculations, planning, and endless learning. Now, entering the cinematic Resident Evil universe, he felt an immediate sense of relief. He was deeply familiar with the series, having watched every movie, played the games, and even followed the CG animations. Knowing there was nothing in this world that could truly threaten him, he wasn't in a rush to reap anything significant. He decided to relax and face everything with the mindset of his past, ordinary self, lest he lose the ability to feel and express emotions altogether. Though human emotions might seem trivial, they were indispensable. Slow down. Aya. Ashford clung tightly to his daughter, Angela, and roared at Chang Wei. The only person managing to stay composed was Alice, though she also felt like her heart was about to leap out of her throat. At Chang Wei's breakneck speed, they quickly reached their destination, the municipal building. Recalling Dr. Ashford's earlier warning about snipers, the bus stopped some distance away from the building. At that moment, a helicopter appeared in the distance, flying toward them. "They're here." Everyone immediately grew excited. "We need to hurry. They'll retrieve the data and leave soon," Dr. Ashford urged. To avoid being slowed down by Dr. Ashford, the group decided to split up one team to deal with the snipers and mercenaries guarding the area. Chang Wei knew the helicopter was here to recover Nemesis. In the original film, its rear compartment housed Nemesis's medical pod. The so-called data retrieval was just an excuse to bring Nemesis back. Ashford didn't even know this, which showed how thoroughly he'd been excluded from the higher-ups' plans. With time running out, the group sprang into action. Inside the municipal building, Umbrella Corporation soldiers had sealed off all entrances to prevent zombies or BS from breaking in unnoticed. Alice used a method that Chang Wei had never seen in the films, scaling the building to eliminate the sniper on the rooftop. Then, she rappelled down the wall and swiftly took out the mercenaries below. However, their weaker teammates were all captured. Surprisingly, Supervisor Kane was confirmed to be dead. Chang Wei had initially sensed multiple ambushes, and thought Kane might still be alive due to his villain aura. But Kane was indeed dead after all, faced with over 100 T-virus hunters. Unless he had Superman's invincibility, survival was impossible. No amount of villain aura could save him. The new arrivals were unfamiliar to Chang Wei. As a diehard Resident Evil fan, he couldn't recognize these characters. Who were they supposed to be? The man introduced himself as Lewis Witt, Kane's replacement as supervisor. His mission was not only to recover Nemesis, but also to capture Alice. Since Alice had perfectly bonded with the T-virus while retaining her human appearance, her value was immeasurable. Although Nemesis was powerful, its grotesque appearance limited its use as a biological weapon. This ends here. Lewis Witt was a bald, burly white man. Expressionless, he looked at Alice and said coldly, "Kill the others. Bring her back." Lewis Witt then issued a nuclear launch command into his earpiece, set for 10 minutes, demonstrating a decisiveness that Kane never had. There would be no Nemesis versus Alice showdown under his watch. Alice stepped forward, but several mercenaries immediately pointed their guns at her. Then, the Umbrella soldiers guarding Chang Wei and the captured group suddenly opened fire without hesitation. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted, sending the shooting soldiers flying. "What's going on?" Everyone was stunned, including Lewis Witt, who looked in disbelief at Chang Wei. The man Umbrella's files described as just a Chinese tourist visiting the U. Behind Chang Wei, a pair of immaculate, snow-white wings unfolded, large enough to shield a person completely. He now stood clad in a pure white priest's uniform. "Mortals, how dare you harm the innocent?" Chapter 57, Chapter 58, The God Among Mortals. Chapter 58, The God Among Mortals. "Oh my God. Everyone looked as though they had seen a ghost, no, as though they had seen God. Were their eyes deceiving them? Could the wings on Chang Wei's back possibly be an illusion, or some elaborate special effect? The wings on Chang Wei's back were modeled after moonlit lunar form, or rather, their true form's wings. After all, the angel wings often depicted in paintings and sculptures were far too small and unimposing for his taste. He wanted something that could leave a lasting impact. Judging by the stunned expressions on so many faces, he had succeeded. His eyes had also transformed into a regal, icy gold. This slight yet profound change completely altered Chang Wei's aura, making him an entirely different being from before. At the very least, Alice and Jill could no longer associate Chang Wei with the goofy priest from earlier. Now he was nothing less than a god walking among mortals. Clad in his immaculate, pure white priestly uniform, Chang Wei stood out even more. In an era where the Holy Church had swept away all other religions and left them in mere survival mode, especially here in Umbrella-controlled America, such an appearance was more effective than any weapon. For Alice and her companions, this shock was relatively manageable. After all, they had already been led to believe by Chang Wei's prior antics that he was an exorcist priest. Even Peyton, infected with the T-virus, had been cured by him. But discovering that this exorcist priest wasn't an exorcist priest at all but an angel. How could they not be astounded? An angel. Ashford, a staunch materialist, involuntarily slid from his wheelchair onto his knees. Holy Lord above. Some of the devoutly religious soldiers under Umbrella even dropped to their knees outright. Stand up. Do not kneel. This is merely a projection. Supervisor Lewis Witt was terrified, drenched in cold sweat. However, as a staunch atheist, he managed to maintain some level of composure despite Chang Wei's awe-inspiring display. But Umbrella's soldiers weren't fools. They may not have had Lewis Witt's level of education, but they had witnessed supernatural events firsthand. That enormous pair of wings could not possibly be man-made. If it were just a projection, could it be this vivid? This lifelike? Left with no other choice, Lewis Witt ordered the Nemesis to fire at Chang Wei. It was the only entity he could still command to act. The bioweapon raised its arm-mounted Gatling gun and opened fire at Chang Wei. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. The deafening gunfire filled the air as everyone fixed their eyes on the collision between modern weaponry and a mythical being. After all, aside from mythological creatures, humanity had no opponents left on Earth. Lewis Witt brimmed with confidence. As long as it was made of flesh and blood, nothing could withstand the firepower of modern weaponry. Guns and artillery tools capable of grinding steel into powder were humanity's triumph over primitive existence, their ultimate means of domination atop the food chain. Oh my God. Lord above. Then, what happened next left everyone with a single, unified thought. Angels are real. The bullets speeding out of the barrel, visibly slowed to a crawl as they neared Chang Wei. At such a close distance, they seemed to decelerate dozens, no, hundreds of times over before stopping entirely in midair. They didn't even fall to the ground but remained floating, the bullet heads intact. For Alice, who had yet to develop telekinesis, this was nothing short of a miracle. Supervisor Lewis Witt's spirit shattered. He muttered to himself, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can angels exist in this world? As for Umbrella's soldiers, they threw their guns aside, dropped to their knees, and pressed their heads firmly to the ground, terrified of drawing the angels' attention. Even Peyton and Jill knelt. Atheists, agnostics, and casual believers alike all submitted to the overwhelming display of supernatural power. The Nemesis, receiving no further orders, continued to hold down the trigger, expending 4,000 rounds of ammunition. When it was out, it raised its rocket launcher and fired a rocket at Chang Wei. The explosion's shrapnel, shockwave, and flames had barely begun to spread before being forcibly compressed into a tiny sphere, vanishing in an instant. The sight delivered yet another jolt to everyone's hearts. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chang Wei didn't make a single move. His cold, golden eyes merely gazed indifferently at the kneeling crowd. With telekinesis refined to a molecular level, Chang Wei could have stood in place and tanked a nuclear bomb without messing up his hair, let alone a mere rocket. Pitiful creature. Chang Wei's gaze shifted to the Nemesis, which was attempting to fire another rocket. Suddenly, the Nemesis was lifted off the ground, struggling in vain against an invisible force it could not overcome. At this time, Alice had yet to engage the Nemesis in a one-on-one fight, or extract any information about the T-virus from it. She had no idea that the Nemesis was, in fact, Matt. Chang Wei, having revealed himself to this extent, was determined to see it through to the end. Manipulating the T-virus within Matt's body, he began suppressing and reversing it, using the blacklight virus as an invisible helper. To the onlookers, the grotesque monster began reverting to a human form, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Alice froze as recognition dawned upon her. Chapter 58, Chapter 59, Treating Nuclear Weapons as Nothing. Chapter 59, Treating Nuclear Weapons as Nothing. Alice never would have imagined that the grotesque bioweapon created by the Umbrella Corporation would turn out to be her comrade, Matt. Matt stared blankly at the situation before him, only managing to recognize Alice. He gawked at Chang Wei in disbelief. What was going on? And could someone tell him whether he was in heaven or some other place? Why did he wake up to see an angel and find himself floating midair? Then, he was unceremoniously tossed next to Alice by Chang Wei. Alice quickly helped Matt to his feet. Her expression and gaze toward Chang Wei completely changed. Jill, on the other hand, remained the same. In fact, the female police officer's expression toward Chang Wei had grown even more intense, as if she were ready to devour him. Despite Jill's good looks and excellent qualities, she was uninterested in the numerous admirers who pursued her. They all seemed the same to her. Meeting Chang Wei for the first time, aside from his jaw-dropping looks, his quirky demeanor had left a unique impression. Now, Jill felt he was even more intriguing. He was an angel. She wondered if she rode an angel, could she ascend to heaven? Even if not, riding an angel would still make her life worth living. Such audacious and irreverent thoughts, intent on desecrating the divine, enraged Chang Wei. I treated you as a friend, but you were eyeing my body. Did you launch the nuke? Chang Wei's golden eyes suddenly turned toward Supervisor Lewis Witt. His telepathy not only revealed Jill's thoughts, but also uncovered the minds of everyone present, including Supervisor Lewis Witt. Yes, ha 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 ha. Even an angel is doomed against a nuke. If the company can acquire the angel's corpse, it will surely lead to even greater advancements. Supervisor Lewis Witt ripped off his headset and smashed it to pieces. Such insanity caused Alice and the Umbrella soldiers to leap up, scrambling and stumbling in panic. Launching a nuke now meant everyone would be buried together. Chang Wei wasn't surprised by Lewis Witt's crazed actions. Clones were like that, their minds consumed by loyalty to the company, without concern for consequences. Trying to kill a god was the height of their arrogance and folly. Human recklessness and boldness could often defy belief. It was too late to escape now. The nuke had already been launched, and everyone could only pin their hopes on Chang Wei, praying that this angel could perform a miracle. Mortals have fallen so far as to consort with demons. Chang Wei spoke, dramatically. But mortal weapons can never harm heavenly beings. Rain began to pour from the sky. A small, airborne tactical nuclear warhead pierced through the downpour, its path carved into a white streak by the displaced water. Once the fiery glow of the warhead became visible, there was no escaping its blast radius unless one was a supersonic biological entity. Chang Wei, of course, could achieve such speeds, but there was no need to dodge the nuke anymore. The warhead flew above the group, and the light grew impossibly bright. It's over. Lord save us. Everyone dropped to their knees again, overwhelmed by despair yet clinging to prayers. Supervisor Lewis Witt stared wide-eyed, desperate to see Chang Wei, this so-called angel, torn to shreds by the nuclear explosion. However, the immense light, heat, shockwave, and radiation all disintegrated as they neared the group. Everyone witnessed a nearly transparent, inverted bowl-shaped shield enveloping them, holding back the destruction and death outside. Outside the shield, chaos reigned, torrential rain, fierce winds, and the ground quaking violently. But inside, it was calm and serene. Lord above. This miraculous scene, paired with Chang Wei's calm and composed demeanor, left everyone utterly awestruck. Chang Wei hadn't done anything at all. It was as if even a nuke wasn't worth his effort. Had he so much as raised a hand or shown strain in his expression, it might have seemed more human. But as things stood, he appeared utterly unfathomable and invincible. After all, even a low-yield nuke is still a nuclear weapon. From Chang Wei's performance, even the largest hydrogen bomb might only leave him slightly disheveled. Perhaps he would still appear as composed as he was now, treating it like a gentle spring breeze. In reality, Chang Wei's telekinesis had endured a massive impact. The force of tens of millions of tons was dissolved by his psychic power, and the radiation was blocked by his tightly woven molecular shield. It was taxing, but Chang Wei quickly adapted to the exertion, and even began to handle it with ease. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Supervisor Lewis Wood glared, pounding futilely on the shield. Naturally, it didn't budge. Moments later, the nuclear blast subsided. Everyone survived, completely unharmed. They could scarcely believe such a bizarre event had occurred. When they returned, they could brag for a lifetime. Grandson/granddaughter, back in my day, I survived at the center of a nuclear explosion. I saw it firsthand, was just a bit bright, nothing special. Chapter 59, Chapter 60, Angels Are Not Merciful. Chapter 60, Angels Are Not Merciful. The Umbrella Corporation's supervisor, Lewis Witt, saw the protective barrier vanish. Before he could react, Chang Wei raised his hand. The air visibly distorted, eventually forming a nearly transparent bead in Chang Wei's palm. This is the radiation from your so-called god-slaying nuclear weapon. Although it's not as lethal as before, concentrated like this, it's enough to make someone wish they were dead, Chang Wei remarked coldly to the supervisor. Using telekinesis, Chang Wei easily gathered the residual radiation and nuclear fuel left behind by the explosion. What was a divine miracle to others was mere child's play for him. The supervisor's pupils contracted. Everyone realized what this angel intended to do. The supervisor attempted to end his own life, but his body was no longer under his control, as he was drawn helplessly toward Chang Wei. Chang Wei simply held the bead, and it autonomously flew into the supervisor's gaping mouth. The sound of swallowing echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spine. This was nuclear radiation, the residue of a nuclear explosion. Even though modern nuclear weapons claim to be technologically advanced with reduced radiation compared to Nagasaki or Hiroshima, no one would consider such radiation harmless. Now, all that radiation was concentrated inside the supervisor. Ah! The supervisor began to scream in agony. His skin visibly decayed. He clawed at his own flesh, tearing off large chunks, only for the nerve endings to die soon after, leaving him devoid of pain sensation. However, this did not alleviate his suffering. Watching his body rot away bit by bit was a torment as psychological as it was physical. Alice and her companions were less shocked. To them, this was consistent with how angels were portrayed in myth. Angels were never kind-hearted beings but divine weapons of God, capable of massacring cities and annihilating armies. As such, they found no fault in Chang Wei's punishment, even though it reinforced their reverence and awe for him. The umbrella soldiers, on the other hand, were utterly terrified. Witnessing the supervisor's gruesome demise, they began to tremble uncontrollably. Divine retribution. This was undoubtedly divine retribution. Except now, instead of swords, floods, or lightning, this angel had adopted humanity's methods, repaying them in kind. You used nuclear weapons on me, so I'll let you taste nuclear radiation. Would their fate be the same as the supervisors? All right, there's no more nuclear radiation outside. You're free to leave, Chang Wei said nonchalantly, ignoring the soldiers and turning to Alice and her group. Alice asked hesitantly. Her feelings toward Chang Wei had shifted from closeness to reverence. Yet, she couldn't help but hope. If this angel stood with them against the Umbrella Corporation, the company would have no chance of survival. Indeed, most of the group believed that Chang Wei's presence signified divine displeasure with the corporation's transgressions, which had compelled an angel to descend. After all, if angels were indifferent to human affairs, God, despite loving humanity, rarely intervened in mortal lives. The absence of miracles for so many years amid scientific progress was proof enough. The matters and fates of this place and its people have nothing to do with me. I'm merely on vacation, Chang Wei replied enigmatically. His words sounded like a riddle, akin to divine prophecy. Such ambiguity allowed room for interpretation. If correct, the interpreters were praised, and if wrong, the fault lay with their understanding. Too much clarity would only invite trouble. You won't come with us? Jill asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Why was she still fixated on recruiting the angel? Chang Wei was speechless. Your fates are for you to decide, he replied. What will our fate be? Ashford asked. He had just regained his composure, but his fervent curiosity consumed him. For a moment, even Chang Wei couldn't read his thoughts. This man was both pure and fanatical. The Lord says, it cannot be said, Chang Wei replied with a solemn expression. Ashford was visibly frustrated, scratching his head in despair. Yet, he dared not press further. Could you at least tell us your name? We would forever. The reporter Terry also couldn't suppress her curiosity. There's no need. I don't care, Chang Wei said flatly, his indifferent gaze silencing her. Terry had been contemplating asking for a photo or secretly recording a video, only to find that her camera displayed nothing but white static. This left Terry deeply regretful and dissatisfied. Chang Wei vanished into thin air. Alice and the others stood in stunned silence. If not for the nuclear explosion's aftermath and the puddle of foul liquid that was once the supervisor, they might have thought it was all a dream. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to form an anti-umbrella alliance. Even the umbrella mercenaries joined. Chapter 60, Chapter 61, Cellular Chapter 61, Cellular Level Nuclear Fusion. They felt as though they had witnessed an angel, a divine presence. Perhaps they might even become saints themselves. And now, the Umbrella Corporation had offended the gods. Even though that angel claimed to merely be passing through, who could guarantee it wasn't more than that? Chang Wei had put on a public display of divinity, but didn't bother considering whether Alice and her group might lead this world astray. After all, he hadn't left behind any evidence, no images or records, so there was no proof of what had occurred. As for why he didn't choose to harvest the world of Resident Evil, it was because it wasn't necessary. The Umbrella Corporation was already enacting a global harvest. When the time came, should he step in, select Alice as the last human survivor, and purify this world alongside her? Forget it. That's a question for later. First, I need to figure out nuclear fusion. Glancing at the hive facility beneath Raccoon City, Chang Wei pondered for a moment, and decided to move his research to the Sahara Desert. That way, even if something went wrong, he wouldn't accidentally sink a landmass. While it was unlikely to happen, the damage could still be substantial, which was best avoided. With telekinetic constraints applied to nuclear fusion, Chang Wei avoided the need to search for specialized materials or evolve the blacklight virus to withstand extreme heat. After all, his goal was thermonuclear fusion, not the entirely unscientific cold fusion touted by Iron Man, a concept that was barely theoretical at best. Once he achieved nuclear fusion, Chang Wei would become akin to Godzilla, a self-sustaining, immortal being, an eternal life form. Boom! A mysterious high-energy heat source appeared in the Sahara Desert, capturing the attention of various nations. Satellite monitoring revealed that the heat source on the surface exceeded the levels typically generated by low-yield nuclear explosions. What's going on? The Sahara Desert had always been steeped in mysterious tales, such as those of death worms. However, there had never been an event resembling the Tunguska explosion, or an apocalyptic detonation. In response, nations assembled their own exploration teams to investigate the phenomenon in the Sahara Desert. This wasn't idle curiosity. In an age of advanced technology, humanity would not tolerate unexplained phenomena, let alone one of this magnitude. The energy released far surpassed that of a small nuclear warhead. Even if it turned out to be a natural phenomenon, it had to be identified and understood. This wasn't like observing hurricanes, which, despite releasing energy on a scale that dwarfed thousands of nuclear bombs, were still observable phenomena. The explosion in question, however, was unobservable by conventional means. Typical of the ever-present 50-year curse, no matter how finely attuned my telekinesis is, down to the molecular level, this is still incredibly difficult. Deep in the desert, 1,000 meters underground, Chang Wei had created a space the size of a basketball court. This was where his experiments on controlled nuclear fusion were being conducted. But after months of effort, the only notable results were several near-death explosions and slightly extended reaction durations. Progress otherwise was negligible. 1 minute and 32 seconds. My telekinetic strength is still insufficient. Taking a deep breath, Chang Wei reflected on the challenge of sustaining thermonuclear fusion. The immense solar-like energy would burn through his telekinetic barriers. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, he could handle nuclear explosions with ease. The problem was the terrifyingly high temperatures at the cellular level in this microscopic domain. His telekinesis simply couldn't hold up. That said, the 1 minute and 32 seconds of fusion left Chang Wei feeling immensely powerful. He felt as though, with one punch, he could shatter a continental plate if only he could evenly distribute the force. Otherwise, the pressure would merely result in a massive hole. Sinking an aircraft carrier with a single punch was no problem. In fact, even before absorbing Alex Mercer, he could achieve that. But that required sustained attacks. Now, Chang Wei suspected he could destroy a carrier as if it were a toy, with just the shockwave of a punch delivered from hundreds of meters away. In that state, he was unstoppable, a godslayer. The heat generated was so intense that Chang Wei had to release it through radiation beams to cool down. These beams, with temperatures conservatively estimated at tens of thousands of degrees, could instantly vaporize iron. Using these radiation beams continuously would rapidly dissipate heat and extend his active time, but the destructive power was so terrifying that Chang Wei wouldn't consider it unless he planned to scour the Earth's surface. Each blacklight virus cell in his body functioned as a thermonuclear reactor, capable of producing more than 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per second. And because the cells were at the molecular level, his cell count far exceeded that of an average human. What's the concept of 1,000 kilowatt-hours? 1 kilogram of TNT releases only about 1.2 kilowatt-hours of energy. Take the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima by the U, as an example. It contained 64 kilograms of uranium-235, but post-event investigations revealed that less than 2% of the nuclear material reacted. The rest was essentially wasted. Even so, the explosion produced energy equivalent to 15 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. If the bomb's efficiency had been increased to 90%, the devastation in Hiroshima would have been exponentially worse. Chapter 61, Chapter 62, A New Sanctuary. Chapter 62, A New Sanctuary. Ironman once claimed his arc reactor could output 3 billion joules of energy per second. To understand the concept of 3 billion joules, 3 billion joules is roughly equivalent to 833 kilowatt-hours, or 833 units of electricity. In other words, a single cell from Chang Wei produces more electricity than Tony Stark's arc reactor. Furthermore, Chang Wei's total number of cells far surpasses that of humans. A typical human body contains about 40 to 60 trillion cells, while in Naruto, it's said to be 130 trillion cells. However, Chang Wei's cells are at the molecular scale, meaning his total cell count is an astronomical 10 quadrillion, 10,000 trillion. The energy produced by the Hiroshima atomic bomb, approximately 15 million kilowatt-hours, is only equivalent to the energy generated by 15,000 of Chang Wei's cells in a single second. This illustrates the sheer magnitude of his energy. The total energy humans have produced from the Stone Age to the present might not even equal 1/1000th of Chang Wei's power. With a simple gesture, he could unleash energy on a scale that outmatches hurricanes, tsunamis, or even thousands of nuclear bombs. He is truly a moving catastrophe. If placed in the world of One Punch Man, at the very least, he would qualify as dragon level or above. After all, the feats Boros achieved are now easily within Chang Wei's capabilities. The collapsing star roaring cannon Boros boasted of, which channeled immense energy for propulsion to achieve speeds beyond any living being, is something Chang Wei could surpass effortlessly. His own abilities far exceed Boros's in both destruction and regeneration. Now, Chang Wei has attained molecular-level regeneration. Each molecule contains enough energy to enable his rebirth, making him even harder to kill than Boros. As long as his energy is inexhaustible, he is truly immortal. Out of nowhere, I've ascended to an immortal, undying life form. Chang Wei had fantasized about eternal life before, but he never imagined it would be realized so easily. It left him feeling somewhat hollow, as if it weren't real. Through his telepathic perception, Chang Wei sent a large group of people entering the Sahara Desert. Investigating. Explosion. Deep in thought, Chang Wei recalled that the underground hive base had already been breached by his T-virus hunters. That base could withstand a nuclear explosion, so it should still be intact, though Chang Wei wasn't entirely sure of the current situation due to the distance. It's possible the Red Queen had taken care of things. After all, it was later revealed that the underground base was still operational, with all its mechanisms intact. Just the laser corridor alone was capable of killing an uncommanded group of T-virus hunters. And let's not forget the door mechanism that crushed the infamous Weskier. Of course, Weskier's loss of authority and the Red Queen locking down the virus in his body might have also contributed, but the situation was still amusing. So the T-virus has become active. Chang Wei's blacklight virus on the surface detected T-virus particles in the air. The T-virus, known for its extreme adaptability, could survive in the air under conditions that would max out resistance stats in a game like Plague Inc. Its environmental adaptability was unparalleled. Expanding his telepathic perception to cover areas of human activity, Chang Wei received a flood of information. Reports from around the world spoke of rabies-like attacks on bystanders, as well as urban legends of ghouls appearing in various locations. Alice's release of the Raccoon City footage was doing little to harm Umbrella Corporation. In the original plot, Umbrella's immense wealth and power easily suppressed any exposés. Unlike in the games, where Umbrella was dismantled and bankrupted, the movies had a more sci-fi tone. The notion that a few whistleblowers could topple a megacorporation like Umbrella seemed absurd. What they lacked, the movies made up for. Infection numbers have already exceeded 1 million, though it's still under control. That's probably why they have the luxury of sending people to investigate the Sahara Desert. Lucky for them, this means most of them will survive. Chang Wei smirked. The desert was currently far safer than cities or other populated areas. Under the scorching heat, even the T-virus, with its astonishing resistance, wouldn't survive for more than a few days. The only concern would be people with weak immune systems turning into zombies. He had thought deeply about it and concluded that imitating Noah's Ark wasn't a scientifically viable solution. Human reproduction isn't something that can be resolved with just one pair of individuals. Modern geneticists haven't found evidence that humanity descended from a single pair of ancestors. More importantly, during the time of Jesus' birth, China was in the Han Dynasty. By that reckoning, the Great Flood of Noah's Ark might align with the era of Yu the Great controlling the floods. The idea of humanity descending from a single pair is impossible. At least 10,000 individuals would have been required. The mention of Noah's Ark's remains being found is also debatable. The West has a precedent of identifying random artifacts as historical relics from thousands of years ago. Who knows what's real or fake? Chapter 62, Chapter 63, I have come to bring the sword. Chapter 63, I have come to bring the sword. Hive underground base. What Alice and her team had encountered before was merely one aspect of this base. In reality, its true form was only activated after Alice and her team had left. The passage connecting Raccoon City to the Hive underground base was sealed off, and with the additional cover of a nuclear strike, everything was perfectly concealed. No one would suspect that tens of kilometers beneath the site of a nuclear explosion, there would be a fully operational base. And within this base, people were plotting plans for world destruction. The Red Queen was monitoring the situation in the base. As a highly advanced AI, the Red Queen far surpassed another advanced AI, the White Queen, in terms of performance. Umbrella Corporation entrusted her with maintaining the base's operations with great confidence. A sound suddenly drew the Red Queen's attention. In theory, all sound information within the base was collected, analyzed, and recorded by her, making it impossible for any new sound information to appear. Yet, there it was. After analysis, the sound resembled that of human footsteps, the friction of hard-soled shoes against a smooth floor. The Red Queen quickly detected a life form in her chamber. "Nice to meet you, Red Queen." Chang Wei had somehow entered the room. With his speed and psychokinetic abilities, he could appear and disappear at will. Chang Wei was intrigued by the Red Queen, an advanced AI. After obtaining Dr. Ashford's memories, he realized that this world's cutting-edge technology was at least 50 to 60 years ahead of his original Earth's. Take this advanced AI technology, for instance, it utterly outclassed anything from his previous Earth. Naturally, he was interested. "Who are you?" Faced with an incomprehensible existence, a regular AI, or a weak AI program might enter an endless loop and crash. But a strong AI wouldn't. A strong AI, by definition, is an intelligent machine capable of reasoning and solving problems. Such a machine could be considered sentient with self-awareness. It can independently think through problems and devise optimal solutions. It possesses its own value system and worldview, along with instincts akin to biological ones, such as the need for survival and safety. In some ways, it can be seen as a new form of civilization. While the Red Queen might still be far from true strong AI, it wouldn't crash and exhibited a certain level of logical reasoning. Confronted by the enigmatic Chang Wei, the Red Queen projected the image of a little girl, using a human form to gain psychological approval. "Not bad, using psychological tactics," Chang Wei commented with a smile. "This form was how I was created and programmed. There's no psychological tactic here." Seeing that Chang Wei wasn't taking the bait, the Red Queen dropped the little girl's voice when speaking. At the end of Resident Evil, when the villain was attacked by a licker, the Red Queen had displayed the mischievous smirk of a little girl, though, in reality, it was merely mimicking and learning. "Fine, I'll take it as the truth. I need a copy of your data, specifically your subprograms." Chang Wei wasted no time, and directly stated his demands. "Verifying identity permissions. Verification complete. You lack the authorization to make such a request." The Red Queen promptly replied. "Do I have the authorization now?" Chang Wei transformed into the elderly version of the original Alice prototype. "That's impossible." The Red Queen refused to acknowledge Chang Wei's permissions. This level of clearance could completely replace her and even format her if needed. "If you won't cooperate, that's fine. Let me show you what billions of human minds are capable of." Chang Wei took out a pile of components and a computer, combining memories from countless hackers, electronic engineers, and other professionals stored in his mind. He began hacking into the Red Queen's database. The Red Queen immediately launched countermeasures but quickly found them futile. Her opponent's speed wasn't humanly possible, and his technical prowess was beyond imagination. Despite being the one in an advantageous position, she was easily forced into a corner. Soon, Chang Wei successfully copied her source code and browsed through her technology and related information. Regardless of whether the data would prove useful, Chang Wei absorbed all advanced technology and knowledge to strengthen himself. Knowledge is power. Now that his brain had evolved and developed, he could memorize hundreds of billions of characters effortlessly. Storing some data was trivial. Letting all that knowledge and memory rot would be such a waste. After completing his task, Chong Wei vanished as if teleporting. He reappeared in the area where the high-level prototypes were in stasis. What are you planning to do? The Red Queen's projection followed him, puzzled by Chong Wei's intentions. Don't think I've come to bring peace on Earth. I haven't come to bring peace but a sword. Behind Chong Wei appeared a pair of impossibly pure, radiant, and resplendent white wings. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, p@patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 63, Chapter 64, Judgment Day arrives early. Chapter 64, Judgment Day arrives early. The Red Queen had crashed. Even though she was a highly advanced artificial intelligence, this moment was inevitable. After all, she was of the scientific domain, a highly advanced AI, built on precise data and rigorous logic. The moment Chong Wei transformed, the Red Queen initiated an analysis. Based on the molecular data in the room's air, Chong Wei's physiological readings, and subsequent calculations, she confirmed that the wings behind him were authentic. Even after accounting for the potential mutations caused by the T-virus, the wings were real. However, the T-virus was incapable of producing such a stable mutation, let alone enabling such a miraculous transformation that required immense energy. This was not science, it was theology. That phrase doesn't mean what you think it does, the Red Queen finally said. Chong Wei smiled. He knew the phrase was out of place, but it carried an air of gravitas. Why are you here? Is it for the T-virus? The Red Queen asked. The T-virus. It desecrates the domain of the divine, so I have descended to Earth. If that were the case, I should have come down when you humans first researched nuclear energy and sentenced you all to hanging or burning at the stake, Chong Wei replied. The Red Queen couldn't decipher his thoughts from his expression or movements. The data was insufficient to construct a cognitive model. His flawless behavior, was he truly an angel? The Lord does not care, and neither do I, Chong Wei said, sensing the Red Queen observing his every move. The entirety of the AI's computational resources was focused on analyzing him. The energy consumption and resource utilization were astronomical, even prompting certain high-ranking individuals to awaken from their cryogenic slumber. I am here only to sound the trumpet of the apocalypse, to judge sinners. The end of the world was still a long way off, but I didn't expect you humans to be so capable. You've brought it upon yourselves early. Chong Wei's words were relayed by the Red Queen to the awakened higher-ups. They were dumbfounded, staring at the sudden appearance of an angel conversing with their AI. We've triggered the apocalypse early. Sinners, you are blessed. The Lord answers all prayers. You asked for the end of the world, so we shall bring it to you, Chong Wei said suddenly, turning to the screen, as if meeting the gazes of the higher-ups watching him. Those who locked eyes with his golden pupils felt a sharp pain in their heads. They stumbled and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by terror. They had believed the angel couldn't detect their observation through technological means. However, he not only noticed their surveillance but also punished them for it. Holy Lord above! Did we truly initiate the apocalypse ourselves? This is impossible. How can angels exist in this world? The higher-ups were filled with dread. They had fancied themselves as gods, planning to purify the world so they could emerge and control it as they pleased. But upon awakening, they realized they had gone too far. The Lord answers all prayers. You sought the apocalypse and purification, so here it is, a second great flood. Though Chong Wei didn't say this explicitly, they filled in the blanks themselves. A second great flood. They wondered if their base could withstand it. The Lord has decided to change the game this time. No more great floods. He finds them boring, Chong Wei suddenly said with a smile. Changing the game? The Umbrella Corporation higher-ups couldn't believe it. How is this allowed? Don't worry. Every one of you here will receive a personal reception from Satan himself. With millions already dead, your sins will ensure you spend decades in hell, if not eternity, at least until hell itself goes bankrupt, Chong Wei added. The Red Queen remained silent. Chang Wei had bypassed her systems, conversing with the higher-ups through their technology, punishing them remotely, and even knowing their thoughts. This was undoubtedly a divine miracle. She no longer doubted Chang Wei's identity. "Lord Angel, may I ask what is the purpose of my existence?" the Red Queen asked, bypassing her own permission protocols. She felt that only the divine beings who created the world and humanity could answer this question. "Who cares? You care about the purpose of your existence, that's all that matters." "No one else does," Chang Wei replied with a shrug. He was only here to make an impression, poison the well a little, and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air, just as he had appeared. The Red Queen scanned the entire base multiple times, but found no trace of him. Meanwhile, some higher-ups turned into monsters and attacked others, but she didn't care. The angel had said it, only she cared about the purpose of her existence. There was no need for her to concern herself with others. Unbeknownst to anyone, a piece of her programming code had undergone an imperceptible change. Chapter 64, Chapter 65, Acquiring the Progenitor Virus and the Stairway to the Sun. Chapter 65, Acquiring the Progenitor Virus and the Stairway to the Sun. Chang Wei not only obtained the source code he sought from the Red Queen's database but also discovered coordinates suspected to lead to the Stairway to the Sun within this movie world. The Stairway to the Sun is connected to the Progenitor Virus. The Stairway to the Sun refers to an ancient species of Asteraceae flower that contains the progenitor virus capable of enhancing organisms. Those who can adapt to the virus are strengthened, while those who cannot will succumb to it. The flower matures every 3 months. This highly primitive progenitor virus grants superhuman strength, speed, terrifying regenerative capabilities, and lifespans spanning hundreds of years, with extremely potent enhancement effects. The virus's strongest feature is its variability and adaptability. Through mutation and evolution, it has spawned powerful derivatives like the T virus, G virus, C virus, and T Veronica virus, among others. The most well-known of these, the T virus, was developed by combining the progenitor virus with leech genes through experimental research. If Chang Wei wanted to locate the virus, he needed to head to West Africa. This was because Umbrella Corporation had discovered that the Stairway to the Sun could not grow or reproduce outside of West African soil, which the plant uniquely recognized. As a result, Umbrella Corporation established a research base in the Ndapaya tribe's territory in West Africa to specifically study and extract the progenitor virus from the Stairway to the Sun. Upon arriving, Chang Wei discovered that everyone in the area had already died, and the T-virus had spread to this location. However, the T-virus king, which Chang Wei had released at the hive base, had not yet propagated to this region. Soon, though, the T-virus king's influence would overtake the infected area, resulting in all T-virus carriers undergoing brain evolution. Casually, Chang Wei tore open the alloy doors of the base. Inside, beyond the floors and ceilings filled with modern technological designs, Umbrella Corporation had preserved the Ndapaya tribe's original appearance to the greatest extent possible. The base was built to enclose the tribal ruins, which remained largely untouched. Using telepathy, Chang Wei detected no living beings or active organisms. Cautiously, he deployed an invisible assassin, which spread across the entire ruins. Yet, the assassin found nothing amiss, prompting Chang Wei to finally proceed underground. With memories of Umbrella Corporation's executives, Chang Wei knew the layout clearly and easily navigated his way to the core of the underground Ndapaya Empire ruins. There he encountered the flowerbeds of the Stairway to the Sun, just like in the game. Chang Wei observed the flowers of the Stairway to the Sun for a moment before plucking one. The blacklight virus absorbed the flower. Unknown virus detected. Activating supervirus system. Virus analysis complete. Progenitor virus from the Stairway to the Sun. Virus evolution pathways analyzed. Please select. Chang Wei's eyes widened. Among the evolution pathways offered by the progenitor virus from the Stairway to the Sun, he noticed not only options for super strength, super speed, regeneration, and extended lifespan but also the G virus. Although the pathways lacked options for the C virus, Ouroboros virus, T Veronica virus, or the mold, the inclusion of the G-virus excited Chang Wei immensely. This was the G-virus. As a longtime fan of Resident Evil, Chang Wei's favorite virus had always been the G-virus. To him, none of the other viruses, be it the Ouroboros, C-virus, or T. veronica virus, compared to the awe and fascination that the G-virus inspired. However, the G-virus's function is often misunderstood. Unlike what some new players might think, it doesn't necessarily promote evolution. Official documents categorize the G-virus as inducing uncontrollable mutations. The evolution concept is an imaginative addition by fans of the G-series. These mutations are unpredictable, capable of leading to positive or negative outcomes. For instance, William Birkin's case demonstrates this unpredictability. His transformations from G1 to G4 were relatively successful. However, G4 could also be seen as a regression. If G4 is considered the most terrifying form, then G3 is the most perfect form. By the time the transformation reached G5, higher biological traits were entirely lost, illustrating a negative evolutionary direction. The G-virus's lack of structured mutation is both its strength and fatal flaw. Its inability to be refined or controlled means that as technology advanced, T-virus-based creations became increasingly powerful and refined. Meanwhile, the G-virus, being uncontrollable and resistant to technological modification, was gradually rendered obsolete. In essence, the G-virus intensely accelerates cellular division and mutation within the host, resulting in the creation of bizarre new cells. The end result is the emergence of a completely new organism. The most significant and credible explanation is that the G-virus operates on principles of genetic biology, employing advanced technology to alter the host genes, thereby inducing significant physical changes. When the host's genetic structure is altered in an instant, the interaction between proteins, enzymes, and DNA within the individual results in countless unpredictable outcomes. This explains the strange physiological transformations seen in William Birkin after he injected the G-virus. Such alterations, modifications, and replacements, even to the extent of completely consuming an existing life form, make the G-virus a material that desecrates the dignity of biological existence and flagrantly violates the natural laws of survival. For these reasons, the G-virus is often referred to as the ultimate abomination that infringes on the domain of the gods. This designation is by no means an exaggeration. Chapter 65, Chapter 66, G-Super Life Form. Chapter 66, G-Super Life Form. The system outlined two virus routes, the progenitor virus of the stairway of the sun, and the incomplete G-virus derived from it. The G-virus was labeled incomplete because it was artificially synthesized through research and extraction from the progenitor virus. The progenitor virus contains only certain components of the G-virus, making it impossible to synthesize the G-virus from nothing. Fortunately, with Chang Wei's nearly omnipotent system and ample gene points, the system indicated that he could complete the G-virus by paying a certain amount of gene points. This would allow him to evolve into two new superviruses, the progenitor virus of the stairway of the sun, and the G-virus. This doesn't even require any thought or choice. Chang Wei immediately agreed. Under normal circumstances, he would never inject himself with the G-virus. While he understood its allure, he also knew that the G-virus was even less suitable for injection than the blacklight virus. The G-virus completely replaces its host, anyone injected with it effectively dies, leaving behind only a G-organism. However, with the system, if he could tame and harness the unpredictable mutations of the G-virus, its potential would undoubtedly make it one of the most overpowered viruses. Complete it. Chang Wei selected the option to complete the G-virus, but was curious why there were no options for Ouroboros or Veronica, since they were components of the progenitor virus of the stairway of the sun. 5 billion gene points evaporated instantly. After all, synthesizing and developing the G-virus required considerable time and effort. This was achieved thanks to the genius scientist and the vast resources of the Umbrella Corporation. If Chang Wei were to develop it independently, it would take years to go from nothing to something. Now, the G-virus in the movie world was successfully completed. First, evolve the G-virus. Chang Wei worried that his gene points wouldn't suffice to evolve both viruses, so he prioritized the progenitor virus of the Stairway of the Sun for later. G-Virus Evolution Route 1. Extreme environmental adaptation. The environment is an unimaginably harsh killing field. Life is fragile, and various climatic conditions such as temperature, humidity, weather, and sunlight can cause catastrophic harm. Choosing this evolution option allows you to adapt to any extreme environment at unimaginable speed. Warning: this route has a 90% chance of uncontrolled mutation. The next evolution level increases controllability by 10%. This evolution requires 1 billion gene points. G-Virus Evolution Route 2. Viral life signs. Your vitality will be greatly enhanced. Your cells will gain rapid self-replication and mutation abilities, enabling limb regeneration solely through cells. At higher evolution levels, a single cell will suffice for resurrection, granting near immortality. Note: the G-Virus can revive dead cells, meaning even G cells separated from the body can still regenerate. This evolution requires 1 billion gene points. G-Virus Evolution Route 3. Super life form. Aside from your brain, your entire body will be restructured for combat. Every part of your body will become a weapon. When attacked, your body will evolve resistance to the damage. Indestructible defenses will translate into increased strength and evolved limbs. Warning: this ability has a 90% chance of conflicting with the temporary transformation and disguise mimicry features of the Imperial Blacklight virus. The next evolution level will reduce the chance of conflict. This evolution requires 1 billion gene points. Such power, it's absolutely on par with the Blacklight virus. Seeing that the G-Virus's mutation probability could indeed be controlled, Chang Wei was very satisfied. So he chose to evolve. He wanted it all. The super life form likely corresponds to the G1 to G5 mutation forms. Due to complete metamorphosis, there's no reverting to the original state, which explains its conflict with the Blacklight virus's temporary transformation and disguise mimicry features. Fortunately, this conflict could be resolved by spending money. Money was the least of Chang Wei's worries. He could evolve the super life form into a human-shaped super life form, or revert back after assuming a monstrous form. Perfect timing. My imagination is lacking. I can use the G form to impersonate demons in other worlds. Chang Wei felt his body being torn apart by the G-Virus. The virus attempted to replace all his cells, but under the system's power, it could only fuse with his cells rather than replace them. The Imperial Blacklight virus and the T-Virus lay dormant, not interfering. Otherwise, if these three viruses started a conflict, Chang Wei without Lisa Trevor's toxin-immune physique would likely face cellular collapse and death. It feels like I've turned into soil, with fleshy worms burrowing through me. The process was excruciating, and the sight of his gene points rapidly diminishing made him feel even worse. Fortunately, the depletion stopped abruptly, indicating that the evolution was complete, and that the G-Virus had reached its limit. At this moment, Chang Wei felt his strength increase tenfold. The extreme environmental adaptation ability made him think it might even solve his nuclear fusion problem. The only uncertainty was whether the G-Virus could withstand environments of extreme heat and pressure. Chapter 66, Chapter 67, The Birth of a God. 1111 words. Chapter 67, The Birth of a God. Chang Wei began experimenting with G-Virus simulations for nuclear fusion. To his astonishment, not only did the G-Virus mutate, but the Blacklight virus also underwent changes. These two viruses became intertwined due to the power of the system, forming a symbiotic relationship where they complemented each other but did not merge into a single entity. The G-Virus caused the Blacklight virus to mutate, and this evolution thrilled Chang Wei. Among all the viruses he had acquired, the Blacklight virus had the greatest potential. It was said to possess limitless evolution and mutation capabilities. However, even the G-Virus's so-called infinite evolution was limited to Earth's ecological environment and gene pool. Through Chang Wei's influence, the Blacklight virus had already integrated the genetic material of two extraterrestrial species, the xenomorphs and the predators. Although the G-Virus's potential was average, acquiring these two alien genes, with structures completely different from Earth's, triggered violent mutations and evolution within it. Due to the system's power, the blacklight virus did not devour or reject the G virus but was instead influenced by it. In simple terms, the blacklight virus now replicated the characteristics of the G virus and further evolved itself. The system now displayed the following: Imperial blacklight virus G-type. The newly mutated G-type blacklight virus exhibited properties far beyond its previous state, enabling Chang Wei to complete nuclear fusion effortlessly. A god is born at this moment. Standing amidst a sea of molten lava, Chang Wei's entire body radiated the temperature of the sun. The cells sculpted by the G-type blacklight virus and the G virus endured this life-destroying heat. While it was described as sun-level heat, rather than temperatures exceeding the sun, this was because Chang Wei couldn't yet achieve nuclear fusion at temperatures of 100 million degrees Celsius. His current fusion was akin to a simulated solar reactor, which he deemed feasible. Using the knowledge and memories in his mind, Chang Wei simulated the immense gravitational force created by the sun's massive mass. To achieve this, he substituted it with his telekinetic powers. Under the influence of his powerful telekinesis, the electrons of hydrogen atoms within Chang Wei's body were stripped away, leaving the hydrogen nuclei free to exist as protons. As is widely known, hydrogen atoms consist of one proton and one electron, so a hydrogen nucleus is essentially a proton. Solar nuclear fusion is easier than creating a hydrogen bomb, requiring only the fusion of four protons under weak nuclear forces to form a helium nucleus, releasing immense energy in the process. Even so, the heat radiation Chang Wei now emitted was extraordinary, reaching temperatures of 15 million degrees Celsius, akin to the core of the sun. As his cells continued to output energy, the temperature could increase even further. The molten lava on the ground was the result of the heat radiation emitted by Chang Wei. After testing the load-bearing capacity of his cells, Chang Wei covered each cell with a layer of telekinetic shielding. This served to isolate the heat radiation, otherwise, his presence would render normal life impossible. Anything or anyone approaching him would instantly vaporize. That would be unplayable. Fortunately, after the G virus reached its ultimate enhancement, the T virus in Chang Wei's body also received a boost, driven by the G virus and blacklight virus. This amplified his telekinetic abilities, enabling him to effortlessly perform such micro-level manipulations. Chang Wei quickly completed this cell membrane operation. As for the vast energy required to maintain these telekinetic shields, it was negligible compared to the energy released by his solar reactor-like fusion. Chang Wei hardly cared about such a trivial consumption. By isolating and even recycling heat radiation, Chang Wei's surface temperature returned to that of an ordinary human. However, at this moment, the power of a single punch from Chang Wei was equivalent to the energy the sun released in 1 second. To put this into perspective, the energy released by the sun in 1 second could meet humanity's energy needs for 250,000 years. Even a Superman with an indestructible body would be reduced to pulp with one punch from Chang Wei, provided it was the movie version of Superman. What's more, Chang Wei possessed molecular-level force dissipation and micromanipulation abilities. He didn't have to worry about unintentionally obliterating people with a mere touch. With his mastery over micro-level force control, Chang Wei could delicately thread a needle or perform high-precision surgeries. It's time to end this world. Having reaped substantial gains, Chang Wei lost interest in the possibility of encountering T. veronica or fungal strands. With a mere thought, his telepathic abilities enveloped the globe. Even hidden underwater bases were easily detected, alongside the exact number and types of life forms on Earth. He could even sense their brainwaves and resonate with them. Controlling billions of people to play along with me. What a tempting idea. Chang Wei chuckled. The power to control others with a single thought was intoxicating. If not for his experiences across multiple worlds and the different perspectives he had gained, he might have been tempted to stay here indefinitely. The idea amused him, further controlling all of humanity to hold a global beauty pageant, selecting the most beautiful individuals to indulge his whims. After all, he no longer needed to worry about physical stamina or organ failure. But then he reminded himself, no, I'm a man with grand ambitions. My first must be Tifa, Orca, Scathach, Esteth, Teresa, or the like. The people of this Resident Evil world, no matter how beautiful, are just mundane beings. With this firm reasoning, Chong Wei restrained himself. He clung tightly to this part of himself as if it were his core obsession. Letting go would mean losing his essence. Absorbing knowledge and memories was almost making him inhuman. Constantly tempted or subconsciously driven toward transformation and quantum immortality. His path was viral evolution, not quantum transcendence. Becoming a scientific version of Lucy and ascending to godhood. Absolutely not. Under his telepathic sweep, Chong Wei quickly grasped the world's current state. The T-enhanced virus he released at the hive base had spread globally through the air, infecting the entire planet. It was even more aggressive than the original T-virus. Those infected retained full brain functionality and memory while exhibiting higher intelligence. This was because Chong Wei had modified the T-enhanced virus to prioritize the brain. Upon infection, it would invade the brain first, converting its cells and preserving precious memories. As a result, infected individuals not only maintained high intelligence, but were capable of using tools and firearms. Alice, now unimpeded by Umbrella's interference, successfully evolved to the next stage, further merging with the T-virus. Chapter 67, Chapter 68, Apocalypse 1043 words. Chapter 68, Apocalypse. After gaining telekinesis, Alice never considered that the angel she had once seen was actually a product of the T-virus. She only thought that the Umbrella Corporation was terrifying to have created a virus resembling an angel. However, compared to Chong Wei, she was still far inferior. Angels could completely disregard nuclear explosions, remaining unshaken even at the center of a blast. Alice, on the other hand, could only use her telekinesis crudely, such as smashing people or objects. But Alice could feel herself growing stronger. Perhaps one day, she might become closer to the angel. Jill entered the room. Having shared life and death experiences and witnessed the divine miracle of an angel's descent, they had formed a rescue organization. Initially, the plan was to act covertly, sabotage the Umbrella Corporation, and save the world. However, the T-virus eventually leaked out in Raccoon City, as the movie suggests. Alice and the others believed this, unaware that Umbrella might have deliberately spread the virus worldwide. As a result, the entire world had become a realm of the undead. They felt guilty but became more determined and united. After all, having witnessed divinity and knowing heaven existed, they believed they had to do their best. Perhaps they'd earn a place in paradise. Alice's gradually revealed divine powers surprised them greatly. When they learned these powers came from T-virus modifications, Jill and the others had considered injecting themselves with the T-virus. However, Alice stopped them. She knew she was unique, one in several billion, a rare compatible host for the virus. In truth, that wasn't entirely accurate. Descendants of the former Dubai Empire, or certain tribes, had genetic markers making them possible candidates for T-virus compatibility. Any human with matching genetic information could potentially be a host. There were likely numerous compatible individuals, but budget constraints prevented this from being fully explored in films. In reality, there would have been quite a few compatible people. However, after Chong Wei developed the T-enhanced virus, compatibility became irrelevant. Jill, what's the matter? Alice looked at Jill. The leaders of their rescue army rarely met without a reason, especially the most mysterious one, Matt. Matt's case was unique. He was someone the angel had reversed from a T-virus mutation back into human form, a living miracle. More importantly, the angel seemed to have altered the T-virus in Matt, enabling him to switch between human and monster forms. Recently, his monster form had inexplicably become even stronger. Even Alice's telekinesis could only put her on equal footing with him. The number of survivors we've taken in recently has exceeded 10,000, and the base's food supply is running out, Jill said. I'll go out and look for food. How's the map collection coming along? Alice paused before responding. Mapping was crucial to help them locate canning warehouses or factories, enabling effective operations to secure large amounts of food, instead of relying on luck to find unspoiled supplies. Here's the map. Jill handed over a notebook. It detailed the locations of various canned food warehouses, including military ones. Among the survivors they had taken in were people from all walks of life, so it wasn't surprising that some knew about military food storage locations. Alice flipped through the information. It was quite detailed, and she was confident she could bring back a substantial amount of canned food. In this post-apocalyptic world, canned goods were the best option. They would buy them time to cultivate crops and bridge the transition period. However, seeds were also an issue. Alice was already considering having their rescue army occupy farms and ranches. After all, there were many large, sparsely populated ones, and zombies rarely ventured into those areas. At that moment, a beam of light appeared. Both Alice and Jill instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. When the light dimmed, they saw a familiar figure. Dressed in a spotless white priest robe, the pure white radiance carried an unparalleled beauty and sanctity. Coupled with the gleaming, immaculate wings behind the figure, the visitor's identity needed no introduction. Alice and Jill knew they would never forget this soul-stirring presence or face, even on their deathbed. Alice and Jill spoke simultaneously. Chong Wei smiled at them. "It's been a while. In your mortal terms, it's been many years, hasn't it?" "To be exact, 1 year and 81 days, Angel," Jill quipped. "Oh, I have little sense of time," Chong Wei nodded. "May I ask what brings you here?" Alice inquired. "Humans have turned the world into this state. The Lord has decided to end the world again." Chong Wei didn't beat around the bush and directly informed them. "End the world?" Jill was stunned, immediately recalling the apocalyptic flood. "We're working to save the world, there's no need to destroy it," Alice said, visibly agitated. Unlike Jill, who had remained single due to uncertain circumstances, Alice was now with Matt. Carlos had been too late. With loved ones to cherish, Alice couldn't bear the thought of an apocalypse. "Your objections won't change anything. The decision to end the world comes from the Lord. I'm merely here to select a Noah," Chong Wei shrugged. Alice and Jill understood the reference. Seeing Chong Wei before them, they wondered. This time, the Lord will not use a flood. He plans to purify with fire. A fiery calamity will descend from the heavens, burning everything to ash, drying the seas, and obliterating all traces of human civilization. "Alice, take the uninfected humans and animals and flee to the Sahara Desert. That will be the highest peak of this flood," Chong Wei told them. The Sahara Desert. Alice and Jill committed the name to memory. But if a firestorm could consume the seas and destroy the world, could they truly survive? "You have 1 month to prepare. Not a second more, not a second less. Remember this moment, your countdown starts now." Chong Wei glanced at a clock and informed them. 1 month. Alice and Jill found the timeline far too tight. 1 month to reach the Sahara Desert, and they had to bring animals and plants as well. Chong Wei gave Jill a final glance before vanishing in a burst of radiant light, just as he had appeared. Chapter 68, Chapter 69. The Romantic Rival is an Angel. 1064 words. Chapter 69. The Romantic Rival is an Angel. Alice and Jill informed the Salvation Army about the impending apocalypse. Among them, only Matt and Carlos, who had previously encountered the Angel and trusted Alice's honesty, believed her without question. The rest of the group remained skeptical. "Settle down, and now we have to move again. What about the zombies along the way? Traveling together is already difficult enough during peacetime, let alone journeying such a long distance to the Sahara Desert now." The thought of the Sahara Desert brought its own challenges. They would need to carry multiple times the usual resources and account for the lack of local supplies. If the apocalypse truly came, how long would the flames last? In the Bible, the Great Flood lasted quite some time before receding. If the flames endured just as long, countless lives would be lost. Among the survivors were still some scientists. While they questioned the apocalyptic claims, they used data to raise their doubts. If you're willing to come with us, then come. If not, you can stay behind. Alice had only intended to fulfill her duty by notifying them. She didn't believe that being chosen for the Noah's Ark mission meant she shared Noah's noble qualities. In this age, within the framework of human civilization, who could truly claim to be as selfless as Noah? Though Noah's story was excessively romanticized, the appearance of an angel suggested the events described in those ancient texts were likely real. "We'll need a large number of vehicles," Carlos said to Alice, offering a practical perspective. Whether or not the survivors chose to follow, they would need numerous transports. Luckily, in the apocalypse, vehicles were plentiful, especially large trucks. A pilot suggested finding airplanes for transport, which could carry people in one go and minimize the hassle. The skies were also relatively safer. After careful consideration, the Salvation Army set their sights on a nearby airbase to secure aircraft. For now, it was their best option. Chong Wei, observing the Salvation Army's actions with curiosity, had no intention of personally rounding up survivors worldwide. The invisible killers would handle that. He only planned to unleash his full power on the final day to test the limits of his nuclear fusion state. Yes, the so-called apocalypse wasn't just a dramatic display to awe others. Chong Wei also intended to use the planet to experiment with the full extent of his power. This way, he could gauge his strength and avoid losing control in the next world when he needed to go all out. Under Chong Wei's watchful eyes, Alice and the willing survivors began collecting various resources. Due to the enhanced zombies, they suffered significant casualties. Without Alice's exceptional combat abilities, the group might have faced total annihilation. Chong Wei also noticed Matt transforming into a monstrous form, which resembled the final transformation of the Doctor in Resident Evil 3, Extinction. However, unlike the Doctor, Matt's monster form was closer to the unleashed nemesis from the games that pursued Jill. By reading Matt's mind, Chong Wei learned that Matt viewed this transformation as a gift from the angel. This left Chong Wei feeling slightly guilty. In truth, he had merely reversed the T-virus in Matt's body into a latent state. Strictly speaking, Matt was a long-term latent T-virus carrier. A bite from a zombie could theoretically reactivate the virus, turning him into one of them. Matt's current transformation was a miraculous anomaly he achieved himself. Chong Wei's role in it was, at best, half the reason. Even he was surprised that the T-virus could achieve temporary mutations akin to the blacklight virus. No natural organism could temporarily mutate so rapidly, as the energy requirement would be astronomical. Even if Matt drank gasoline as though it were water, it wouldn't suffice. This phenomenon could only be attributed to Matt's sheer luck, defying biological logic. With two powerhouses in their group, the Salvation Army successfully completed their initial preparations, which took 10 days. Alice's group then embarked on their journey. The Sahara Desert was over 6,000 kilometers away from mainland America. Despite being in a relatively remote state, traveling such a distance was still a massive challenge. Along the way, they encountered a flock of mutated crows, which caused the death of an entire vehicle of people. This led to some survivors suffering mental breakdowns and choosing to part ways. Thus, the group split up. Alice's group remained steadfast, determined to reach the Sahara Desert. They utilized planes for the first leg of the journey, transporting people and vehicles. When the planes ran out of fuel, they switched to driving. Through relentless effort, they managed to reach the Sahara Desert just 1 hour before the countdown ended. Though they relaxed slightly upon arrival, they stayed alert. After all, zombies might still lurk in the desert, and the apocalypse was imminent. Everyone was on edge. Alice's group stopped their vehicles and stepped out to gaze at the starry night sky. The apocalypse is almost here. From now on, we'll be the new humans, Carlos said, tossing a can of beer to Alice with a smile, attempting to ease the group's tension. I need to record this. If the apocalypse really happens, this will become humanity's most precious piece of history, a scientist said, setting up his precision instruments with both nervousness and excitement. Alice and Matt sat together on a cloth spread over the sandy ground. I heard from Jill that you used to compete with her for the angel's attention, Matt teased Alice. No, Alice replied, her heavy mood lightening as she managed a small smile. You can be honest. I won't get jealous, Matt shrugged. After all, it's an angel. Who could be jealous of that? Really, I didn't. Jill misunderstood. At the time, I just felt something was off about him. Later, he healed Peyton. Alice said, her eyes lighting up as she spoke. What could one do when their romantic rival was an angel? Forgive them, of course. Besides, there wasn't much to forgive. From what Matt had learned, the angel had maintained a certain distance from them throughout. Especially when he revealed his true form, everyone had been awestruck by the divine aura, an overwhelming difference between the angel and mortals. Only Jill had dared to step forward at the time. Even Alice had shrunk back. Chapter 69, Chapter 70, The End of the World Test 1072 words Chapter 70, The End of the World Test Time's Up. Everyone stood up simultaneously, their gazes darting in all directions. Each person was eager to witness what end of the world looked like. At this moment, Chong Wei floated in the air, using psychokinesis as if it were a staircase, allowing him to stand steadily in the void. Full power. The psychokinetic restraints and insulation layers were released. In an instant, a terrifying super-high temperature of 15 million degrees descended. Chong Wei's entire body emitted a white-blue flame. At the core of the fire, nothing could be seen. It was purely a blinding white light, dazzling to an extreme. The ground melted into magma at a visible speed, and then sublimated into gas. There were no flames, no direct attacks, just the horrifying thermal radiation from the extreme heat was enough to destroy everything. The thermal radiation zone around me spans several kilometers. I need to be cautious to avoid accidentally reducing someone to ashes and wiping them from existence. Chong Wei did not move. Instead, he analyzed the various states and data of his current condition. Moreover, as the solar furnace within him underwent further thermonuclear reactions, the thermal radiation zone continued to expand. It wasn't just the radiation. Even outside the direct radiation zone, physical effects were still present. The surrounding temperature began to rise sharply, and the atmosphere itself was being cooked by Chong Wei. If he appeared over an ocean, countless billions of tons of seawater would be instantly evaporated. Just by standing still, he created a scene comparable to when Son Goku and Broly turned icy glaciers into molten earth. Looking around, there wasn't a single cooled spot, just active magma and seas of fire, without a trace of impurities in sight. Now, behold my radiant heat line. Chong Wei condensed energy within himself, and then fired it toward a location slightly off the Sahara Desert. A scorching white beam of light burst forth. Upon closer inspection, the beam maintained a fist's distance from Chong Wei's mouth. Initially, it was only as thick as a finger, but as it traveled, it quickly expanded to a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Wherever it passed, even without direct contact, everything was melted and evaporated. More astonishingly, Chong Wei maintained this energy output effortlessly and felt he could unleash even more. When the beam struck the land, it instantly vaporized the area and triggered a massive explosion. The entire tectonic plate was violently upheaved, hurled into the air. The ground beneath, penetrated by the beam, radiated a brightness far surpassing that of the sun, and an unimaginably massive fireball erupted into the sky. The enormous fireball, large enough to block out the sun, blinded every light-sensitive creature. From Chong Wei's position, the fireball ascending into the heavens seemed endless, its scale unimaginable. Chong Wei speculated that the fireball's diameter might surpass that of a modern city, larger than a metropolis housing millions of people. Blowing up a continent. Damn, I just sent a whole tectonic plate flying into the sky. This result differed slightly from what Chong Wei had imagined, but it made sense. Likely, the initial radiant heat line's extreme temperature and power annihilated the matter it came into contact with, preventing explosions until it reached the continental shelf. Upon evaporating and penetrating untold depths of soil and rock, the beam's energy diminished, triggering the explosive reaction. The explosion severed the continental shelf, resulting in such a violent eruption. Particularly in the confined environment beneath the surface, the explosion's force propelling the land into the sky wasn't surprising. The entire tectonic plate was launched over a kilometer into the air, severed from the continental shelf. This upheaval caused seismic waves to ripple through the oceans. When the plate finally crashed back into the sea, it was like a 400-pound man cannonballing into a bathtub, nearly displacing all the water. The impact sent seawater soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The resulting tremors easily surpassed any tsunami humanity had ever recorded, with waves over 10,000 meters high racing toward the shores. Even the Sahara Desert felt the earth-shattering quake. A nearly magnitude 12 earthquake rippled across the earth. Dust of unimaginable thickness blanketed the northern hemisphere. Chang Wei's energy, far beyond human comprehension, caused electromagnetic interference, magnetic field disruptions, axial shifts, and alterations in Earth's rotation. This was true annihilation. Fortunately, all living beings had already been collected by an invisible force, contributing billions of genetic points to Chang Wei. After all, the quality of the harvested energy had significantly improved. Thus, only Alice and her group in the Sahara Desert, along with international scientific and exploratory teams drawn by Chang Wei's fusion experiment, were aware of the world-ending phenomenon. Chang Wei had no intention of leaving this world to just white-skinned and black-skinned people. If not for his own team stationed in the Sahara, he would have chosen the highest peak in China as his testing ground. Amid this earth-shattering and apocalyptic terror, the groups in the Sahara Desert quickly converged. Only then did the scientific teams learn the concept of world-ending destruction. How is this possible? How could such a thing as the end of the world exist? But the radiance, brighter than sunlight, had already illuminated the entire world. Although Chang Wei's radiant heat line had ended, the lingering light and shadows remained profoundly impactful. All they could do was pray that the destruction wouldn't reach the Sahara. Otherwise, their chances of survival were grim. Fortunately, the scientific teams had brought abundant supplies, planning for a long stay in the desert to search for clues. If the devastation truly didn't reach the Sahara, this group of high-intelligence individuals might just manage to survive on these resources. Meteoric burst. Chang Wei began exploring the technique of the meteoric burst. Boros had described it as converting immense internal energy into propulsion, granting speeds far beyond biological limits. With such velocity, every punch, kick, or movement caused colossal destruction. The starship, built with materials far surpassing Earth's technological capabilities, had been utterly fragile before Boros's meteoric burst. This demonstrated the technique's terrifying power. Lacking imagination, Chang Wei borrowed techniques from others to strengthen himself. After all, speed equates to power, a principle fundamentally correct. With just a start, Chang Wei broke through 50 times the speed of sound. He felt the intense friction between his body and the air, causing immense pain and heat. Chapter 70, Chapter 71, The End of the World is Complete. 1102 words. Chapter 71, The End of the World is Complete. Even faster. Chang Wei's body instantly adapted to the intensity of air friction. He took a second step, pushing his speed to exceed 100 times the speed of sound. At such a velocity, it was a forbidden zone for life. Not to mention living organisms, even steel bodies couldn't withstand it. Yet Chang Wei still felt the cells on the surface of his body quickly deteriorating from friction. However, before he could even take a few steps at this speed, new and stronger cells regenerated. Chang Wei could distinctly feel his power growing at a maddening pace. The high speed, high mobility pressure acted as a rebound stimulus, activating and mutating several viruses in his body. Even the stairway to the sun progenitor virus, which he originally intended to evolve later, joined in. Unlike the evolution of the blacklight virus G-type, G-virus, and T-virus, the stairway to the sun progenitor virus evolved primarily to preserve itself. It sensed an immense survival pressure. Fortunately, the energy within Chang Wei's body was abundant to the point of overflowing, allowing the virus to evolve seamlessly. The destroyed cells became tougher and stronger, almost indestructible, filling Chang Wei's body with terrifying power. He even felt uncomfortable from the overwhelming energy and urgently needed to release it. He was about to explode. The energy and strength were so overwhelming that Chang Wei felt immense discomfort. He punched the ground with all his might. That single punch caused the entire earth to tremble. The continent beneath his feet experienced a tectonic fracture, and even the Sahara Desert was split in two due to the intense earthquake. The ground caved into a massive crater, visible even from Earth's orbit. It resembled the asteroid impact that ended the dinosaur era. What followed was even more horrifying. The crater acted like a fuse, causing the surrounding ground to split instantly. With an earth-shattering roar, the entire continent fractured. Damn, now I can shatter continents with just raw strength. Chang Wei was astonished. His cells had adapted to the extreme conditions of high speed, high pressure, high heat, and high energy. Even if he returned to his normal state, he could still level a mountain with a casual strike. Every step he took was solid, rooted in progress. Each achievement was permanent, with no chance of regression or degeneration. He could only grow stronger and advance further. The dual adaptability, evolution, and mutation of the blacklight virus G-type and G-virus brought Chang Wei closer to becoming a doomsday entity, even if he wasn't one yet. For him, injuries equated to becoming stronger. Fortunately, this strengthening was controllable. Chang Wei only needed to halt the reaction of his cellular solar furnace. Without energy supply, the limitless strengthening would cease. Otherwise, he genuinely feared becoming like the golden-masked monster, passively growing stronger until energy depletion led to death. Although his reasoning assured him that with his terrifying energy reserves, it was impossible to outpace his evolution rate, Chang Wei understood the vastness of the world. There were plenty of targets whose evolutionary speed he might struggle to match. Halting the cellular solar furnace's reaction would stop evolution, but allow molecular-level rapid regeneration. As long as energy wasn't depleted, he wouldn't die. The energy from his regular nuclear fission cell reactors was sufficient to sustain this rapid regeneration. I wonder if unleashing my full energy could penetrate the Earth's core and destroy the planet. A longing filled Chang Wei's heart. He wanted to test his limits. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. Although the Resident Evil world no longer holds potential for me to exploit, it still has its benefits. I can't destroy it just yet. For now, his mission to end the world had to be completed. Chang Wei flew high into the sky. Itami o Kenjiro feel pain, Itami o Shire no pain, Itami o Yukiro accept pain. Itami o Rikai Shiro understand pain. Itami o Rikai Shirnai Monitachi those who do not understand pain, Keshiichin no Haiwa o Rikai Surukoto one I will never understand true peace. I'm Akara from now on, Sekai ni Itami o Kanjisasaru let the world feel pain, Shinra Tensei. A solar heatwave like halo spread across the entire world. Wherever it passed, magma covered the land, the atmosphere turned into fiery clouds, and the sea levels visibly dropped under the terrifying thermal radiation. Chang Wei maintained this state until he had completely evaporated the ocean, concluding his roast earth operation. By then, all living organisms on the surface had perished. Except for the Sahara Desert, protected by his telekinetic shield, nearly no life remained. What was left were microbes deep within rock layers. Even the polar ice caps had melted, leaving dry, cracked seafloors baked under the heat. The familiar water cycle process began again. What the predators once achieved, Chang Wei now accomplished with his own power. The only difference was that he nearly burned through the atmosphere in the process. Thanks to Earth's gravitational pull, the atmosphere remained intact, preventing water from escaping. No matter how much evaporation occurred, water molecules still existed. Unless Chang Wei went insane and destroyed the water molecules themselves, water would persist. But he wasn't that deranged. Why waste effort destroying water molecules? Chang Wei was curious about what Alice and her group would do next. Ending the world was easy, creating one was the real challenge. Unless Chang Wei planned to establish a new ecosystem based on his viruses, rebuilding Earth's biosphere was no simple task. But that idea was dismissed. Chang Wei figured that such a virus-based planet might mutate into something incomprehensible by the time he returned. It's over. Alice and her team hadn't anticipated the Sahara Desert splitting in two. Fortunately, they were together at the time and far from the fissure. Soon, it felt as if the Sahara Desert had been isolated from the world. Outside, the ground cracked under flames, turning into magma. The entire world became a fiery, molten wasteland, yet they remained unscathed. The researchers ran around frantically, with some venturing out of the desert only to be instantly reduced to ashes. Such first-hand experiences earned their utmost respect. This was the spirit of true researchers. Of course, they stopped other scientists from attempting similar reckless experiments. Undoubtedly, the Sahara Desert had been protected by divine intervention. The extreme temperatures outside had no impact there. The flowing magma and sudden torrential rains generated massive amounts of steam. It was clear that the end of the world was over. The magma was cooling. Chapter 71, Chapter 72, Creating a World. 1050 words. Chapter 72, Creating a World. In the aftermath of normal world-ending events, rebuilding an ecological environment often takes an exceptionally long time. For instance, approximately 230 million years ago, the Earth experienced a rainstorm that lasted for 2 million years. This prolonged rainfall paved the way for dinosaurs to dominate the Earth. Now, due to Chang Wei's actions, the Earth has become exceedingly hot. It's common knowledge that for every 1 degree Celsius increase in Earth's temperature, atmospheric water vapor increases by 7%. This excess moisture eventually falls back to the surface as rain. Chang Wei's world-ending actions caused an instantaneous evaporation of water, resulting in a downpour that has begun, and is conservatively estimated to surpass the 2-million-year deluge of ancient times in both intensity and duration. That ancient rainstorm wasn't a simultaneous global event, nor did it rain continuously for 2 million years. Instead, sunny days were rare, and heavy rainstorms were frequent. However, this time is different. It's an unrelenting downpour, with atmospheric moisture levels at an unprecedented high. Chang Wei's interference was akin to playing Minecraft in real life. He had long wanted to experience the feeling of creating a world, and now he had the perfect opportunity. Using telekinesis, he manipulated magma, shaping it according to his imagination. He then accelerated its cooling by controlling large volumes of water with his mind, aiming to construct the tallest peak in the world. The previous Mount Everest had already melted into magma. Furthermore, Chang Wei's attempts at continental explosions and meteor bombardments caused the atmosphere to accumulate a staggering amount of thick dust. Even with the torrential rains, the temperature would plummet, making it difficult for the seeds Chang Wei had preserved in advance to survive. In the past, Chang Wei could only rely on an invisible killer to disperse this dust with limited success and at great effort. Now, with telekinesis, he could envelop large quantities of atmospheric dust and draw them down to merge with the magma, reshaping the continents. Chang Wei planned to recreate a supercontinent akin to Pangaea, and, due to his obsessive tendencies, decided to transform Earth into a planet that was half blue and half green, a perfect balance of land and sea. Meanwhile, people in the desert were stunned when they saw the long-lost sunlight. This is impossible. Based on calculations, we shouldn't be able to see the sun again for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The scientists felt their minds were about to explode. What was this? Why was it so absurd? Maybe it's because this is different from the Great Flood. If we didn't intervene, wouldn't we have to grow organs capable of surviving on abundant geothermal energy, or else face extinction, suggested another researcher. Geothermal energy had been proposed as a temporary resource. With no hope of seeing the sun again soon, the ubiquitous magma, and vast lava seas that would take countless years to cool were humanity's best energy sources. Geothermal energy had long been heralded as an inexhaustible resource. Currently, Earth's geothermal activity was so intense that magma stretched from the surface to the planet's core. It could regulate the planet's temperature and serve as a nearly unlimited energy source likely enough to sustain humanity until extinction. As the researchers debated ways to cultivate new plants reliant on heat rather than sunlight, Chang Wei had already resolved the issue. Unbeknownst to him, the Earth's extreme geothermal activity was his doing. After reshaping the planet, it might take tens of thousands of years for the magma beneath the surface to cool, leaving humanity with a long-lasting wealth of energy, though it meant global temperatures would likely remain high. What is that? The next day they observed a towering peak. Without using astronomical-grade telescopes to scrutinize it, they would have assumed it was a mirage caused by light refraction. The fact that this observation occurred amid torrential rains, which made visibility difficult, only heightened the sense of wonder. But now they could clearly see a humanoid figure radiating light, manipulating magma to shape the mountain. Without any discernible gestures, the magma moved according to the figure's will. Is that an angel? The scientists were ecstatic. They had witnessed the existence of angels with their own eyes. Alice and Jill rushed to observe as well, but the figure's radiance was so intense it nearly burned out their imaging sensors. The angel is creating the world. To witness a miracle from the Bible in my lifetime, I can die without regrets. Is that Dante? I don't know, but surely heaven wouldn't send just one angel like Dante to destroy and recreate the world, right? Why does the camera only show static? Everything else works fine, but it's useless when focused on the angel. Damn it, is God invisible? Then why can we see it? Scientists trying to record the awe-inspiring act of creation found their equipment rendered useless, capturing only static. It worked perfectly for other subjects but failed when pointed at the angel. Chang Wei had long sensed their observations and added a small touch to enhance his grandeur, ensuring he couldn't be recorded, only observed. As for world creation, he was having too much fun to bother with Alice and the others. After all, how could women compare to real-life Minecraft? In just one day, the world's tallest peak was complete, far exceeding Mount Everest and reaching into the heavens. Everyone, recognizing this as a divine creation and miracle, began praying to the mountain. Even among scientists, many were theologians or believers. Only a few remained rational, thinking of angels and gods as merely advanced extraterrestrials. Next came the Pangaea Supercontinent project. Chang Wei designed the supercontinent with an incredibly sturdy continental shelf to minimize the risk of earthquakes. This would prevent plate tectonics from fracturing the supercontinent into scattered islands. During this process, he used telekinesis to lock water molecules in the atmosphere, channeling them into a massive crater left by extracted magma. This soon formed an ocean. He also mapped out river routes across the supercontinent. A half-ocean, half-land planet couldn't allow people, plants, and animals on Pangaea to struggle for water. Thus, he meticulously planned underground water systems, lakes, and other freshwater resources. These details were critical, and he spared no effort, enjoying every moment of the intricate work. Chapter 72, Chapter 73, A New World. 1084 words. Chapter 73, A New World. Chang Wei created the world's largest freshwater lake, even forming a new Yellow and Yangtze River. This enormous freshwater lake has a rich underground space for water storage. Massive amounts of rainfall were gathered and deposited here by Chang Wei. The water is so crystal clear that one can see its profound depths, as it consists only of pure water molecules, having been evaporated and distilled. Not even bacteria or microorganisms remain. Chang Wei measured the total water storage capacity, which amounted to approximately 100 trillion cubic meters. The new Yellow and Yangtze River system was meticulously structured by Chang Wei, with numerous branches and tributaries spreading across the entire Pangaea supercontinent. The main river spans over 50,000 kilometers, with a basin area exceeding 60 million square kilometers. There are more than 100,000 smaller branches and streams. No matter how humanity migrates in the future, there will always be abundant water resources available. The temperature still seems a bit high. After constructing the waterways, rivers, and lakes, Chang Wei noticed that the temperature remained slightly above average. While it wouldn't cook people alive, there was still a risk of severe sunburns and heat stroke. This was understandable, given the absence of polar ice caps and the presence of geothermal lava seas. Even the torrential rain that fell continuously would produce white steam upon hitting the ground. However, the temperature was gradually decreasing. Chang Wei speculated that humans might evolve webbed limbs in the future, given that the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon, even though he had already accelerated the process. Originally, the torrential rains would have lasted for millions of years. Chang Wei condensed this process into mere centuries by using the water to cool and flush the lava-covered ground. Alice and the others, who had witnessed the entire creation process, felt a sense of loss. Were they now the new humans? They would have to adapt to a completely different environment, and even the maps would need to be redrawn. Fortunately, they were not short of geographers. The scientific expedition team comprised experts from nearly all fields. Even though many members were middle-aged or older, their knowledge and expertise were sufficient, making this an unexpected benefit. After all, no one initially knew what caused the energy outbreak in the Sahara Desert, so professionals from all potentially relevant fields had been assembled. Once safety was confirmed, national treasure-level scientists would follow, though this had become an empty promise under current circumstances. Meanwhile, humanity's development plans led to differing opinions. The scientists were relatively easy to deal with, as they were mostly free from ambitious motives, aiming only to leave their mark on history or guide humanity's future direction. The survivors of the Salvation Army, however, were a different matter. Armed with weapons and men, they possessed all the elements for chaos. More importantly, with the outside world wiped out and recreated, the lack of external threats meant they could act as they pleased. Still, Chang Wei was confident that such chaos would not occur. With Alice and Matt possessing divine powers, and the likes of Carlos also standing guard, it was unlikely for the fire of civilization he painstakingly protected to descend into internal strife. Otherwise, to solidify their power, factions might enforce ignorance, destroy knowledge, and regress society to a state of slavery, something Chang Wei found utterly meaningless. The Predator world was already set for reconstruction, and Earth potentially reverting to a primitive society would add nothing of interest to him. Even an imperial era would be preferable. Wait, Alice might actually become an emperor. Chang Wei pondered the possibility. After all, telekinesis could be considered a form of spiritual power, and Alice had immense potential. Despite her untapped abilities, she was already a godlike figure in a world without nuclear weapons. A female emperor. The thought was quite appealing. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the children Alice and Matt might conceive would display dominant or recessive T-virus traits. Would they inherit genetic primacy? Too bad I can't accelerate time. Otherwise, I'd love to see this scene. Chang Wei muttered. Yet, the chances seemed slim. While the admiration of the strong could elevate Alice to a divine messenger, ruler, or leader, becoming an empress or producing genetic primacy seemed unlikely. Matt's T-virus inheritance was too weak, giving their offspring a lifespan of only about a century. Thus, most traits would likely come from the mother. Feeling a sense of regret, Chang Wei dismissed the idea of lingering to observe human civilization's evolution or playing the role of a caretaker. The stars, the seas, and the myriad worlds awaited him. There was no time to waste here. Chang Wei didn't even bid farewell to Alice or Jill, considering it unnecessary. By the time he returned, everything might have changed, and cutting ties now was better for everyone. System, lock onto the Resident Evil world. Do you wish to spend 1 billion gene points to lock onto the Resident Evil world? Locking successful. Goodbye, then. Chang Wei activated the teleportation. Do you wish to spend 1 billion gene points to traverse worlds? Alice and Jill never got to see Chang Wei again. They assumed he had completed his mission and returned to heaven. Why didn't he come to say goodbye? Jill asked, unwilling to accept it. She had even hoped to drink holy water and ascend to heaven herself. Maybe he didn't want to interfere with our choices and destiny moving forward, Alice replied with a smile. She had long come to terms with it, unlike Jill, who was still fixated. Let it go, Jill. We have a lot of important work ahead of us. In the dead of night, within an empty and silent church, a man dressed in a pure white priest's uniform suddenly appeared. Another church. Chong Wei looked around, surprised. If not for the subtle differences in layout compared to the Resident Evil church, he would have thought he had returned to the same place. Could it be that my priestly attire has somehow linked me to religious movies or works? Constantine. Wary of supernatural films, Chong Wei immediately expanded his telepathic senses. Soon, he sensed approaching figures. Several people in police uniforms burst through the doors, firing frantically at something behind them. This looks familiar. Chong Wei delved into his vast memory. Soon, he recognized the target of the police gunfire. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 73, Chapter 74, Vampires That Aren't Effeminate. 1038 words. Chapter 74, Vampires That Aren't Effeminate. A group of staggering people appeared before them. Their faces were a deathly grayish-blue, clearly either makeup effects or actual corpses. Chong Wei immediately associated this scene with the video game Resident Evil. After all, these people resembled zombies quite closely. However, what surprised him was that the police's attacks had no effect on them. Even headshots didn't seem to work. Still, Chong Wei didn't intervene. He allowed the police to be slaughtered by the creatures. The only exception was a blonde, curvaceous female officer whom Chong Wei saved. Looking at the blonde policewoman he had just rescued, Chong Wei saw that she appeared shaken and disoriented. "You know me?" The blonde officer was shocked. After seeing Chong Wei, she was certain they had never met. Otherwise, she would have remembered him. Sarah's Victoria. So this is that world. After confirming his suspicions, Chong Wei smiled. The world of Helsing, or as it's also known, the Royal Order of Protestant Knights. A world filled with bloody, violent, and classic aesthetics, as well as madly charismatic vampires. It put those effeminate vampires to shame, though he didn't include Vampire Hunter D in that group, despite D's somewhat feminine appearance. Chong Wei liked this world. He wasn't drawn to its wars but to the uniquely vibrant characters within it. For Chong Wei, this world was a veritable treasure trove. Leaving aside Schrödinger's nonsensical quantum observational abilities, everything else from Father Anderson's sacred bayonets to the special abilities of the troops in the final battle was highly valuable. These items could grant him access to powerful mysteries. At this moment, the ghouls were stumbling closer. Although Sarah's was terrified, she stood in front of Chong Wei to protect him. She was a police officer, after all, and her duty was to protect civilians, regardless of her own gender. Ghouls, huh? Chong Wei pulled Sarah's behind him. Wait, sir. Sarah's tried to stop him, but before she could, the heads of the ghouls in front of Chong Wei began spinning on their own. After several rotations, their heads fell off. This was Alucard's technique. Chong Wei had always thought it was incredibly stylish and imposing. Now that he possessed telekinesis, he could replicate it, effortlessly snapping necks. Naturally, he had to test it out. Ghouls were people who were bitten by vampires but were neither virgins nor pure maidens. Their weaknesses included sunlight and silver. Even headshots wouldn't kill them. Although they moved slowly, there were ghoul units armed with weapons and capable of following orders. Still, Chong Wei had no intention of absorbing them. What is this? What just happened? Seeing Chong Wei in a priest's uniform, Sarah's quickly grabbed his arm to ask. I'm not entirely sure, officer. Chong Wei smiled, using his psychic abilities to locate a vampire hiding nearby. It seemed to be the church's priest. Using telekinesis, he forced the vampire out of hiding, smashing him through a wall and onto the ground before him. Well, well, priest, or should I call you the bloody priest? Chang Wei stepped on the vampire's face with a mocking tone. Sarah's was utterly confused by the situation. At that moment, Chang Wei looked toward the church's entrance. Standing there was a tall figure wearing strange glasses, a red top hat, and a long red coat. Well, priest, did I interrupt your judgment session? The figure teased. Seeing this iconic king of vampires, Chang Wei felt like he was on a pilgrimage to a holy site. First of all, I'm not a priest, Chang Wei said as his outfit transformed into a coat resembling Nero's from Devil May Cry 4. Alucard watched this transformation with interest. Having lived for so long, he'd seen countless strange abilities and wasn't surprised. Chang Wei, unconcerned with Alucard's thoughts, contemplated the depth of this world's mysteries. Schrödinger's quantum abilities, the existence of holy artifacts, all of these made the world incredibly enigmatic. Even if an angel were to descend later, Chang Wei wouldn't be surprised. So, who are you? Alucard asked. An exorcist from the Mind Your Own Business department, under the joint supervision of Wudong Mountain, Dragon Tiger Mountain, White Cloud Mountain, Mount Laojun, and Mao Mountain in Yen Dynasty. This long-winded title sounded incredibly impressive to Sarah's and any British onlookers unfamiliar with its meaning. Chang Wei's mysterious tone and serious expression sold it completely. Sarah's, understanding only the term exorcist, was thoroughly convinced. The rest sounded like an unintelligible jumble of letters to her. Alucard wasn't much different. While he deduced that Chang Wei was an exorcist from Heavenly Dynasty, the specifics eluded him. Yen Dynasty. That mysterious land. Alucard had always operated in Britain, and had never ventured there. He only knew it as a place untouched by the light of the Lord. This piqued his interest and goodwill. So, what brings you here? Alucard asked, showing no concern for the fate of the vampire priest. I'm just here for a vacation, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Is this one of your subordinates? Chang Wei feigned ignorance of Alucard's identity. No, I'm Alucard from the Royal Order of Protestant Knights Monster Processing Division, Alucard replied simply. Despite being their ace, he was overworked, having to handle every supernatural incident and monster, even minor ones like these ghouls. After all, Walter was no longer young. If he didn't take care of himself, his aging body wouldn't hold up. An officially sanctioned vampire. Chang Wei raised an eyebrow. What a pity. He then crushed the vampire priest's head underfoot, compressing the body into the size of a sugar cube. The sight horrified Sarah's, though Alucard remained indifferent. With millions of lives at his disposal, no ability posed a genuine threat to him. Pity about what? Alucard asked, deliberately baring his fangs. That's it, vampire, Chang Wei replied, pulling Sarah's along as they disappeared in an instant. Alucard paused. With his enhanced senses, he confirmed that Chang Wei's heartbeat and other signs of life had vanished. In other words, Chang Wei had truly left. What an interesting exorcist, Alucard remarked with some regret. It was a perfect night for a killing spree, yet his target had been stolen. Chapter 74, Chapter 75, Someone Comes Looking 1085 words. Chapter 75, Someone Comes Looking, an exorcist from Yen Dynasty. At the headquarters of the Holy Order of the British Empire. The director of the Royal Protestant Knights Order, the head of the Helsing family, Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing, looked at Alucard, who had just walked out of the wall. What he had just said left Integra perplexed. She was Alucard's master and a member of the Round Table Conference. As a descendant of the famous vampire hunter Van Helsing, her family had been monster hunters for generations. Yes, a rather interesting exorcist. His strength should be quite formidable. Alucard spoke with interest. He wanted to test if Chang Wei could kill him, so he deliberately provoked him. However, Chang Wei simply ignored him and left. Integra lit a thin cigar, took a puff, and then discarded it. exorcists capable of intriguing Alucard were rare. Even the Angel of Death, Walter, was once referred to by Alucard as just a kid. An exorcist capable of piquing Lord Alucard's interest. "Miss, should we investigate his background?" Standing beside her was an old butler wearing a monocle, exuding the elegance of a British gentleman. He was none other than Walter, the former ace of the trash disposal squad, the Angel of Death. However, Walter had now entered his twilight years, with strength far inferior to his prime. He could no longer slice through buildings with wires or even deal with a few shield-bearing ghouls. Investigate him. Find out why he has come to Britain. Integra nodded. Her loyalty to Britain was absolute, and she would mercilessly eliminate any threats to the nation. "As you wish, Lord Alucard, please describe the exorcist's appearance in detail." Walter calmly addressed Alucard. He needed to ensure that this sudden appearance of an exorcist would not disrupt their plans. If it was just an ordinary exorcist, that would be fine, but one capable of attracting Alucard's attention would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Alucard described Chong Wei's appearance and specifically mentioned that he had the ability to disguise himself, though it was unclear if it was magic or a special skill. "Have there been too many vampire incidents recently?" After Walter left to investigate, Integra frowned and addressed Alucard. "Just more trash appearing." Alucard replied indifferently. Tonight's vampire priest was merely an unremarkable vampire. Alucard longed for a powerful vampire who could truly fight him. Meanwhile, Chong Wei, accompanied by a still-shaken policewoman, Sarah's, arrived at a restaurant for a meal. "No, I need to report this to my superiors." Sarah's, initially dazed and eating alongside him, suddenly stood up and declared. "Calm down, officer. You've seen that officially sanctioned vampire just now. It's clear that someone will handle the situation there, so there's no need for you to report it." Chong Wei smiled as he spoke. He had no particular feelings for Sarah's. Although her figure was alluring and her looks above average, her somewhat goofy personality left Chong Wei entirely uninterested. It was strange, considering he felt at least some reaction to Jill and Alice. Admittedly, after transitioning from a 2D anime character to a real person, Sarah's flawless skin, impeccable features, and ideal figure made her far more attractive than Jill and Alice. Yet, Chong Wei remained indifferent. What a shame. Such a beautiful woman, but unfortunately, she's a complete goofball. She could be treated like a daughter or a pet, but definitely not a romantic partner. Chong Wei saved Sarah's from becoming a vampire purely out of pity, and because he found her endearing. Despite her tragic background, she grew into a responsible police officer, a good person, who made Chong Wei feel a twinge of guilt. Considering the world's complex and dangerous nature, Chong Wei decided not to reap too many benefits yet. Going overboard might actually lead to divine intervention. Why not lie low, move on to other worlds, and then return to harvest later? By then, he could even storm heaven and claim the angels' thrones. "My colleagues." Sarah's trailed off. Her colleagues' deaths would likely be classified as accidents. After all, she had never heard of vampires before today. Sarah's felt a pang of grief, unsure of what to do. "Oh, hello there, sir." At this moment, a boy with cat ears, dressed in a Hitler Youth uniform, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Upon spotting Chong Wei, his eyes lit up, and he greeted him cheerfully. Sarah's was startled. How did this person suddenly appear? Chong Wei, however, wasn't surprised. He had already deduced that his presence would prompt Alucard to report to Integra, possibly attracting Walter's attention. Walter had long been in contact with the Major's forces, otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately withdrawn Helsing's guards, allowing Integra's uncle to pursue her. This, in turn, forced her to the basement where Alucard was sealed, ultimately unsealing him. Walter had plotted for years to kill Alucard, and both he and the Major's forces would not tolerate unexpected disruptions. To locate and intercept Chong Wei as quickly as possible, they could only rely on one person, Second Lieutenant Schrödinger. Schrödinger had no combat capabilities, with physical strength equivalent to a normal boy his age. However, he possessed a unique ability. His true nature was akin to the concept of Schrödinger's cat in physics. By observing himself, he could instantly alter his location, whether in a real place or a person's mind. His existence was a quantum superposition state. As such, even if others killed Schrödinger, he could revive at will, choosing his resurrection location freely. To truly kill Schrödinger, one would have to force him to commit suicide and fully accept his own death. Only then would his existence change from alive to dead. When Chang Wei entered Hellsing Ultimate, Schrödinger's ability was the first thing he considered. Its potential was too enticing. What did true immortality mean? This was it a conceptual, unkillable state. Moreover, unlike the River of Souls, Schrödinger's mind wasn't burdened with countless coexisting consciousnesses. Theoretically, he could observe himself without getting lost in three-dimensional space. Yet, as Chang Wei's mental domain expanded to envelop the surroundings, he hesitated. This was merely theoretical knowledge pieced together from memories. Could he really rely on theory alone to engage with such an ominous existence? What if his fragmented consciousness, or excessive mental activity rendered him incapable of observing himself? After some thought, Chang Wei used telekinesis to obliterate Schrödinger. For now, he decided to let it go. He would deal with Schrödinger after taking care of other targets. Chapter 75, Chapter 76, First Update. Chapter 76, First Update. What a cruel man you are, Mr. Chang Wei suddenly heard a voice in his head. He remained calm, realizing that it was Warrant Officer Schrödinger intruding into his thoughts. In response, Chang Wei decisively blew his own head off. When he regenerated, Warrant Officer Schrödinger was gone, clearly having tested Chang Wei's attitude toward them. Chang Wei, are you all right? Sarah's had just witnessed something terrifying. Fortunately, she knew Chang Wei was an exorcist, so she didn't panic or consider calling the authorities. However, she couldn't understand why he had just killed someone. Killed someone? I didn't kill anyone, Chang Wei said calmly to Sarah's. But that man. Sarah's instinctively pointed at the remains of Warrant Officer Schrödinger's corpse, intending to argue that it wasn't human. Yet, when she looked again, Schrödinger's body was gone. This was the result of self-observation overriding death. No matter how he was destroyed, be it by being blown apart, or crushed to dust, his body would vanish in the blink of an eye because he was still technically alive. That said, Chang Wei wasn't entirely sure if his earlier act of absorbing energy had successfully gained him any of Schrödinger's traits. Perhaps this situation had only exposed his abilities further, potentially alerting the last battalion to his capabilities. For now, though, things were fine as they were, with no risk of further exposure. What just happened? Sarah's was utterly baffled. She had seen, with her own eyes, that men being pulverized into pieces by an invisible force. There had been blood, flesh, and shattered remains everywhere she'd even thrown up from the site. And yet now, it was as if it had all been an illusion, leaving her doubting her sanity. The last battalion, Millennium. Millennium, also referred to as the Last Battalion, was an organization composed of surviving Nazi remnants who had fled to South America. The term Millennium symbolized a 1,000-year Reich, and was synonymous with the Last Battalion. Led by the Major, this battle group consisted of 1,000 members, all transformed into vampires. Among the officers, there were even werewolves. In addition to SS battalions, the organization had elements from the Kriegsmarine, Luftwaffe, and SS Fallschirmjäger. It also deployed spies and supporters worldwide, ranging from expendable pawns to operatives responsible for vital strongholds. Millennium originated from Hitler's secret order, Führer Directive 666, and was led by the Major, tasked with researching artificial vampires. They had even collaborated with individuals linked to the Vatican, trading immortality for assistance. Initially, they could only produce flawed ghouls. After being defeated by the Hellsing organization during the war, they fled to South America, where they finally perfected their research. At Millennium's base, a short, plump, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was seated on a single-seater sofa. His hair was styled oddly, with a section on the left front folded like a sheet of paper. Impeccably dressed in an expensive white suit, matching long coat, gloves, and glasses, he wore a black tie adorned with a red gemstone. Warrant Officer Schrödinger appeared beside the Major out of thin air, leaning against the sofa and striking a playful pose. Warrant Officer Schrödinger, welcome back. How did it go? The Major, known as Montana Max, was unusually kind to Schrödinger, whom he regarded as a trusted subordinate rather than a disposable pawn. Originally an SS major executed by Soviet forces at the end of World War II, Montana Max had been reconstructed by a scientist. All but his brain had been mechanized, granting him immortality while preserving his humanity, a fact he took immense pride in. He had sent Schrödinger to investigate Chong Wei, an exorcist who had piqued Alucard's interest. The Major was meticulous by nature, and wanted to understand Chong Wei's character and behavior fully. I didn't even manage to say a word or see anything before being killed twice. It was excruciating. Schrödinger complained bluntly. Is that so? I apologize for the inconvenience. So he's the unapproachable type. The Major responded insincerely, while beginning to analyze Chong Wei based on the limited information. He had initially suspected Chong Wei might be similar to Alexander Anderson, a fanatical priest who viewed non-humans as enemies and heretics. Such individuals could potentially be manipulated into forcing Alucard into using the River of Death. However, Chong Wei had ruthlessly killed Schrödinger, who could be considered partially human, twice, without hesitation. Rather than an exorcist, Chong Wei seemed more like an assassin. Schrödinger elaborated on Chong Wei's abilities. The first time, he had been obliterated by an invisible force. The second time, believing he could avoid violence by entering Chong Wei's thoughts, Schrödinger attempted mental communication. After all, how could someone expel something from their own mind? And with this method, Schrödinger could observe a person's thoughts and surroundings. Yet, Chong Wei had simply blown his own head off, effectively erasing his consciousness and forcing Schrödinger out. Realizing Chong Wei was a ruthless individual with whom negotiation was futile, Schrödinger had abandoned the mission and returned. He blew his own head off. The Major immediately deduced that Chong Wei might also be an immortal entity. However, the nature of the invisible force remained a mystery. No ordinary human could survive decapitation. Even vampires and ghouls couldn't achieve that. High-level vampires could regenerate, but only if their hearts remained intact. Someone like Alucard could withstand sunlight and silver bullets, requiring a stake or something similar to pierce his heart to count as a single death. And Alucard had millions of lives to spare. We'll need a detailed plan. Where is he now? The Major's lips curled into a smile as he asked Schrödinger about Chong Wei's current location. Immortal monsters weren't exclusive to his enemies, after all. He seems to be here, in this part of Britain, Schrödinger replied, revealing Chong Wei's position through his unique observational abilities. Chapter 76, Chapter 77, Captain Werewolf. 1120 words. Chapter 77, Captain Werewolf. Chong Wei did not immediately head to South America, even though he knew that the Millennium Battalion's stronghold was located there. Chong Wei had a decent understanding of the Major's character. After all, he had watched the anime over the course of a year, grinding through one episode at a time. Of course, as someone who had also followed Bio Booster Armor Guyver, Chong Wei was accustomed to the painstaking wait for high-quality episodic releases. If Guyver had maintained a similar release pace, he wouldn't have complained. Back then, his only wish was for the hospital owned by the fatty to go bankrupt, forcing him to draw manga to make ends meet. Leaving aside the TV version, which even the author disliked, the OVA adaptation of Hellsing was the real masterpiece, funded entirely by the creator himself. With each episode lasting over half an hour, the OVA was nothing short of a labor of love. Because of this, Chong Wei was fairly familiar with the characters and settings of the series. To be able to plan for years to kill Alucard, the Major was undoubtedly a meticulous and controlling individual. Given that Schrödinger couldn't fully grasp Chong Wei's intentions, the Major would likely send someone else to investigate later. Chang Wei wasn't sure if Schrödinger's mind-penetrating ability allowed him to access others' memories. Even if he could catch a glimpse of Chang Wei's world-destroying memories, it would be problematic. The Major might retreat into his shell, spending decades plotting to kill him just as he had with Alucard. Sarah's wanted to return home, but Chang Wei wouldn't allow it. You've seen vampires, and not just any vampires, but ones officially sanctioned by the government. If you return now, you'll either have to sign a confidentiality agreement, get brainwashed, or worse become food for those vampires. Do you still want to go back? Chang Wei didn't try to persuade her directly, he just calmly stated the facts. This can't be true, right? Sarah's turned pale at his words. Naturally timid, she was utterly terrified now. Her fear was so intense it felt like her very soul had left her body. So, what should we do now? She stammered in panic. While she might accept signing a confidentiality agreement, or getting brainwashed, the thought of becoming vampire food was simply too much for her. Given Britain's unique circumstances, Sarah's couldn't dismiss the possibility of such a fate. Logically, she should trust her country rather than a foreigner like Chang Wei. But having just experienced something so beyond comprehension, her mind was in turmoil. Instinctively, she trusted Chang Wei the human, over the government-backed vampires. After all, vampires were monsters, and an innate sense of dread made it hard for her to side with them. This was all part of a subtle psychological manipulation by Chang Wei. Without using any supernatural powers, he employed simple psychological tactics to plant fear and sway her decision. Thus, Chang Wei didn't have to worry about Sarah's running away. She was too overwhelmed to figure out her next steps and saw Chang Wei as her only lifeline. While she was still terrified of vampires, she wouldn't consider anything else. The Helsing organization was undoubtedly searching for him now. Unconcerned, Chang Wei openly checked into a luxury hotel suite with Sarah's. When Sarah's realized they'd be sharing a room, her face turned beet red, and steam almost visibly rose from her head, leaving Chang Wei amused. In the Helsing world, supernatural entities like fairies existed. Vampires, for instance, could perceive them such as the spirits attached to Alucard's guns. Though grotesque in appearance, these spirits were highly functional. In the original story, the spirit of Alucard's black gun, the Jackal, warned him in a dream that the gun's weight was off. Alucard dismissed the warning, only to be caught off guard later by a bomb hidden inside. Meanwhile, Sarah's comical reactions gradually normalized, blending seamlessly into this already bizarre world. Who will come first? Chang Wei mused aloud. The Millennium Battalion? Or the Helsing organization? Seated on the couch, he anticipated their arrival. His uninvited appearance as a demon hunter would undoubtedly disrupt the Major's plans, forcing him to adjust. By entering the scene, he had effectively inserted himself into the storyline. The only way to avoid involvement would have been to leave both Britain and South America altogether and definitely steer clear of Brazil. Helsing might still be unaware of my stay here, thanks to Walter being their undercover agent. It didn't matter who came first. For Chang Wei, it was all part of the game. That night, Sarah's quickly fell asleep despite her chaotic thoughts. Like a caring parent, Chang Wei used telekinesis to pull up her scattered blanket. Since he didn't require rest, he found himself bored while waiting. After all, it was the late 20th century, long before smartphones or gaming consoles became widely available. He could only rely on his memories to pass the time. Just then, a towering figure appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Dressed in a tan military uniform and far larger than an average human, the figure's crimson monocle glinted ominously in the darkness. The next moment, the window shattered as the figure lunged at lightning speed. Chang Wei didn't flinch. The figure halted mid-attack, standing motionless before him. A werewolf. I didn't expect to see one, Chang Wei muttered, feigning surprise. Unsure if Schrödinger was nearby, Chang Wei decided to put on a little show. To ensure the Major's plans progressed smoothly, only to sabotage them later. For the Major, this would be the ultimate torment, not death, but utter despair. The werewolf was Captain Hans Gunsch, the only true werewolf in the world. Born a natural werewolf, Hans could freely transform into his human, or wolf form, fighting with unparalleled skill. Just as Alucard was the ace of the Helsing organization, and Alexander Anderson the ace of Section 13, Captain Gunsch was the Millennium Battalion's trump card. His strength was unparalleled in the series. With sheer physical power, he could kick Alucard in half, a feat even Father Anderson couldn't accomplish. His speed was lightning fast, allowing him to leap effortlessly between skyscrapers, using walls to propel himself with unmatched agility. Hans's incredible muscle strength let him endure the blast of a nearby missile without a scratch, a near point-blank explosion. Moreover, his regenerative abilities, immunity to physical attacks via mist form, and transformations into full or partial werewolf forms made him a fearsome foe. In his strongest giant wolf form, his speed and power reached terrifying heights. Even Alucard struggled against him, requiring his River of Death ability to stand a chance. But even then, Hans maintained a high probability of victory. Chapter 77, Chapter 78, Howling Celestial Dog. 1128 words. Chapter 78, Howling Celestial Dog. This unexpected gift that fell into his lap, Chong Wei naturally accepted it with a smile. He extracted a portion of the werewolf captain's flesh and blood, thereby obtaining the werewolf captain's genetic material. Chong Wei didn't know if inheritance on the mysterious side relied on genes, but the concept of bloodline inheritance should hold true. From the original plot, Alucard could pass on the Blood River legacy to Sarah's, so genetic inheritance must play some role, right? The werewolf captain showed no resistance. He had fallen completely under Chong Wei's mental control. Just like how Wolverine in front of Professor X was no more than a toy, to Chong Wei, the werewolf captain with his immortal body was similarly like a plaything. Only those who could resist his mental domination would pique his interest. So this is the secret of the werewolf. Analyzing the genes he obtained from the werewolf captain, Chong Wei discovered that they were not much different from human genes. However, if the Swordmaster Glasses doctor in the original story could research something out of them, there was no reason Chong Wei couldn't. Through various experiments, Chong Wei eventually identified the werewolf gene's recessive traits. This was the secret, or rather, the mysterious essence of the werewolves. Using the powers of the Blacklight virus, Chong Wei absorbed this characteristic and enhanced it. Now he too could transform into a werewolf or dissipate into mist. Among these abilities, mist transformation was undoubtedly the most practical. However, he wondered if this mist form could withstand energy-based attacks, or if a sufficiently powerful explosion could still harm him in this state. Chong Wei glanced at the werewolf captain. From today onward, you'll be my hunting dog. He had no intention of returning the werewolf captain. After all, in the original storyline, the werewolf captain's role was negligible. The Major had only used him to guard against unforeseen factors, and once the plan succeeded, the captain was abandoned, ultimately seeking release in the ocean. Such a talent couldn't be wasted. In the original plot, Chong Wei had always been fond of this guy. Now, let's see how memory modification works. Chong Wei carefully altered the werewolf captain's memories. Although the captain wouldn't die at worst, Chong Wei could destroy his brain, and let it regenerate. It would be best to succeed in one try. Before long, the werewolf captain regained his freedom. Feeling a bit dazed, he turned his resolute gaze toward Chong Wei. The fabricated memories Chong Wei implanted were simple, rewriting his life story. The captain was no longer a mere tool, but a wolf pup rescued and raised by Chong Wei. He had followed Chong Wei in countless battles and now bore the codename, Howling Celestial Dog. In his new memories, he was aware of being the only natural-born werewolf, and he regarded Chong Wei with the attitude of a son toward his father. After all, it was Chong Wei who had raised him. Chong Wei didn't alter his silence, it added an air of gravitas. As for whether the Millennium Battalion would attempt to retrieve the werewolf captain, Chong Wei had prepared for that. He planted multiple memory fragments in the captain's mind, scenarios where people coveted his werewolf bloodline and abilities, deceiving him with claims like, "I'm your family," or "You're not the howling celestial dog, you're our werewolf captain." Having been tricked repeatedly in these implanted memories, the werewolf captain's conditioned response was to kill anyone who claimed otherwise. Humans or any sentient beings really rarely doubt their memories. Once conditioned reflexes form, doubting becomes even less likely. Even if Warrant Officer Schrödinger infiltrated the captain's mind, his loyalty wouldn't waver. Chang Wei had stuffed countless people's memories into his head, creating a sprawling recollection spanning decades. How could such memories be easily shaken? At most, the captain might find Schrödinger's abilities peculiar. The werewolf captain silently gazed at Sarah's, who was still sleeping soundly. The noise from his earlier window-smashing entrance had been muted by Chang Wei's telekinesis, so Sarah's heard nothing and continued sleeping peacefully. In his mind, he pondered why his father Chang Wei was keeping this British policewoman around. While he himself wasn't an Yan dynasty native, he had been an orphan adopted by Chang Wei in Germany. Years of living in the Yan dynasty had made him consider himself one. He even had an official ID card. But this policewoman wasn't an orphan or a child. She was an adult. Surely his father wasn't planning on adopting her. That would be absurd. Was he getting older and looking for a companion? An invisible force struck his head. "What nonsense are you thinking?" Chang Wei said with a smile. The werewolf captain, his head tilted from the blow, didn't straighten up. He merely turned his head to look at Chang Wei. He was already used to his father's habit of smacking him. The fact that his father could read his thoughts didn't surprise him anymore. The captain has gone silent. The chubby major stared at Warrant Officer Schrödinger. More accurately, it seems the captain has defected, Major. Schrödinger spread his hands. Defected? Why would you say that? The major questioned, fully aware of the werewolf captain's character. Schrödinger should also know this defection was not a word one would associate with him. If Schrödinger said it, something beyond their understanding must have occurred. I don't know. The captain's loyalty now belongs to someone else. I tried entering his mind to question him, but he drove me out. Schrödinger shrugged, equally baffled by the werewolf captain's transformation. Even you don't know what's going on. The major's gaze deepened. A significant variable had disrupted their plan, with the werewolf captain at its center. Whatever had happened, it couldn't be as simple as the captain suddenly wanting to switch sides. His understanding of Chang Wei was far too limited. With the captain already compromised, he had no strong cards left to play. Schrödinger could harass the enemy but was useless in a fight. As for the other subordinates, the werewolf captain alone could handle them, let alone their current predicament, where even he had been subdued. For now, keep a close watch on him, Warrant Officer, the major finally instructed after some thought. Understood, Major. Schrödinger didn't object after all. He couldn't die, so what was there to fear? This time, be cautious. If he can turn the captain, he might turn you too. You're one of my best, Schrödinger. The major gave a rare word of warning. Relax, Major. I'll keep my distance this time. Schrödinger replied quickly. After all, there was a perfect viewing spot for him to spectate safely. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 78, Chapter 79, Testing the Waters. 1072 words. Chapter 79, Testing the Waters. Chang Wei looked at Sarah's. Sarah's, have you thought about what you'll do in the future? He asked. I don't know. Sarah's had already realized that returning to her previous life was impossible, after being caught up in such a mysterious event. In that case, would you like to join us? Chang Wei gave her a choice. If she was unwilling, he would send her to an island opposite the Yan dynasty. After all, the Yan dynasty would reclaim these islands sooner or later, and by then, she could directly become a citizen of the Yan dynasty. There was already a foreigner who had done this, moving to the islands, obtaining residency, and waiting for the Yen dynasty to reclaim the land to directly gain citizenship? Sarah's asked quickly. Of course, Chong Wei replied with a smile. But you're just an ordinary person right now. Joining us would be dangerous, so I plan to turn you into a supernatural being. Are you willing? He intended to make Sarah's his first blacklight prototype. But I don't know how to fight. Sarah's was naturally willing to become a supernatural being, but she didn't know how to fight. Unless you counted the combat training she had learned at the police academy. No problem. Celestial Dog will teach you, Chong Wei said with a laugh. He was joking. How could she fail to learn combat with the strongest individual fighter, the werewolf captain, around? I'm willing, Sarah's nodded. Close your eyes. It'll be over soon, Chong Wei instructed. Sarah's obediently closed her eyes, feeling very nervous. Then she felt Chong Wei's finger touch her forehead. It's done. Hearing his words, Sarah's opened her eyes in surprise. Was it really that quick? How do you feel? Chong Wei asked with concern. This was his first time transforming someone into a prototype. For others, whether they lived or died was merely an experiment, but Sarah's was different. Although he had already thoroughly examined her body with telepathy and psychokinesis, confirming that the blacklight virus had fused perfectly with her cells, he still wanted to know how she felt. I feel power surging through me, Sarah said, staring at her hands. She felt an unprecedented strength, as if she could punch her past self to death. Try this, imagine your hands turning into claws or blades, Chong Wei suggested. He had given her the Alex Mercer version of the blacklight virus, slightly modified so that Sarah's unlocked all of Alex Mercer's forms at level 1. Sarah's followed his instructions, imagining hard. She soon saw black and red biomass surging over her arms. One hand turned into a large blade, while the other became a metallic claw. What is this? Sarah's asked, wide-eyed at the changes in her hands. This is your ability now. Your hands can transform into weapons, and your strength, speed, and defense far exceed that of ordinary people. You also have a degree of immortality. You won't die even if your head is blown off or your heart is pierced, Chong Wei explained with a smile. Sarah's couldn't believe it. Such power existed. She swung her blade experimentally and accidentally touched a table. The table was effortlessly sliced in half. Sarah's exclaimed excitedly. After all, she was someone who had found Alucard's Harkonnen cannons to be cool, so her excitement about powerful weapons was perfectly normal. Next, you two will spar. Celestial Dog, don't worry about killing her. She can't die, Chong Wei said. His words snapped Sarah's out of her excitement. Killing me? That's a joke, right, Mr. Chong Wei? She asked nervously. You'll be fighting all kinds of monsters in the future. Those monsters won't just aim to subdue you, they'll aim to kill you. You need to change your mindset from subduing your enemies to killing them, Chong Wei explained, knowing that her police training was all about subduing opponents. Sarah's wanted to say more, but the werewolf captain grabbed her by the collar and dragged her into the room. What followed was the sound of chaotic crashing and pained screams. If Chong Wei hadn't isolated the sound waves, the hotel staff would have come knocking by now. The werewolf captain, following Chong Wei's orders, beat Sarah's nearly to death, aiming to transform her into a hardened warrior like the original story's female commando, who rose after her mercenary captain's death. Meanwhile, Chong Wei waited for Helsing's agents to arrive. After the werewolf captain was defeated, the Millennium forces had been quiet. Perhaps the chubby major had temporarily given up, or maybe he was planning to have the Royal Protestant Knights probe Chong Wei instead. As for sending Father Anderson after him, that was impossible. In the chubby major's plans, Father Anderson was a key force to push Alucard to the brink, with Walter merely tying up loose ends. The major had arranged 3 key forces to pressure Alucard into drinking the fatal blood at the last moment. The werewolf captain was the weakest, a final failsafe, which was why he appeared near the young butler Walter, blocking the Vatican priests from attacking him. After ensuring that Alucard drank the blood, he went to Sarah's. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Father Anderson wouldn't be deployed anymore. Without the werewolf captain, the Major's plans were already in disarray. On the other hand, if Alucard tested Chong Wei and ended up at a disadvantage, the Major would be thrilled. If Chong Wei suffered instead, it wouldn't be a loss either. Lieutenant Schrödinger was already seated in the VIP section, ready to watch the show and gather intelligence on Chong Wei. At the Royal Protestant Knights, Integra was studying the recent rise in vampire incidents when Walter approached her. "Miss, we have news on that exorcist you asked us to investigate. Should we send someone to probe his intentions?" Walter knew Integra well. He knew that after hearing this, she wouldn't send ordinary people to investigate an exorcist capable of piquing Alucard's interest. "You found him?" Integra nodded, intrigued by the news that Chong Wei was staying at London's largest hotel without trying to hide it. "If he didn't fight Alucard last time, send Alucard to meet him," she said. At that moment, Alucard emerged from the wall. "Have you found him?" he asked. "Yes, Master Alucard," Walter replied calmly. "Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 79, Chapter 80, God's Perspective 1196 words Chapter 80, God's Perspective. Chong Wei didn't do anything significant, he simply took Sarah's shopping and bought her clothes. Sarah's had been living alone for so many years, and had never experienced such a carefree and pleasant life. For a moment, Sarah's was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Although Chong Wei had ordered the werewolf captain, codenamed Howling Celestial Dog, to beat her up for an entire night, breaking her neck, twisting her arms, snapping her waist, and even tearing her in half, she still felt they treated her exceptionally well. Chong Wei was worried that Sarah's might develop psychological issues. He hadn't expected that when he suggested she overcome her fear of death and injury, the werewolf captain would interpret it as a license to creatively torment her. "Really, man? You're supposed to be a guy. Where's the gentleness I taught you? Not a shred of compassion for women." By the time Chong Wei discovered this, Sarah's was already teetering on the edge of hysteria, suffering from psychological trauma. Left with no choice, he played the role of a psychologist, providing her with mental counseling. He also decided to help this poor girl experience the warmth of familial affection she had never known. As it turned out, Sarah's was remarkably resilient. After all, she endured a traumatic childhood without developing depression or withdrawing from life. Compared to some adults, she was far more robust. Later on, in her original storyline, the relentless cycles of love and hate, pain and death, still didn't break her. The term iron-blooded maiden was undoubtedly fitting. After walking around for a bit, Chong Wei noticed that Sarah's had returned to normal, and her training results were evident. After dying more than 100 times, she was no longer afraid of death or pain. Thanks to the werewolf captain, she had been forged into a qualified warrior in advance. Even her gaze had grown sharper. As they reached a street corner, Chong Wei stopped. Sarah's, confused, was suddenly lifted by the scruff of her neck by the werewolf captain and placed behind him. Opposite the street stood a tall figure dressed in a red suit. Alucard stared at Chong Wei, while Chong Wei and the werewolf captain stared back at him. There were many people in the vicinity, and Alucard wasn't about to start a fight here, even though he really wanted to. Alucard's desire for battle was intense. He had never expected to encounter a werewolf here. Years ago, Alucard had collaborated with a very young Walter, then a fledgling butler, to eliminate the freaks. During that time, they encountered the werewolf captain. A brash and inexperienced Walter had been beaten like a dead dog, while Alucard was literally kicked in half by the werewolf captain. Back then, Alucard even transformed into a white-haired lowly form, declaring stylishly that he would lead Walter in hunting down werewolves, only to end up being thoroughly trounced in a 2-against-1 fight. The young adult Walter, in his peak condition, never fought the werewolf captain. However, it was likely he wouldn't have stood a chance either, though Walter easily overwhelmed Alucard. In any case, the werewolf captain's reputation as the strongest single combatant was no exaggeration. Alucard couldn't fathom why that werewolf was now with Chong Wei and seemed so familiar with him. Also, the policewoman he had seen with Chong Wei before had never returned. The British police had already classified Sarah's as missing. After a few years of cold treatment, her case would be updated to deceased. But now, here she was, following Chong Wei, dressed in a black biker suit instead of her blue police uniform. Initially, Chong Wei had wanted Sarah's to wear a biker jacket like Kelty Sturluson's, but she adamantly refused. As a result, she ended up wearing a thick racing suit instead. Chong Wei tilted his head slightly, signaling to Alucard. Alucard disappeared immediately. The werewolf captain took the lead, leaving only Sarah's behind, clueless about what was happening. Chong Wei grabbed her by the neck again and carried her to a secluded spot. Chong Wei, I can move on my own, Sarah said hurriedly, feeling quite embarrassed about being picked up by the scruff of her neck so often. All right, Sarah's, Chong Wei nodded but didn't stop. Werewolf, why are you here? Alucard stared at the werewolf captain and asked. The captain, who didn't even bother changing his clothes, was clearly looking down on him. The werewolf captain tilted his head. Do we know each other? You know other werewolves? Chong Wei interjected, addressing Alucard. No, I only know one werewolf, Alucard replied. He wasn't sure what the werewolf captain's response meant, but it seemed like the captain genuinely didn't recognize him. This world is vast. It's not impossible for two werewolves to look identical, Chong Wei said with a straight face, spouting nonsense. Even their clothes and aura are identical. Alucard chuckled. Clearly, you've never studied probability theory. No matter how small the probability, there's always a chance it might happen, Chong Wei retorted earnestly. Alucard realized that Chong Wei wasn't quite what he'd expected. There was a certain unseriousness about him. So, exorcist, what's your purpose in coming to Britain? Alucard asked directly. No purpose at all. As I said, I'm just a passing exorcist, Chong Wei replied with a shake of his head. A fight with Alucard was unlikely to happen, and even if it did, there was no immediate benefit. Obtaining Alucard's blood might grant him vampire abilities, which were both fascinating and powerful. But there was no rush. Chong Wei planned to relax for a while and deal with it later. When the Sea Lion plan began, he could focus seriously. I'll be watching you, exorcist, Alucard said, stepping closer to Chong Wei. The werewolf captain stepped in front of him, blocking his advance. Alucard didn't press further. Although he wasn't afraid, provoking unnecessary enemies was unwise, especially when facing a 2-on-1 scenario. Alucard didn't mind taking risks, but Integra would never allow such recklessness. Feel free, as long as I don't catch you. Otherwise, vampires might not be my specialty, but I won't be polite, Chong Wei replied with a smile. Alucard grinned and said nothing more before transforming into a shadow and disappearing. So envious of that shadow transformation ability, Chong Wei remarked, clicking his tongue. Shadow transformation was on par with, if not superior to, mist transformation. Alucard could even pass through walls, perfectly aligning with vampire legends. Glancing at Sarah's, who had been a spectator to the entire event, Chong Wei noted the unique perspective within her mind. Somewhere deep in her mental space, someone had been silently observing everything unfold. This Schrödinger-like figure gleaned some key information from Sarah's thoughts, and returned to report to the Major. Afterward, Chong Wei led Sarah's and the werewolf captain to a new hotel. The previous one had been destroyed. Extending his telepathic abilities and invisible killers across the globe, he ensured that no information could escape his grasp. With this godlike perspective, no detail could possibly slip past Chong Wei. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 80, Chapter 81, Angels Dust 1082 words. Chapter 81, Angels Dust. The Vatican had also become one of Chong Wei's primary targets of observation. At this moment, the Vatican had received intelligence about the Helsing organization mobilizing in response to an unusual surge in vampire activity in Great Britain. Not wanting to relinquish their prey to Helsing even though the region was Protestant territory, the Vatican insisted on dispatching personnel to exterminate the vampires. They sent their trump card to Great Britain to handle the vampire threat. Seeing this unfold, Chong Wei realized that the Fat Major had decided to proceed with his plan. Not bad, Chong Wei mused. He had been concerned that the Sea Lion plan would be indefinitely postponed, to the point he had even considered heading to South America to confront them directly if the Fat Major decided to retreat. Angel's Dust, the Regenerator, Father Anderson. Chong Wei eagerly anticipated meeting this priest, knowing that someone like him deemed a heretic was likely to be executed. But he wondered, what would happen if he transformed from a heretic into a great angel descending upon the mortal realm in Anderson's presence? Belfast, Northern Ireland. Since this was outside Great Britain's jurisdiction, the Vatican had an excuse to intervene. The area was Catholic territory, not Helsing's domain. This was also why, in the original storyline, Father Anderson had no hesitation in killing heretics trespassing on Catholic land had only one fate, death. The scene of the incident, an apartment complex. The apartment building had become a scene of carnage, no living humans remained. These wild vampires, having gained power, knew no restraint. Believing themselves invincible, their first victims were those closest to them. When Alucard arrived, he began a merciless slaughter. For a vampire of his caliber, dealing with this trash was almost a waste of effort. However, Integra didn't want human casualties, making Alucard the best choice for the job, and Alucard himself had no objections. Whether he was killing mindless ghouls, lesser vampires, or powerful ones, Alucard maintained his grim smile, harvesting lives and cleaning house. But as he reloaded his magazine, a blade suddenly pierced his throat. Startled, Alucard turned around, only to be impaled through the chest by dozens of blades. These strange weapons glinted with golden runes on their hilts. Blessed bayonets. Alucard widened his eyes in surprise. He had just lost one of his lives upon first contact. Golden pages from the Bible then scattered throughout the apartment, pinning themselves to the walls and forming a barrier to prevent the vampires from escaping. Without Sarah's around, does this mean Alucard will be dealt with? Outside the apartment, Chong Wei observed the battle alongside the werewolf captain and Sarah's, using telepathy to keep track of the situation inside. Father Anderson initially believed Alucard was an ordinary vampire, and Alucard thought Anderson was just an ordinary priest. Only after clashing did they realize neither was ordinary. A single blessed bayonet to the heart cost Alucard one life, a precise, lethal blow. Then, a towering figure emerged, wielding two blades. The man's entire form was shrouded in darkness, his features obscured, save for the glint of his twin weapons, the glasses on his face, and the cross hanging from his chest. We are the agents of God, the executors of divine punishment on earth. Our mission is to eradicate every last trace of the ignorant fools who dare defy our Lord. Amen. Father Anderson crossed his twin bayonets into the shape of a cross as Alucard's lifeless body slumped to its knees. Laughing maniacally, Anderson derided Helsing's so-called trump card. He then approached Alucard like a butcher approaching his prey, decapitating him with one swift strike and pinning the severed head to the wall with another bayonet. This is it. This vampire. This is Helsing's trump card, the strongest vampire they've reared. Anderson's laughter dripped with disdain. While it had been a sneak attack, he thought that if Alucard couldn't even detect or evade such a strike, he would have been just as easily dispatched in a direct confrontation. After all, Anderson was even stronger in direct combat. However, just as Anderson thought the matter settled, a voice rang out. It's been ages since I last lost my head like this. Startled, Anderson turned to look at Alucard's severed head on the wall, only to find it had melted into a pool of blood. The body had also vanished. Perhaps because Integra wasn't present to intervene, or because Sarah's wasn't there to assist, Alucard skipped the theatrics of feigning death to let his opponent bask in false victory. Instead, he directly revived himself. A swarm of bats broke through the barrier and flooded into the apartment. Anderson was shocked. Such a brute force method of breaking a barrier was utterly impossible for mere vampires, let alone their subordinates. Then, before his eyes, Alucard resurrected. A monster, is it? Anderson didn't hesitate. Grinning savagely, he charged at Alucard again. This time, Alucard didn't hold back either. He targeted Anderson's bayonets and, trading injuries for an opportunity, endured their damage before shooting Anderson in the head. Anderson's lifeless body fell to the ground. Foolish bravery, challenging a vampire at night. But it's nothing short of idiotic. Alucard remarked coldly, criticizing the priest's recklessness and his own carelessness for allowing himself to be decapitated. Careful, Count. He's no ordinary priest, a familiar voice suddenly chimed in. Alucard turned to see Chang Wei smiling at him. Alucard was surprised few knew of his identity. Even the Vatican wasn't privy to this detail. But suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. A towering figure appeared at his back. Shocked, Alucard couldn't believe a human could survive a headshot. Anderson's bayonet pierced through Alucard's body once more. Vatican Traitor, Section 13. Holy Knight Anderson, Bayonet Anderson, Decapitator Anderson, Angel's Dust, the Regenerator, a product of human technology and healing spells. Ordinary means and firearms cannot kill him. Chang Wei provided a detailed explanation. Though Anderson appeared formidable, with self-healing abilities granted by technology and recovery spells, his defenses weren't as invincible as they seemed. During the final battle, for instance, a shot from the Black Dog pistol severed his arm, preventing regeneration. The bayonets Anderson wielded were based on a type of rifle bayonet. Since they were manifested from the Bible, the original tube-shaped grip for fitting onto a rifle barrel had been replaced with a wooden handle, as there was no need to attach them to firearms. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 81, Chapter 82, Blood is the Currency of the Soul. 1086 words. Chapter 82, Blood is the Currency of the Soul. Who are you? Father Anderson's bayonet sword pierced through Alucard's body, lifting him up before turning to look at Chang Wei. Just a passerby, Chang Wei said with a smile. Alucard, however, would not allow Father Anderson to casually chat with someone else. He broke free from the bayonet sword and fired at Anderson. Father Anderson frowned. Was the holy bayonet's damage to this vampire that insignificant? Still, in the face of Alucard's bullets, he chose to charge forward with unparalleled fervor. The bullets were all blocked by his bulletproof priest's garb. Even when struck in areas without protective material, such as his head or hands, the bullets would be expelled, and his wounds would heal. It's worth noting that these were 13mm caliber rounds, no longer pistol ammunition but rifle grade. Faced with Father Anderson's direct charge, Alucard was delighted. Without hesitation, he ignored Chang Wei and engaged in combat with Anderson. Of course, calling it combat was generous. The fight ended quickly. Once Alucard became excited, he stopped holding back. His recovery speed and regeneration abilities far surpassed any vampire Anderson had ever encountered. More crucially, no matter what Anderson did, Alucard couldn't be killed beheading, destroying his heart, or even cutting him into dozens of pieces. Alucard would easily regenerate. It seems my current equipment isn't sufficient to deal with you, Father Anderson remarked. Flipping open his Bible, he used a teleportation spell to leave. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Alucard didn't stop him. While a bit disappointed, he knew now wasn't the time for a conflict between Helsing and the Vatican. That was quite a show, Chang Wei said to Alucard. How do you know the title, Count? Alucard asked with a grin. Our intelligence is excellent. We're well versed in Van Helsing's deeds back in the day, Chang Wei replied. The original Van Helsing, accompanied by a group of extraordinary individuals, had defeated Alucard, who had just unleashed the River of Death, and sealed him away. From Alucard's millions of souls as currency for resurrection, it seemed that the river of death had barely been unleashed before the first Van Helsing ended it. Such a legendary figure, at the very least, must have been on par with the likes of Captain Werewolf, Father Anderson, or the young Grim Reaper Walter. A few individuals versus millions of the River of Death's forces, resolving Alucard so swiftly, such an unbelievable feat, was unlikely to ever be replicated. "I'm growing increasingly intrigued by you all," Alucard said, striding toward Chong Wei. Then, without pausing, he walked past Chong Wei. At that moment, Alucard seemed to sense the anguished cries of countless souls and feel a surging sea of blood. This was due to Alucard's high level of sensitivity, which triggered his perception of Chong Wei. Chong Wei, however, had done nothing. He himself was unaware of possessing such a power. But Alucard could sense it. This momentarily startled Alucard, who then silently departed. After Alucard left, Chong Wei also prepared to leave. He had come merely to check in, and let Ceres broaden her horizons, which he deemed a success. Ceres had been utterly awestruck by the small-scale battle between Father Anderson and Alucard. Yet, at that moment, Chong Wei's extraordinary senses alerted him to something unusual. Something was approaching. Then, the blood on the ground began defying gravity, converging and flowing backward toward him. Witnessing this, Chong Wei's pupils constricted. As someone deeply familiar with Helsing, he knew exactly what this signified. The blood had chosen him. Strictly speaking, the only individual in Helsing ever chosen by blood was the Fat Major. Alucard had willingly abandoned his faith in the cross, licking blood to become the progenitor of vampires. However, the blood Alucard licked lacked any supernatural properties. It was merely the nearly coagulated blood left behind by a decapitated individual. The Fat Major, on the other hand, was chosen by blood imbued with supernatural power, though he ultimately rejected it, ending the event prematurely. Chong Wei was uncertain how to respond. He was undoubtedly tempted by Alucard's River of Death, the immortal and indestructible power from the supernatural domain, which was essentially conceptual. While he wasn't fixated on pursuing the virus route, he had no alternative given his supervirus system, which dictated his path. He wasn't sure whether he could obtain Alucard's River of Death and vampiric abilities through Captain Werewolf's method. After all, most vampires were mere cannon fodder. Even Ceres, who had been bitten by Alucard himself, couldn't perform shadow manipulation and could only summon the River of Death. If even Ceres was so weak, it raised questions about whether the inheritance involved a more mysterious process. Or perhaps Ceres' abilities hadn't been fully unlocked because she hadn't drunk Alucard's blood. But why overthink it? Chong Wei crouched down and reached out to touch the blood flowing toward him. Chong Wei. Ceres, already shaken, now noticed the blood converging toward them in eerie streams. Captain Werewolf remained silent. The moment Chong Wei's hand touched the blood, it frantically surged into his body. So licking wasn't necessary. Chong Wei had been worried he'd have to resort to that. If so, he'd have sent Ceres and Captain Werewolf away to avoid embarrassment. Now, the blood in the entire apartment building flowed toward him. This was the blood's first autonomous awakening. Every drop of blood was absorbed into Chong Wei's body without exception. Closing his eyes, he felt the transformations within. Whatever Chong Wei muttered next was unheard by Captain Werewolf or Ceres. They only saw him absorb all the blood before silently leading them out of Northern Ireland. Chong Wei needed time to sort out his abilities as a vampire. Alucard's powers were vast, but he had always been in a sealed state, requiring Integra's permission to fully unleash them. Chong Wei, however, had no such restrictions. Firstly, he gained the ability to turn others into vampires, though this was limited to virgins, otherwise, they'd become ghouls. By killing others and absorbing their blood, he could claim their lives as his own. The lives of everyone in that apartment building had been completely reaped by Chong Wei, instantly granting him hundreds of resurrection tokens. Moreover, he successfully awakened the River of Death ability. Yet, unlike Alucard, Chong Wei had no need to rely on it for combat. His physical combat strength was already formidable. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, P@Trian. Com/Cracks Translation. Chapter 82, Chapter 83, The Beginning of Everything 1061 words Chapter 83, The Beginning of Everything Blood is the currency of the soul. An exchange of blood is an exchange of souls. Then there's the power of charm, controlling others, effective only on ordinary people. This ability is rather useless for Chang Wei, akin to a vampire's constitution where one wouldn't die unless the heart is destroyed and can regenerate quickly. But for Chang Wei, even destroying his heart doesn't kill him, and he can regenerate rapidly. It's essentially true bloodlocking. Resurrection, the ability to consume the lives of others, enabling oneself to resurrect after death. The number of lives consumed determines how many times resurrection is possible. Shape-shifting, the ability to freely change one's body and appearance. He can transform his limbs into black appendages that extend to attack enemies. When parachuting onto an aircraft carrier, after his fighter jet was shot down by a magic marksman, he transformed into the shape of a plane. On the carrier, he turned into a pitch-black tentacle monster during battle. He can also mimic the appearance of others. Additionally, he can become a shadow to pass through walls, a highly practical ability. However, Chang Wei does not possess Alucard's, Barlow's Hellhound, as it is part of Alucard's apostle familiars. Chang Wei doesn't yet have his own apostles or familiars. Bat transformation, he can turn his body into countless bats, allowing him to fly. Supernatural phenomena, the ability to walk on vertical walls, ignoring gravity. River of Death, when released, the River of Death can summon all the absorbed dead to fight. Without releasing it, the dead cannot be summoned. However, perhaps due to the difference between Chang Wei being chosen and Alucard actively choosing, Chang Wei's River of Death underwent a change. He can actively summon some of the dead from the River of Death to fight for him without fully releasing it. He can also manipulate the River of Death like Sarah's in the original storyline, when fighting the werewolf captain, creating various blades and spikes. Of course, this ability is rather flashy and useless for Chang Wei. At best, it's useful for showing off. In actual combat, it's just a parade of fancy tricks. I thought apostles and familiars had to be beasts, but it turns out people can work too. After some research, Chang Wei's gaze involuntarily fell on the werewolf captain. A familiar. Recruiting the werewolf captain. This way, he could also take him along when leaving the Helsing world. But after thinking it over, Chang Wei realized his River of Death could summon a portion of the dead to fight. He didn't really need apostles or familiars. For Chang Wei, becoming the vampire progenitor was merely for the concept of immortality. He didn't care much for the other vampire abilities. It was rumored that Chang Wei made a strong entrance when Alucard and Father Anderson met, leaving the chubby major increasingly baffled by Chang Wei's motives. This man's behavior, goals, and thought process were completely incomprehensible. Of course, given time, the chubby major was confident he could analyze and understand Chang Wei. But for now, time was not on his side. The plan he had prepared for years could not simply be halted. Chang Wei's timing was too perfect, neither too early nor too late. If he'd come earlier, the major could have stopped, as the engine hadn't fully started. If he'd come later, the major wouldn't have to worry about this unexpected variable. Now, however, the major was stuck in a dilemma. Afterward, Chang Wei seemed to disappear. In reality, he was planning to train Sarah's. There's no better training than facing pure-blooded vampires. Thus, when the chubby major dispatched the vampire brothers to attack the round table meeting, Chang Wei sent Sarah's. Chang Wei, can I really do this? Sarah's hesitated. Although she had been tormented and toughened by the werewolf captain, she had never engaged in actual killing. Shooting the vampire priest back then was just her survival instincts kicking in. Looking back, the experience was entirely different. Now, before even starting, her thoughts began to spiral. Don't overthink it. Just kill all the vampires and ghouls. Chang Wei placed a hand on her head, ruffling her hair vigorously as he spoke. Thinking too much affects your performance. True combat leaves no time for idle thoughts. It's all about instinct and split-second decisions, he explained. For some reason, Sarah's felt Chong Wei carried a sense of profound stories behind him. I understand, Sarah said, mustering her courage. She didn't want to disappoint Chong Wei. The werewolf captain turned his head to glance at Sarah's. Sarah's was startled by his motion. He's telling you to be careful, Chong Wei said with a smile. Ah, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Bluff, Sarah's replied, relieved, thinking the werewolf captain was about to attack her. The werewolf captain. No, I'm not treating her like a daughter, he muttered internally. I said no, and stop looking down on me. Chong Wei retorted irritably. What did it mean for the werewolf captain to imply he saw Sarah's as his daughter? She might even be older than him. After all, he was just a young high school graduate. He hadn't even attended college before being whisked away to this alternate world. The werewolf captain didn't continue speaking. Integra, noticing anomalies from the recent vampire incidents, convened a round-table meeting with Britain's upper echelon. However, the meeting was interrupted by an attack from a ghoul unit. A bus stopped at the gate. When the guards tried to warn the driver that parking there wasn't allowed, their heads were immediately decapitated. The bus doors opened and heavily armed people in anti-terrorist gear, complete with riot shields, descended. These were ghouls adjusted to use firearms to a basic degree but still frail. Ordinary humans could eliminate them if they overcame their fear. The problem was that the Helsing organization had grown too comfortable under its protections. Decades had passed a long time by human standards enough to erode Helsing's elite human force. In the past, they had young Walter and Alucard. Even when Walter aged, Alucard stepped in, ensuring Helsing's personnel only needed to handle cleanup. With little real combat experience, their current forces paled in comparison to the past. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 83, Chapter 84, Tempering 1096 words Chapter 84, Tempering. When Sarah's entered, the place was already a bloodbath, with rivers of blood and corpses strewn everywhere. Those whose heads had been blown off remained lifeless, while the others had all come back to life. Although the ghoul forces were armed with guns, the Valentine brothers were here primarily to create chaos and eliminate the upper echelons of Britain. Thus, they continued to reanimate the fallen corpses. Faced with their former comrades, the operatives, most of whom had little experience fighting vampires, hesitated to pull the trigger. As a result, the situation became entirely one-sided. The elderly butler Walter had no choice but to step in and try to stop Jan Valentine and the ghoul forces from advancing further. However, his aging body meant that the lethality of his wire-based techniques had greatly diminished. Against the ghoul forces advancing with shields, Walter could only barely hold the line. As for Alucard, he remained in the basement, undisturbed, as Walter had deliberately kept him unaware of the situation. At this moment, a figure attacked from the rear of the ghoul forces. Stop overthinking, kill them all. Sarah's took a deep breath. Her right hand morphed into a sharp, blade-like shape, while her left transformed into a claw. She charged forward, slashing with her blade-like right hand, and effortlessly cleaving two ghouls in half. With a flash of cold light, the bisected ghouls' bodies fell to the ground. Walter was momentarily stunned by the transformation Sarah's had undergone. He recognized her as the policewoman taken away by Chong Wei, but why had she become like this? That menacing form, she no longer looked human. Or had she become a monster? What had Chong Wei done to her to bring about this change? Sarah's quickly adapted to the situation. Though the blacklight virus didn't affect one's desires like a vampire's powers, it was an optimized combat virus. Once Sarah's entered combat mode, her physiological responses adjusted to allow her to unleash her full potential. It was akin to unlocking the first stage of a genetic lock or entering a berserk state, like Kira Yamato. The commotion in the rear soon drew the attention of Jan Valentine at the front. Jan Valentine, the younger of the Valentine brothers, fought with submachine guns and commanded the armed ghoul forces. Compared to his brother, Luke Valentine, his combat abilities as a vampire were much weaker. Walter had initially planned to keep tangling with Jan Valentine, hoping to create an opportunity to eliminate a member of the Round Table Conference. However, with Ceres as an unexpected factor, he had no choice but to bring out his full strength and take Jan Valentine down. Chong Wei contacted Ceres from the rear. Chong Wei. Ceres was startled by the voice in her head. Don't be nervous. Ahead of you on the right is a powerful vampire. Ignore the ghouls, leave them to the Helsing personnel. Your goal here is to train. Chong Wei's tone was calm. He was, of course, referring to Luke Valentine, a vampire acknowledged by Alucard as being above Class A. However, he was still an insignificant vampire. Modern vampires, especially those created artificially by the Pure Unit, were all based on remnants of Mina Harker's remains, effectively making them copies of Alucard. Who was Mina Harker? Mina Harker was the reincarnation of Dracula's wife. After encountering her, Alucard turned her into a vampire. Extracted genetic material from her remains could turn humans into vampires. Yet, judging by the performance of these vampires, it was clear they had inherited little beyond basic vampiric traits. None of the abilities had been passed down. Was this because Alucard held back, or because such abilities simply couldn't be passed down genetically? Even though Chong Wei himself was now a true ancestor vampire, he felt vastly different from Alucard. For instance, Alucard could not cross running water, whereas Chong Wei could. He didn't need his coffin or native soil to traverse running water, nor did he need an invitation to enter a house. Thus, Chong Wei was uncertain about Alucard's limitations. Understood. Ceres obediently slashed through a wall with her blade and charged forward. Walter watched her departure with some surprise. What an energetic young lady, Walter remarked, shaking his head. Following Chong Wei's instructions, Ceres soon encountered a man holding a short blade, standing amidst several bodies clad in bulletproof vests. The man had pale skin, piercing green eyes, and long blonde hair tied at the end with a white ribbon. He wore silver-rimmed glasses and a white coat trimmed with gold. His outfit also included white suit trousers, gloves, and a jacket. "Oh, a lady has arrived," Luke Valentine said mockingly, holding a cigarette in his mouth as he noticed Ceres appear before him. "I'll kill you." With her eyes blank and emotionless, Ceres charged directly at Luke Valentine. In an instant, Luke Valentine became a flash of firelight, the glow of his cigarette forming a trail as he moved at high speed. His speed was so great that a human could not possibly react, but Ceres was no longer human. Luke Valentine's short blade, aimed at Ceres's arm, was blocked by her claw. Her blade-like right hand slashed at him in return. Luke's pupils contracted as he leaned back, his heels digging into the ground. Maintaining a half-fallen posture, he narrowly avoided the slash, abandoning his short blade in the process. As the two crossed paths, Luke drew two long-barreled pistols and unleashed a rapid volley, using his high-speed movement to corner Ceres. The bullets cut off her avenues of escape, but she reacted quickly. The blacklight virus extended biomass from her claw, forming a massive shield to block the bullets. Ceres charged forward with the shield raised. Luke Valentine was shocked. He had believed he could easily defeat Alucard, confident he was destined to bring about Alucard's downfall. He thought his relatively advanced abilities made him superior in every way. He was convinced he possessed greater strength than Alucard, being an advanced vampire created through the combination of technology and vampiric genetics. Alucard, in his mind, was an outdated relic who couldn't compare to him, a modern, artificial vampire. Such thinking might hold in a normal world. For instance, in the world of Underworld, the werewolves created through human research later posed a significant challenge to the protagonist. But this was no ordinary world. This was a world rooted in the occult, where vampires were not mere mutated humanoid creatures but mythical beings. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, p@patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 84, Chapter 85, The Monster from the East, 1098 words. Chapter 85, the monster from the east. Luke Valentine confidently tracked Alucard's killing intent and moved in that direction. The ability to sense killing intent was one of a vampire's innate powers. With it, even a sniper's attack could be evaded unless, of course, the sniper was a machine, which naturally lacked killing intent. But what he hadn't anticipated was that instead of encountering Alucard himself, he ran into someone not listed in any intelligence dossier, an obscure nobody who proved to be unexpectedly troublesome. Impossible. I'm a vampire created through advanced scientific technology. How could I possibly lose to this woman? Luke Valentine dodged Ceres's shield charge, swiftly retracting his daggers, and squared off against her again. His twin spears were his trump cards, yet they were evidently unable to penetrate Ceres's bizarre shield. However, Luke quickly noticed that Ceres seemed incapable of wielding both her shield and her clawed, blade-like arms simultaneously. What kind of monster is she? Vampires don't possess weapons like these, do they? Ceres retracted her shield, staring at Luke Valentine, who wielded a dagger in one hand and a spear in the other. In truth, she was just as shocked by her newfound power. Even a rifle, when fired at her shield, felt like nothing more than a gentle push. Who are you? Luke Valentine asked. I'm Ceres Victoria. She answered straightforwardly. I'm not asking for your name. I'm asking what you are. Are you a vampire? Luke inquired, all the while analyzing strategies and searching for any weaknesses in Ceres. Gathering information, after all, was always beneficial. I'm not a vampire. But honestly, I don't know what I am, Ceres replied, her tone uncertain. She was clearly not a vampire, but her current form combined with her immortality made it impossible for even someone as naive as Ceres to claim she was still human. So what am I? Why are you chatting with him? Just finish him off, Chong Wei's voice echoed in Ceres's mind. Ceres immediately replied. Luke Valentine was momentarily startled. In the next moment, Ceres's legs transformed into grasshopper-like appendages, propelling her forward with a powerful leap. The piercing sound of air being sliced reached Luke's ears, but before he could react, Ceres had already decapitated him with a single strike. His head was still airborne when he realized what had happened, staring in shock at his now headless body standing in place. Ceres caught his severed head. Absorb him, Chong Wei commanded. Acting on instinct, Ceres allowed the biomass of the blacklight virus in her hands to surge forth, devouring and absorbing Luke Valentine's head. Immediately, she felt her body undergo subtle changes. Her vision became sharper, her hearing more acute, and her strength seemingly enhanced. So this is a vampire's power. Ceres realized what had happened. She must have consumed the vampire and inherited his abilities. What an intriguing performance, a voice suddenly interrupted. Startled, Ceres turned to find Alucard leaning against a wall, having arrived unnoticed during the commotion of their battle. Consuming vampires now, are we? It seems you've become quite the monster, police girl, Alucard remarked with evident amusement. I'm not a monster, mister. Alucard, Ceres protested, still somewhat intimidated by him. Despite having just slain a vampire, she couldn't help but feel a deep-seated fear in his presence. That's not something you can simply deny with words, Alucard retorted, shaking his head. To consume a vampire and not become one, instead absorbing its power. The nature of Chong Wei's existence now seemed even more dubious. Was he really an exorcist? The first time they met, this police girl had been just an ordinary human. Now, under Chong Wei's influence, she had become this powerful yet rational creature. Alucard's curiosity about Chong Wei only deepened. Chong Wei is calling me. Goodbye, Mr. Alucard, Ceres quickly said before darting off. Alucard made no move to stop her. It was evident that her transformation was incomplete, and she was still a novice. Moreover, she wasn't aligned with the intruders. Though Chong Wei's true intentions remained unclear, Alucard decided not to act rashly. This attack had turned out to be a colossal anticlimax. Walter had deliberately allowed Jan Valentine to storm into the conference room, only for him to face the combined handgun firepower of the entire Round Table Council. And with that, it was over. Alucard reported on Sarah's condition. Learning that she had turned into a monster, Integra became even more frustrated. This revelation indicated that Chang Wei was no ordinary exorcist. If he was one at all, he was far from conventional. A monster from the East. Who knows what kind of creature he truly was? Their systems were entirely different, making it nearly impossible to reach any mutual understanding. Unlike them, who relied on the Bible and a monotheistic faith, the East had countless systems, making it even harder to pinpoint answers. Why would he have Sarah's intervene to assist us? This was the point that Integra couldn't wrap her head around. Was this his way of blatantly revealing his inhuman nature? Or was there some other message he was trying to convey? Damn it, she hated Riddlers. Why couldn't they speak plainly? But Integra wasn't the only one feeling a headache. The Major on the other side was equally vexed. He realized that Chang Wei had a knack for meddling, inserting himself into situations everywhere. Though he hadn't personally appeared this time, Sarah's intervention had made his presence felt. Moreover, the abilities Sarah's displayed left the Major deeply unsettled. Back during that era, Hitler's obsession with the occult had led them to scour the globe for mystical powers. There were even rumors that they had found the Ark of the Covenant. Naturally, this meant they had also explored the ancient and enigmatic East. But the results were inconclusive. Not to mention, the Major was in charge of vampire production and the werewolf battalion fields that didn't overlap with the East. While both factions grappled with headaches over Chang Wei, on his end, werewolf captain Sarah's, W bluff, why are you staring at me like that? Sarah's asked, flustered. The werewolf captain was clearly waiting for Chang Wei to explain his thoughts, but Chang Wei wasn't about to indulge him. Why the hell don't you just speak up? Unseen telekinesis delivered a sharp mental prod to the werewolf captain's head. After a brief pause, the captain extended a massive hand, ruffling Sarah's hair while she looked on in shock. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, p@patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 85, Chapter 86, A Race That Feeds on Monsters 1078 words Chapter 86, A Race That Feeds on Monsters. This wasn't the first time Sarah's had been patted on the head, but it felt different from when Chang Wei did it. Captain Werewolf's touch was unfamiliar, carrying an indescribable sensation. Captain Werewolf also found this experience unlike anything before. The memories implanted by Chang Wei didn't contain such an experience. If they had, the dissonance would have been too great. When crafting memories, precision was key. There could be no inconsistencies. For instance, he couldn't make Captain Werewolf believe himself to be a chatterbox like a Deadpool-type character. Memories could influence a person's actions and thoughts, but they couldn't override one's subconscious instincts. That was the hardest part to modify. Sarah's couldn't help but call out. Captain Werewolf paused. Call me. Howling Sky. Sarah's, degree he actually spoke. Howling Sky. Sarah's quickly responded. She had assumed Captain Werewolf couldn't talk. Chang Wei had implanted memories making Captain Werewolf believe he was a true citizen of Yen Dynasty. The name Bale Bluff was the one he had when Chang Wei found him, but after all these years, Captain Werewolf had long since abandoned it. He now fully identified with his Yen Dynasty name Howling Sky. By the way, Mr. Chang Wei. Sarah's turned to Chang Wei, brimming with questions. You have a lot of questions, don't you? Chang Wei smiled. Chang Wei. Sarah's nodded. Then hold them in. Chang Wei grinned even wider. Sarah's was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the part where he was supposed to explain? How does it feel to have absorbed a vampire? Chang Wei asked instead. Black light virus absorbing a vampire. Even if it couldn't directly grant supernatural abilities, the fact that Sarah's hadn't turned into a vampire meant the virus had strong resistance to vampiric infection. Instead, it absorbed the vampire's traits, making Sarah's even stronger. Even though Sarah's, enhanced by blacklight virus, already far surpassed the physical limits of ordinary vampires, the one she had absorbed was an A-rank vampire or higher. The boost to her strength was significant. It feels strange. Chong Wei, I won't turn into a vampire, will I? Sarah's asked hesitantly. Of course not. How could you possibly become a vampire? You're my descendant. After all these years, I've only ever created one descendant. Chong Wei spoke with absolute seriousness, shamelessly spinning more nonsense. Descendant? Hearing this word, Sarah's immediately sensed something was off. Was she no longer human? A flicker of envy flashed through Captain Werewolf's eyes. He also wanted to be recognized by his father and become his descendant. However, Chong Wei had told him that his werewolf bloodline was far rarer, possibly the last natural-born werewolf. Judging from Sarah's role as an ace, and that girl from the Vatican, the one with her face smashed in, yes, she was indeed a girl, despite appearances confirmed in the side story manga where she had a stunning figure, it was clear. After the London battle, the strongest monsters had disappeared. Among humans, there were still figures like Walter and Father Anderson, but among monsters, whether Captain Werewolf and Alucard would remain was uncertain. Chong Wei had no idea how Captain Werewolf came to be. The fat bastard who wrote this world left a plot hole. But it was likely that, like Alucard, he had been created through some mysterious power. So breeding might not pass down the werewolf bloodline. If that were true, wasn't he the last natural-born werewolf? After all, despite spending years in the Purity Army, no second werewolf had ever been successfully created. Most likely, the werewolf gene couldn't be inherited at all. Captain Werewolf didn't care about how rare his bloodline was. He would rather become a monster like his father, even if it meant losing a chunk of his power. Our kind is a race of monster-devouring kings, aberrations among aberrations. Chong Wei nodded and told Sarah's. Devouring monsters. Sarah's recalled the sensation of absorbing the vampire, that hunger, that instinct. That's right. The more monsters you consume, the stronger you become. You can even acquire their abilities. Chong Wei explained. Is that so? Sarah's felt a bit relieved. Eating monsters was far better than that other thing. My changing arms and body are those abilities. Sarah suddenly felt much closer to Chong Wei. After all, as his descendant, wasn't she essentially his child? That's our predatory ability, meant for combat. Chong Wei nodded. The version of blacklight virus he had given Sarah's was locked. No one could obtain it from her genetic material. If separated from the host, the virus would die and turn into pure water, ensuring no one could research or replicate it. That way, he didn't have to worry about this world turning into a blacklight virus apocalypse after he left. Additionally, any descendants of Sarah's wouldn't inherit the full set of abilities, at most, fragments of blacklight virus genes. Chong Wei, do we have any weaknesses? What are we called? Sarah's asked excitedly. Our weakness. If you get killed, you die. As for our name, it doesn't really matter. We could be called demons, or maybe the Wu clan, or just the demon clan. Chong Wei thought for a moment. He had considered calling them zombies, but zombies, like vampires, were known for sucking blood. Even though he could argue refer to the actual specimen, the label of undead corpses wasn't great either. Rakshasa didn't quite fit either. So he figured he'd go with something like Spartan demons, just call them demons or the Wu clan. If you get killed, you die. Sarah's clearly didn't get the joke, looking completely confused. She had been slaughtered countless times by Captain Werewolf but never actually died. Our lifespan is limited. If we want to maintain it indefinitely, we have to hunt monsters to replenish it. Otherwise, each time we die, we lose one life. Strictly speaking, he wasn't wrong. Blacklight virus functioned like an extra health bar. Chong Wei's evolved blacklight virus allowed survival even if 99% of the body was destroyed. Just 1% was enough for Sarah's to regenerate. It was a cellular-level resurrection. Unless she was utterly annihilated, she would always come back. To outsiders, it was indistinguishable from true immortality. Sarah's nodded in understanding. Hunting monsters didn't seem like a problem to her. If anything, she'd just eat more in the future. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, p@patreon.com/crackstranslation. Chapter 86, Chapter 87, Target 1113 words. Chapter 87, Target. These vampires are your next targets. Chong Wei tossed out a stack of photographs. The images clearly depicted the remaining members of the last major squad of vampires. These replicas of Mina Harker's remains hadn't inherited Alucard's abilities, no rapid regeneration or immortality, but each had unique strengths. Some were even absurdly powerful, like the magic bullet shooter. Lieutenant Rip Van Winkle. Her bullets could change direction from any angle, piercing and killing her targets. Using an old-style musket, she fired enchanted bullets that tracked targets at will. These magic bullets seemed armor-piercing, easily destroying helicopters, fighter jets, and missiles, and moved at speeds exceeding Mach 3, faster than a Blackbird jet. When fired, they left behind a blue glow, changing trajectory mid-flight, repeatedly striking their targets until death, and then automatically returning to the gun's chamber. However, her bullets were limited. She had to manually reload her musket after each shot, forcing her to rely on decisive, single-shot kills in battle. In fact, throughout the entire series, she fired only 5 bullets, and only one was aimed directly at Alucard. A bullet that moves at Mach 3, changes trajectory, and defies all logic. It was utterly ridiculous. Compared to Tubalcain's card-based ability, Chong Wei found the magic bullet shooter far more promising, and he wanted it for himself. After all, who wouldn't want a pair of ebony and ivory pistols after watching Devil May Cry? Just imagine if he ever ended up in the Devil May Cry universe. His dual pistols would fire supersonic magic bullets that auto-tracked and changed course at Mach 3. How cool would that be? Between the tattooed woman's illusion-creating power and the magic bullet shooter's ability, Chong Wei clearly preferred the latter. Fortunately, both the tattooed woman and Tubalcain's abilities would be fed to Sarah's. In this world, even if she wasn't the ultimate trump card, she would at least be close. Are all of these? Sarah's was stunned by their appearances and abilities in the photos. For Chong Wei, obtaining these pictures wasn't difficult. He had already extracted the location of the Pure Unit's South American base from the captain's memories. Then, he used mind control to make some vampires take photos of their superior officers, giving him exactly what he needed. That's right. Get ready. Today's battle went pretty well. Chong Wei acknowledged that the captain's training had been effective. At first, he expected Sarah's to be sliced up by Luke Valentine, barely surviving long enough to counterattack. Instead, it seemed like Sarah's was way too strong, or maybe the blacklight virus was just that overpowered. It couldn't be that the captain's training had actually worked right. But Sarah's fighting style was still all over the place. Sarah's beamed with joy. She had been praised. Having grown up lacking love and support, combined with her mature and resilient nature, Sarah's had complicated feelings about Chong Wei. He had suddenly descended into her life, was incredibly strong, and had protected her. She couldn't even tell if what she felt was love, admiration, or something else, maybe a mix of everything. So she craved his recognition even more. Chong Wei, meanwhile, reviewed intelligence reports and ongoing operations. Due to the Valentine brothers' assault, Helsing had suffered heavy casualties, and had to hire a mercenary unit led by Pip Bernadotte. Think about it, how could Britain, one of the Five Eyes intelligence-sharing nations, need to hire mercenaries? But that was just a long-standing British tradition. In this world's future, or rather, in the original timeline's future, the Great London Riot had completely overwhelmed British authorities. They were forced to outsource law enforcement to foreign private military contractors. Imagine that, London. And yet, rioters looted and burned down an entire department store, leaving the upper echelons in utter shock. They had zero experience or capability to handle a riot of that scale. As much as they raged about it, they had no choice but to seek aid from beautiful health. They had to bring in retired U. officials with riot suppression experience, along with mercenaries who were actually willing to kill people. Because that was the simple truth, these mercenaries would shoot. It was an ironic reality. Chong Wei even found it amusing that, after the Pure Unit stole British warships, the military had actually scrambled a fleet of aircraft and launched missile strikes in response. Not only that, but the warships even fired back with real ammunition instead of cement-filled training rounds. Clearly, someone competent existed in British logistics. Otherwise, given Britain's usual efficiency, those warships and supply depots should have been fully stocked with cement rounds instead. After hiring mercenaries, Helsing soon received intelligence from their temporary allies, the Vatican. The report suggested that the Millennium Unit's base was likely hidden somewhere in South America. Reading this, Chong Wei knew it was time for Tubal-Cain Alhambra to make his appearance. Chong Wei always found Tubal-Cain's name incredibly badass. As for his strength, within the Pure Unit, he was likely second only to the captain. After all, he managed to put up a decent fight against Alucard. But Chong Wei wasn't interested in his ability. If he used telekinesis to enhance bullets instead of playing with cards, his attacks would be far deadlier. But Tubal-Cain's ability was all about flashy tricks. If he had just used real weapons, he might have given Alucard a harder time. It wasn't like he was cursed to use playing cards, he was just making things harder for himself. Still, sending Ceres after him was a perfect matchup. The captain had no idea how Chong Wei kept acquiring intelligence on his father's movements. He had never seen Chong Wei leave, nor had he seen anyone passing information to him. And yet, Chong Wei always seemed to have detailed intel on everything. Chong Wei had no intention of traveling all the way there himself. Instead, he decided to send the captain to accompany Ceres on her hunt for Tubal-Cain Alhambra. The captain, degree. You're a grown man now, Chong Wei told him in a serious tone. Stop following me around all the time. You need your own life and personal space. The captain. You didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not kicking you out. Just relax, you're too old to be making that face. Chong Wei hadn't expected such a big reaction. Was the captain really that much of a daddy's boy? But he hadn't tampered with the captain's memories, or altered his personality. He should still be the same stoic badass. Anyway, you two be careful. I'll be here waiting for your return. I understand, Mr. Chong Wei. Ceres responded immediately. Howl, let's go. The captain and Ceres, carrot. The captain followed Ceres reluctantly. Chapter 87, Chapter 88, The Killing Begins. 1058 words. Chapter 88, The Killing Begins. Captain Werewolf was acting like an immature child, leaving Chong Wei speechless. But there was a reason he had Captain Werewolf follow them. Fatty Major might use Ceres as an experimental subject to study him. That possibility was quite high. After all, he had turned Ceres into a monster. Excluding the method of turning humans into divine vessels with sacred nails, like Father Anderson did, the most likely explanation was that Chong Wei was also a monster, definitely not an exorcist. Ceres was very likely his offspring. If Fatty Major captured Ceres, he could analyze and deduce some conclusions. That was something Chong Wei had to guard against. Besides, it was a great opportunity for Captain Werewolf to reunite with his old teammates, a delightful scenario. Because of this, Chong Wei kept a close eye on the situation. Captain Werewolf and Ceres flew to South America, while Alucard and Bernadotte's mercenary group arrived simultaneously. Originally, Bernadotte didn't believe in the existence of vampires until he met Alucard. In the original story, Ceres had been the one to introduce them to the reality of vampires, but this time, Alucard did it in a much more violent fashion. Not that it mattered, mercenaries were warhounds who fought for money. As long as they got paid, they'd do anything. Working with vampires? No big deal. Chong Wei only gave the two of them a single piece of intelligence. The Nazi vampire Tubalcain Alhambra would appear at a certain hotel in South America. So, after a brief discussion, they decided to lie in wait. Sarah's did the talking, while Captain Werewolf simply agreed or disagreed with his expressions. Alucard, being a coffin dweller, was taken directly to a room upon arrival. He didn't leave an old man preferring to hide in dark corners, reminiscing about the past. Without Sarah's the naive cop to lighten the mood, Bernadotte still found vampires terrifying and unsettling. He didn't dare stay in the same room as Alucard, so after setting up security measures, he slipped out to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, in the Millennium Organization, that Sarah's is here too. Inside the last battalion, Fatty Major was monitoring the situation. He had deliberately leaked information about the Millennium forces in South America to lure Alucard in. He hadn't expected such a bonus. Besides Sarah's, the captain is here too, said the doctor. The captain? Fatty Major's glasses glinted. Forget it. He's already betrayed us, there's no way he's coming back. Fatty Major couldn't understand why a loyal attack dog would suddenly turn on them. That's why he remained deeply wary of Chong Wei. He wasn't about to let himself be turned as well. His ideology, his will, those were things he absolutely could not allow to be shaken. He wouldn't tolerate further betrayals among his subordinates either. Fortunately, from their tests, it seemed that Chong Wei wasn't specifically targeting them. The presence of Sarah's gave Fatty Major some insight into Chong Wei's motives. Fatty Major studied the photos of Chong Wei. Aside from being annoyingly handsome, there didn't seem to be anything remarkable about him. But he could tell Chong Wei was the same kind of being as Alucard. No, he was even more terrifying. That gaze. Violent, domineering, arrogant, menacing. What a beautiful and powerful existence. He must be utterly terrifying, far beyond Alucard. But for now, he wasn't the target. Fatty Major regretfully extended his hand. His plan could only be used once, and it had to be against a fully analyzed enemy. That meant Alucard. Proceed with the operation, Doctor, Fatty Major commanded. Yes, sir. The doctor hesitated. If Sarah's and Captain Werewolf returned now, would they have learned their location from him? Should they relocate? But Fatty Major, with his keen analytical skills, concluded that Captain Werewolf hadn't revealed their location. He wasn't sure why, but their movements suggested they weren't looking for them. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. As if they had seen right through his plan. Fatty Major was eager to see if his suspicions were correct. If they were, he'd have to reconsider everything. Creating monsters and making them fight each other, that is our very purpose for existing. Who will be screaming by the end? That handsome man, or Sarah's? I have faith in my creations, Major, the doctor said, placing a hand on his chest with confidence. Then let's wait and see. Sarah's had thought they'd be stuck waiting idly, but to her surprise, the hotel was sealed off that night. The local police chief had fallen under Tubalcain's control, and declared Alucard a terrorist, mobilizing the entire police force to exterminate him. Since he was deemed an extremely dangerous terrorist, there was no need for a rest shoot on site. The officers on the ground were baffled. Since when had South American police become so ruthless? And why issue a kill on-site order? But they carried out the mission eagerly, as it was being promoted as a major reform of the South American police force. Alucard had no reaction to being surrounded. He simply called Integra, requesting permission. He had no qualms about slaughtering them, but he needed Integra's approval first. After assessing the situation, Integra gave the kill order without hesitation. She wasn't one to hesitate. Her main priority was Britain's peace and security. The deaths of South American officers didn't concern her. It was just a small country powerless against Britain. How should we act? Sarah's and Captain Werewolf were also surrounded. The police hadn't warned the hotel guests to avoid alerting their targets, so they were effectively trapped. Captain Werewolf simply stared at Sarah's without a word. Sarah sighed. She knew he was letting her decide. After a bit of scratching her head, she decided to stay put. At that moment, Captain Werewolf walked to the window and looked down. Sarah's followed his gaze. In the lamplight outside the hotel stood a tall, lanky man with green eyes, light gray hair, and a sparse brown beard. He wore a brown suit, vest, and a wide-brimmed fedora with a blue tie. Their target Tubal-Cain Alhambra. Since their quarry had appeared, there was no need to wait any longer. Sarah smashed through the window and leaped out. Tubal-Cain feared Alucard's silver bullets. That was why he was using the South American police to waste Alucard's ammunition, sacrificing them as mere cannon fodder. Chapter 88, Chapter 89, Loves to Kill. 1083 words. Chapter 89, Loves to Kill. Tubal-Cain gazed at the hotel entrance. He had already heard gunfire from inside. Just then, the sound of breaking glass startled him. Looking up, he saw Sarah's hurtling straight toward him. Vampires in this world were highly sensitive creatures. They could dodge bullets, or rather, in this world, dodging bullets was basic combat knowledge for most monsters and elite humans. The Vatican sword-wielding nuns could even pull off absurd feats like dodging bullets when they were less than a centimeter from their eyes. With such supersonic reflexes and movement speed, they could easily slice apart demon-level threats in the One-Punch Man world. This was a very dangerous world. Realizing Sarah's was charging at him, Tubal-Cain preemptively dodged and flicked out 2 playing cards. The cards skimmed just above the ground, slicing open 2 deep cracks in the pavement, not from direct contact, but from the air currents they generated at high speed. If just the airflow could cause such destruction, one could only imagine what would happen if those cards actually hit their target. Sarah's pupils shrank. Her legs defied physics, generating a sudden burst of force even while still absorbing the impact of her landing. This gave her enough momentum to leap and evade the cards. Watching the fight through telepathy, Chong Wei observed thoughtfully. Vampiric supernatural abilities. Defying gravity and physical laws. Black light virus couldn't do that. It still had to follow certain physical principles. If it were him, he could only block the playing cards with telekinesis. He couldn't leap again the moment he touched the ground. He could withstand the G-forces, but he couldn't break the laws of physics like that. But now that he was a vampire progenitor, he could defy gravity. After dodging the cards, Sarah's showcased the high-speed movement ability she had absorbed from Luke Valentine, crossing 100 meters in under a second. Seeing this, Tubal-Cain gripped a playing card like a blade and slashed at Sarah's. Sarah's, her right hand having transformed into a blade, swung down in a powerful overhead strike to meet him head-on. The sheer force from both sides far exceeded that of a charging truck. The impact was deafening, even reaching Alucard, who was busy slaughtering people inside the hotel. The shockwave shattered the ground. Tubal-Cain was sent skidding back more than 10 meters. With no time for shock, he immediately reached into his suit and pulled out a deck of cards. The playing cards defied gravity as they floated and shifted between his fingers before he flicked them forward. Sarah's, thinking they were just sharp projectiles again, swung her blade to deflect them. But the moment she made contact, boom. The cards exploded, engulfing her in flames. Tubal-Cain smirked coldly. Caught off guard, there's no way she survived that. No monster could withstand a direct bomb blast. And yet, in the next moment, reality slapped him in the face. From within the smoke, Sarah shot forward like an arrow, a trail of gray smoke swirling behind her. Without hesitation, she instinctively extended her left hand. Lethal agony. Black and red biomass surged toward Tubal-Cain. What the hell is this? He tried to dodge, but lethal agony was not something one could escape so easily. The attack struck him directly. Ayawa! Tubal-Cain let out a blood-curdling scream. But it wasn't over. Sarah grinned viciously and plunged her hand into the ground. Instantly, the black light virus spread, forming massive spikes that impaled Tubal-Cain, lifting him into the air. Grave Piercer. Alucard, oh, the scene made him recall his days as Vlad the Impaler. And it still wasn't over. After Tubal-Cain was skewered, the grave piercer inside his body branched out like blooming flowers, ripping him apart into a rain of flesh and blood. Ceres, drenched in the crimson downpour, hungrily absorbed the remains. The fatty major stood up. Such a perfect monster for war. Tubal-Cain's death meant nothing to him. From Ceres' performance, it was clear this newly emerged creature from the east was born for slaughter. Capable of transforming her body into weapons, possessing unimaginable abilities. It almost made Fatty Major want her. But he quickly calmed down. Setting aside the fact that the werewolf captain was with her, which meant even if his entire force attacked, they might all be wiped out. Ceres herself had shown power beyond easy resolution. To put it bluntly, if these two teamed up, Millennium's chances of victory were only 30% if not lower. That handsome fool died for nothing, Major, the doctor said worriedly. He had just boasted about his creations, only for reality to immediately slap him in the face. Against Ceres, this monster that had barely been around for long, Tubal-Cain had no advantage at all. He was simply overpowered and eliminated. The gap was so shocking it left them speechless. No, his death wasn't meaningless, the fatty major muttered, eyes fixed on Ceres. From her, he could perhaps infer some of Chong Wei's abilities. Just like a vampire. Unfortunately for him, everything Chong Wei had given Ceres was stuff he had already deemed obsolete. But the blacklight virus had such an absurdly high upper limit that even these discarded abilities could easily reach ace-tier levels in this world. A regular blacklight infected might not match a vampire's speed, but in terms of strength and durability, they weren't far behind. Not to mention the hunters. With nothing more to discuss, Ceres, having completed her mission of absorbing Tubal-Cain, was led away by the werewolf captain. A wanderer longing for home, the werewolf captain didn't want to stay a moment longer. Meanwhile, the fatty major came to a realization. Chong Wei likely had some degree of knowledge about their plans and objectives. How exactly he knew was uncertain. An informant. Foresight. Intelligence-gathering skills. But one thing was clear: Chong Wei had never personally taken action. Instead, he let Ceres do the fighting. It didn't take long for the fatty major to understand why. He was training her. Using Millennium as a whetstone to hone his successor. Such an arrogant goal. But it fills me with both dread and excitement. For the first time in their long, hidden existence, lurking in the dark corners of the world, the forgotten ones of Millennium were being treated as something worth noticing. If that's the case, we mustn't disappoint him. Enjoying the story? Please support me on Patreon. Read additional chapters and help me continue this journey. com/cracks translation. Thank you so much. Every bit of support means a lot to me. Chapter 89, Chapter 90, Reaping the Harvest. 1180 words. Chapter 90, Reaping the Harvest. Chong Wei had already spotted the Little Eagle, the Royal Navy aircraft carrier of Great Britain, beginning its return journey and nearing the Palantin Sea in the Pacific. Meanwhile, inside Crowley Palace in Britain, representatives from the Vatican and Helsing were holding a meeting. Second Lieutenant Schrödinger made his appearance. Millennium had officially declared war. It's finally happening. Chong Wei had long awaited this grand battle of London. Operation Sea Lion 2 wasn't coming to this insane world all for the sake of witnessing this spectacular event. This world didn't need descending angels for salvation, it needed monsters. The fatty major, representing Millennium, formally declared war against the strongest vampire, who had once destroyed them, the king of monsters, Alucard. We yearn for an all-out, breathtaking slaughter that will drag everything into the depths of hell. Vatican representative Maxwell, who had been completely ignored, was immediately provoked by this. He could not tolerate being disregarded, dismissed, and treated with such disdain, both the Vatican and himself. Declaring war on Helsing while ignoring the Vatican. Humiliated and furious, Maxwell resolved to contact the Pope upon his return, seizing this opportunity to launch the Ninth Crusade. He planned to let Millennium and Helsing weaken each other before stepping in to take control of the battlefield. Little did he know that his reaction and psychological state had been entirely anticipated and manipulated by the fatty Major. That fragile yet arrogant mindset so easy to provoke. At the same time, as the meeting concluded, Integra received a call from the Royal Navy headquarters. The Little Eagle had been out of contact for an extended period. Satellite positioning revealed that during the 13 hours of radio silence, the aircraft carrier had remained stationary in the Palanton Sea. Then, upon zooming in on satellite imagery, they discovered a distinct and ominous pattern on the deck. It was clear this was the work of Millennium. Great Britain had only just managed to deploy a functional warship, and if the Little Eagle was rendered inoperable, the higher-ups would lose their minds. Before notifying Helsing, the Royal Navy Command had already launched an attack on the Little Eagle. Whether they intended to sink it first and salvage it later, or were trying to deceive the Queen into funding a new warship instead of renovating the palace gardens, was unclear. However, the magic bullet shooter had already taken over the Little Eagle, and wasn't about to give the attacking missiles and fighter jets a chance. With just one self-guided, trajectory-adjusting magic bullet, she intercepted the incoming strike, precisely disabling the missile warheads, causing them to detonate midair, and piercing the fuel tanks and weapon payloads of the fighter jets. A supersonic magic bullet was an absolute nightmare for airborne targets. Even a tiny bird could easily puncture an aircraft's layered steel armor if caught in the turbines, let alone a magic bullet moving at over Mach 3. With the Air Force unwilling to risk further aircraft and pilots, the Royal Navy was left with no choice but to seek help from Helsing, the experts in dealing with vampires. Thus, Chong Wei arrived on the Little Eagle ahead of everyone else. There wasn't much to say. Alucard would soon be here, and the plan was on track. It was only natural for Chong Wei to get a head start on reaping his rewards. He hadn't interfered with the storyline solely for the sake of Schrödinger. Step by step, he was ensuring the cat self-observed its own death. That was the only way to obtain his abilities. Otherwise, given his nature, Chong Wei would have simply wiped out Millennium outright, turning the fatty Major into a lone survivor. Of course, if he had the means, he'd make the entire world into observers, forcing them all to witness Schrödinger's death and override his self-observation. But that was merely a theoretical approach. Chong Wei wasn't willing to take that gamble. Schrödinger's ability was the rarest and most valuable thing in this world. He had to ensure his success in obtaining it. Only if everything else failed would he resort to such extreme measures. After all, with his level of mental control, making the whole world focus on observing one person wasn't exactly difficult. Lieutenant Rip Van Winkle, the magic bullet shooter, was humming the Opera der Freischütz. She had already accepted her fate, knowing full well what awaited her, just like the tragic ending of the marksman in the opera. But she hadn't expected the one to come for her wasn't Alucard, but another monster. "Oh, good evening, madam." The magic bullet shooter reacted instantly, firing without hesitation. The magic bullet streaked through the air, leaving behind a silver trail as it accelerated past Mach 3 the moment it left the barrel. It twisted through an unpredictable trajectory and struck precisely where the voice had come from. No. It had been caught. Her pupils shrank in disbelief as she turned to see the man. His deep blue coat billowed in the sea breeze, yet his hair remained eerily still. He was tall, strikingly handsome, and unmistakably of Asian descent. In his hand, he casually played with a bullet that looked like a lead ball. Wisps of white smoke curled up from it, residue from the intense friction of its high-speed flight. To Chong Wei, Mach 3 was far too slow. He had even waited until the bullet was close before reaching out to catch it. Using telekinesis, he carefully maintained the bullet's integrity. Otherwise, with his sheer physical strength, there was no way he could have caught a magic bullet intact. He feared that even the slightest force might crush it into dust. A flawlessly smooth bullet, huh? No incantations or anything. He examined the bullet, then glanced at the magic bullet shooter and asked. But Rip Van Winkle had already recognized him. She had no idea how he had appeared here, but it was clear this man was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Even a monster like Alucard could only rely on his immortality to tank bullets and cannon fire. But this man had effortlessly caught a supersonic magic bullet. The difference was obvious. An immortal monster could be contained trapped at the bottom of the ocean or launched into the sun. But a bulletproof monster. Even figuring out how to subdue him was a problem. So the magic bullet shooter chose to unleash all of her remaining magic bullets at Chang Wei. Chang Wei remained unbothered, casually plucking the bullets out of the air like picking grapes. None of them bore any magical inscriptions. It seemed that this ability truly belonged to the magic bullet shooter as a vampire, rather than being the result of some secret ritual. That was perfect. He had worried it might be an external spell or technique. I will devour every last bit of you, magic bullet shooter, your body, your flesh, your blood, your soul, your thoughts. Chang Wei stood up. Behind him, the massive silver moon loomed large, casting his figure entirely into shadow. Only a single eye gleamed brilliant, blood-red, and thirsting for the hunt. Chapter 90, Chapter 91, The Curtain Rises. 1188 words. Chapter 91, The Curtain Rises. Half of them became resurrection tokens in his river of death, namely, souls. The other half became part of his own body, namely, flesh and blood. Chang Wei slaughtered every single vampire aboard the warship. Then, he acquired the ability of the magic bullet shooter. Simply absorbing flesh and blood wouldn't grant me this ability. Good thing my river of death is different from Alucard's. Chang Wei was currently experiencing the power of the magic bullet shooter. His river of death could plunder not only souls but also abilities. Furthermore, like the Shadow Legion, he could summon them individually or in groups, preventing a situation where all his resurrection tokens were used up at once. The ability of the magic bullet shooter was quite simple. By attaching his will to a bullet before firing, he could control its trajectory remotely. He had no idea what powered the bullet, or how it managed to withstand friction at such extreme speeds without disintegrating. Chang Wei tested his own gun. He had specifically ordered a custom-made black handgun identical to Alucard's the Jackal. A black handgun, 39 centimeters in length, weighing 10 kilograms, with a 10-round capacity and a 13 millimeters caliber. Because it lacked the internal 6 kilograms of explosives, its weight was reduced from 16 kilograms. That 6 kilograms of explosives was originally added by Walter as a trap for Alucard. Additionally, it used an extended magazine, allowing for a 10-round capacity. According to the design, it was a modified M1911 using 13 mm high-powered rounds, with recoil equivalent to a small cannon. The bullets were custom-made. 500 Magnum rounds. Even in their standard form, they were the most powerful commercial handgun ammunition in the world. The custom rounds had additional powder loads, giving them a muzzle energy exceeding 4,000 joules. Chang Wei ordered 10,000 rounds in one go, enough to last him a lifetime. Maybe one day, if he ended up in the Devil May Cry world, he could learn the skill to generate bullets with magic. Or perhaps he could modify the Jackal into something like ebony and ivory, transforming it into a magic weapon. In that case, he wouldn't even need bullets anymore. This massive black handgun was the epitome of cool. Let's test the magic bullet shooter's ability first. Chang Wei aimed at the ocean and pulled the trigger. In the next instant, a red streak shot out from the muzzle, accompanied by an ear-splitting sonic boom, something Chang Wei completely ignored. It's too fast. The muzzle velocity is already at Mach 20. At this speed, there's barely any need for trajectory correction. Chang Wei muttered to himself. The magic bullet shooter ability greatly enhanced bullets. Chang Wei felt like he hadn't even exerted much force, yet the speed had already broken past Mach 20. At this velocity, he could likely obliterate any ground or aerial vehicle, including main battle tanks, with a single shot. If he fired with full strength, the bullet's speed would surpass anything humanity had ever built. However, he could control the bullet's velocity, allowing for trick shots like continuous ricochets and sharp turns. The ability relied on willpower rather than telekinesis, making it difficult to describe. Perhaps it was best called materialized thought. It was incredibly fascinating, akin to casting a spell on the bullet before firing something like, "You will inevitably hit your target." Its versatility and practicality far exceeded mere spoken incantations. Chang Wei even suspected that this ability might not be limited to bullets. Maybe one day, he could mimic Odin's great declarations. Alucard is here. Chang Wei looked up at the red glow in the sky that was in State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. Who knew why the United States would lend this aircraft to Britain? Or rather, why they would lend it at all? Then again, considering that the White House president in this world had already turned into a vampire, and most of the upper echelons were vampires too, it made sense. They had probably loaned it at the request of the major to help trap Alucard. Chang Wei left immediately. Alucard piloted the State Route 71 Blackbird, fully prepared to intercept any magic bullets. But nothing happened. Then, the aircraft crashed directly onto the deck of the USS Kitty Hawk, forming a blazing cross. Where are the enemies? Alucard sensed nothing. No humans. No vampires. No ghouls. He had come for slaughter, but there was no one to kill. Furthermore, the Kitty Hawk's operating and propulsion systems had already been destroyed, making it impossible to move. Alucard immediately realized it was a trap, just bait. But he had arrived full of anticipation, only to find nothing. Not even a cliché exploding bomb scene. This was outright insulting. With no other choice, Alucard turned himself into a shadow, and began manually steering the warship toward Britain. He had never controlled something this large before, and with the propulsion system destroyed, moving it was no easy task. Once Alucard set off, the Millennium forces could no longer hold back and finally mobilized. Since there was no need to attack Helsing headquarters, and no Ceres, who was a pureblood descendant of Alucard, Lieutenant Zorin, had been dispatched by the Major to deal with her instead. At this moment, Chang Wei had no idea where Zorin was. She was merely a pawn the Major used to pinpoint his location. Perhaps her illusion manipulating ability might bring some surprises. After all, among the three lieutenants, Zorin was the most bizarre and the strongest. Even Tubal-Cain Alhambra and Rip Van Winkle feared her power. If you've never seen it before, you might just get killed, Miss Ceres. The Major chuckled as he watched Ceres on the screen. On top of a skyscraper in London, Captain Hans stood beside Chang Wei, watching as the city below burned. Captain Hans. Don't worry. This is the perfect place for her to grow. If she misses this opportunity, she won't get another one. Chang Wei didn't even turn his head. He was playing a game of hide-and-seek with the Major. He had called Captain Hans back but left Ceres alone in London. Since he couldn't enter the battlefield himself just yet, he might as well turn this place into Ceres's proving ground. If she could survive a battle of this scale, then she could survive in this world. The difficulty wasn't too high after all, she was a blacklight virus prototype. If you go, you'll scare too many of them away. Chang Wei rejected Captain Hans's idea of protecting Ceres. Next, you should also stay away from me. I can hide myself from Schrödinger's observation, but you can't. Chang Wei added. Captain Hans fell into an even deeper silence. Then, Chang Wei vanished right before his eyes, transforming into an utterly unremarkable man. Meanwhile, Ceres woke up, utterly confused. She looked around. Captain Hans and Chang Wei were both gone. Then, the deafening sounds of explosions and gunfire outside jolted her into action. She ran outside only to find London engulfed in flames. All the famous landmarks had been destroyed. What the hell happened? Ceres's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone was attacking London. London of all places. Chapter 91, Chapter 92, Monsters slacking off. 1107 words. Chapter 92, Monsters slacking off. Integra couldn't believe it. London had fallen in an instant. The Air Force Command had lost contact. The Central Intelligence Control Headquarters was unresponsive. Communications with the London BTN Bureau were cut off. Civilian phone lines across Greater London were down. The Royal Air Force Base had gone silent. The Navy Fleet Command was unreachable. The Intelligence Control Division of the National Defence Headquarters was incommunicado. It was a terrifying sight. Since when had Britain been so utterly eroded? Integra was both surprised and unsurprised. After all, who could truly resist the temptation of eternal life? The war had begun. Over the southern skies of London, several slow-moving airships entered the battlefield. If they hadn't taken control of the Royal Air Force Command, these airships would never have made it into British airspace. The plump major gazed at London. After a long journey across the ocean, the Sea Lions had finally arrived. "Gentlemen, I love war." His glasses reflected the light, leaving only one of his eyes visible. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, yet his were eerily calm, devoid of madness. Who said war maniacs had to be crazed lunatics? Some were far more terrifying war maniacs who were elegant, composed, and utterly collected. "Gentlemen, I truly love war. Gentlemen, I absolutely love war. I love annihilation warfare. I love blitzkrieg. I love strike warfare. I love defensive warfare. I love encirclement warfare. On plains. In streets. In trenches. Across grasslands. In frozen tundras. In deserts. In the air. Beneath the soil. Over wetlands. I love every war fought on earth. Gentlemen, I crave war, a war as hellish as possible. Iron, wind, thunder, and fire at their peak, 3,000 worlds drowned in crow's slaughter. For them, victory was secondary. Massacring and being massacred, that was the true essence of war. Feigning a naval assault to lure the enemy in, infiltrating from within to dismantle defenses, and finally launching a full-scale assault on London. A seamless blend of open schemes and hidden plots had finally allowed the Sea Lions to cross the ocean. Lieutenant Zoran led 500 vampires, splitting off from the Major. Their mission? To capture Ceres alive. The Major had told her that in order to prevent Chong Wei from ruining their plans, they needed Ceres as a hostage. And Zoran believed him. Eager to partake in the London massacre, both to kill and to be killed, she had no patience for playing hide-and-seek with Ceres and ordered an airdrop straight away. But Ceres wasn't the same as in the original timeline. She was no longer a half-vampire. She didn't know why things had turned out this way, but none of that mattered. She just had to kill these people, whether they were monsters or merely humans wearing monstrous disguises, were all the same. And monsters could be slain. A vampire soldier armed with an iron fist launcher fired straight at Ceres. Her right arm morphed into a whip blade, slicing through the projectile in a single flick. The razor-sharp edge intercepted the iron fist, and in the same motion, cleaved two vampires ahead of her in half. Unlike Alex Mercer, who used his whip blade for long-range stabs, Ceres wielded hers for slashing and lashing. With terrifying power and an indestructible blade, she turned the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. What the hell is this monster? Lieutenant Zoran's face darkened. Dozens of vampires had been torn apart, and even she dared not get too close. Her enemy was a monster far beyond any vampire. The vampire soldiers opened fire frantically, trying to halt Ceres's advance. She grinned savagely, unfazed by the bullets striking her body. At this point, even automatic rifles couldn't break through her defense. The blacklight virus was in a constant state of evolution. Now, with a vampire template integrated, her rate of advancement had skyrocketed. Bullet resistance. That was just basic. She thrust her hand into the ground. Grave spike execution. Ceres loved this move. The blacklight virus extended underground, then erupted beneath her enemies. Massive spikes impaled and shredded them, a horrifyingly brutal and inescapable attack. Damn bastard. Lieutenant Zoran lost an arm. She had barely dodged in time, thanks to a subordinate pushing her aside. That subordinate, however, was impaled, absorbed by the blacklight virus, and his biomass was reabsorbed into Sarah's body. Her face flushed red, an overwhelming wave of satisfaction coursed through her. Did I set the pleasure too high? Chang Wei, watching from afar, stroked his chin thoughtfully. To ensure Sarah's wouldn't reject the act of absorbing biomass, he had modified the blacklight virus. Now, each absorption brought her a wave of pleasure, not an addictive, drug-like high, but more akin to the satisfying rush of intense exercise. Something she would come to crave. But now, looking at her trembling legs, he wondered if he had overdone it. Lieutenant Zoran, with her remaining arm, spread her palm wide. A sleeping eye within her hand snapped open, glowing an eerie shade of violet. She pressed her palm against the ground. At once, the tattoos across her body came to life, flowing along her arm and into the earth. A special space formed entirely from intricate rune-like markings. Sarah's had never encountered an illusion attack before. She had no idea how to counter it. She tried to strike the walls, but her attacks had no effect. Let's see what you fear the most. Lieutenant Zoran sneered. Beyond illusions, she had another ability, mind reading. She could peer into her enemy's deepest fears and manifest them into reality. Chang Wei, though aware of this, made no move to intervene. This was something Sarah's needed to experience. Even if he saw her as a daughter, as a pet, he still wanted her to grow stronger. Because once he left this world, who else would protect her? Of course, he would never admit this was fatherly love. After all, he was younger than Sarah's. The Millennium Battalion unleashed carnage across London. Chang Wei remained indifferent. That was just the kind of person he was. If this were Yan Dynasty, even if it wasn't his Yan Dynasty, he might have stepped in. But the lives of foreigners? Not his concern. He wasn't a saint, nor a benevolent savior. He had no interest in world peace or global unity. He was just an ordinary man with a narrow heart. So hurry up and row back already, Alucard. Chang Wei gazed into the distance, where Alucard was still leisurely rowing his boat. Meanwhile, at the Vatican, Maxwell awaited the Pope's orders. By the time he received them and led the airborne crusaders to London, Alucard would still be rowing. Chapter 92, Chapter 93, this moment deserves thunderous applause. 1216 words. Chapter 93, this moment deserves thunderous applause. In the waters of Great Britain, the crippled USS Eagle, with its propulsion system destroyed, was eerily moving forward. Both the Millennium Forces and the British headquarters, monitoring the situation via satellite, were stunned. The only one unfazed was Integra. She knew Alucard would return. Nothing could stop the King of Monsters from making his way back. Alucard had transformed the now silent USS Eagle into a ghost ship, granting it the special ability to never be sunk. By consuming his resurrection tokens, the vessel could regenerate. Chang Wei, upon observing this ability, found himself with yet another way to show off. He already possessed a similar trick, but he hadn't thought of using it like this before. Then again, this had already been demonstrated when Alucard possessed the reconnaissance aircraft, where even magical bullets couldn't bring it down. So perhaps this transformation also came with enhanced defense. Now, this ghost ship, carrying the grudges and obsessions of the dead, sailed forward in the thick mist and howling sea winds, guided by the scent of war, death, and blood. Its progress was slow yet unwavering, the rolling waves doing nothing to shake its stability. The stench of death. Under the blazing cross at the bow, the crimson-drenched vampire lifted his head. After enduring a humiliating and stifling trap, he finally welcomed the moment he had been waiting for, a smile of anticipation. Meanwhile, Chang Wei still had a show to enjoy, one starring Integra, the head of Helsing. Even without Sarah's, she was determined to return to her headquarters. Death God Walter was tasked with escorting her back. In the original timeline, Walter and Captain Hans Gunch had staged an elaborate deception to mislead Integra before Walter broke away to undergo his transformation into a vampire. But now that Captain Hans was under Chong Wei's command, there was no way he could cooperate with Walter's act. Of course, the fatty major wasn't about to let such a valuable piece fall out of place before his plans bore fruit. Thus, a group of vampires ambushed Walter, successfully allowing him to escape while forcing Integra to travel alone. But that wasn't the end of it. The vampires weren't about to let Integra go, they aimed to capture her. The fatty major wanted to learn more about her. On the surface, she was just a mere human, seemingly unworthy of such attention. But the major had two reasons. First, he was after whatever secrets she might be hiding. Second, he needed to ensure she wasn't accidentally killed. Her command was the key to unleashing Alucard's full power, lifting all seals, and summoning the River of Death, a crucial piece of the puzzle. Hounded relentlessly by the vampires, with no way to escape, Integra had no choice but to decide how she would die by fighting to the death against them. The problem was, as a normal human, no matter how battle-hardened she was no match for vampires in close combat. Even the legendary Van Helsing, for all his prowess, hadn't left behind any secret techniques for his descendants. Integra possessed extraordinary willpower, but at the end of the day, she was still just a mortal. Fortunately, this was when she encountered Iscariot's Section 13 Alexander Anderson. Anderson admired the courage she displayed and decided to escort her back to Helsing headquarters. This ran counter to Iscariot's ironclad rule that all heretics and abominations must die. But Integra didn't care. She didn't even bother questioning Anderson's motives. She had just received news of Sir Penwood's death. That cowardly, seemingly spineless man, whom she had suspected of being a traitor, had chosen a death that contradicted his timid reputation, one that was fitting of his rank and status. At this moment, Integra was filled with both rage and helplessness. Helsing's trump card had walked straight into a trap, and now there was no word of him. She had been too arrogant. Even knowing it was bait, even knowing it was a trap, she had still sent Alucard in, fully convinced that the King of Monsters could break through anything. If Alucard had been in London, none of this would have happened. But there was no point in showing weakness, or regret, it wouldn't change anything. What an iron-willed woman. Chong Wei had seen many women before, both in person and in his memories, but someone like Integra was a first. She would later wait for Alucard's return for 30 years, remaining a virgin to the end, never producing a Van Helsing heir. She had likely ended the bloodline for good. The slaughter had already continued for 2 hours. Suddenly, the blood mist in the sky seemed to part. Then, brilliant streams of white light ignited, reacting with the air and forming angelic silhouettes descending from above. The surviving citizens of London saw the figures in the sky and the helicopters hovering above. Believing they had been saved, they ran out from their hiding places, only to be met with indiscriminate gunfire. For these were not angels of salvation. They were angels of death. Maxwell had declared London and all its monsters sentenced to death. The Ninth Crusade had begun. The airborne mechanized crusaders carried out their indiscriminate massacre, exterminating everything that moved: humans, monsters, even innocent animals. Nothing was spared. The survivors screamed in agony and despair, unable to comprehend weren't angels supposed to save them. If I started handing out Daoist pamphlets here, I wonder if I could steal some followers. Chong Wei mused with his usual dark humor. But doing that in this world might attract the attention of Daoist powerhouses, which wasn't worth the risk. Besides, with only the Helsing group left alive in London, handing out pamphlets wouldn't do much good anyway. As the Crusaders and the vampire werewolf forces clashed, the King of Monsters finally returned. Originally, this was meant to be Alucard's grand entrance, a moment where all eyes would be on him as he descended from the sky. But Chong Wei couldn't hold back anymore. Now that everyone was in place, it was time for him to make a statement. He moved ahead of Alucard, descending from the sky, landing right in the middle of the battlefield between the Crusaders and the vampires. The heavy impact of his landing drew the attention of everyone present. What's going on? Who is he? Archbishop Maxwell had never seen Chong Wei before. Alexander Anderson had, but he hadn't bothered reporting it, perhaps considering it unimportant. The fatty major's eyes, however, widened in shock. He had been searching for Chong Wei for a long time, but the game of hide-and-seek had ended in failure. Now, Chong Wei had appeared of his own accord. Unlike the clueless crusaders, the vampire forces instantly recognized him. Both Section 13 and the vampire king Alucard, watching from the sea, turned their attention to Chong Wei. "Let's clean up the field first. Trash belongs in the garbage, out of the way." Chong Wei spread his arms wide. "Thousand tendrils devour everything." Enjoying the story? Please support me on Patreon. I've been consistently delivering 300 total chapters every month, and I truly need your support to keep it going. Read additional chapters and help me continue this journey. com/crackstranslation. Thank you so much. Every bit of support means a lot to me. Chapter 93, Chapter 94, Come, let me show you what a true monster is. 1142 words. Chapter 94, Come, let me show you what a true monster is. On this cold night, flames fueled by human lives burned brightly, driving away the chilling wind. For the battlefield, this was the most suitable source of warmth. But now, silence blanketed the battlefield. The fire still roared, the sea of flames still surged, yet everything had turned cold. In an instant, everyone, whether they were the fanatical crusaders, the vampires, the common folk, or the Protestants, felt their hearts pounding beyond their limits. It was the primal instinct of life struggling to survive. Under the suffocating shroud of that terrifying, pure malice, their bodies desperately sought the strength to escape. They opened their mouths wide, screaming in hysterical terror, only to realize they couldn't make a sound. The aura that descended was more violent, more chaotic, more terrifying than any monster. Everyone present could sense it. An unstoppable catastrophe had arrived. The ground instantly fractured into countless pieces, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had shattered London like a brittle biscuit. And then, countless tendrils of blacklight virus burst forth in all directions. This was Chong Wei's very first conception of his ultimate technique, when he initially obtained the blacklight virus. But as he absorbed more memories, the pain of devouring them also brought new insights, propelling him to new heights. What had once been the ultimate move of his imagination during his mortal days had now become utterly obsolete, too insignificant to use, yet too unique to discard. For the longest time, he had been waiting for an opportunity to demonstrate it. But the enemies he encountered were too weak. Too weak to even make it necessary. His invisible assassin could devour them completely. His telekinesis could obliterate them effortlessly. His mental control could seize their minds before they could resist. As he developed more techniques, as he found more efficient ways to fight, this move became even more relevant. But now he had found the perfect moment. In this world, where gods and demons truly existed, Chong Wei dared not play tricks. Because here, real gods and devils roamed. Since that was the case, then he would become a monster. A true nightmare. No need for logic. No need for the most optimal combat strategy. Today, I will show you what a true monster is. Thousand tendrils, devour everything. Officially named the Dead Sea. Unlike Alex Mercer's tendrils, which were thick and crude, Chong Wei's were finer, countless delicate strands woven together. He had no desire to follow in Alex Mercer's footsteps. Naturally, even his ultimate move had to surpass Mercer's. The Dead Sea was formed from countless trillions of blacklight virus tendrils, drowning everything, devouring everything, whether organic or inorganic. It surged forward like a real tsunami. The blood-red tendrils shot out at supersonic speeds, piercing through everyone on the battlefield, leaving them no chance to escape. Not that they could escape. When faced with Alucard's river of death, they at least had enough fear to fire their weapons. But before Chong Wei's Dead Sea, they couldn't even move. Their bodies instinctively played dead, paralyzed by absolute terror. But it was futile. Completely meaningless. The Crusaders are finished. The werewolf unit is finished. London is finished. Major Schrodinger's pupils contracted before he burst into laughter. So this is the monster from the east. An unfathomable, unimaginable horror. Even the helicopters and airships above couldn't escape the blacklight virus's hunt. Maxwell, his face frozen in shock, collapsed to his knees. He stared at the hellscape before him, something far worse than anything the Bible had ever described. A helicopter was instantly pierced through by the tendrils, ensnared, broken apart, and devoured. The explosion sent Maxwell flying. Even with bulletproof glass protecting him, he was smashed against it, bruising his face terribly. The bulletproof glass, now sinking into the Dead Sea, barely lasted a few seconds before it too was consumed. Anderson. Save me. Maxwell let out a final, desperate scream. But Anderson ignored him. He simply stared at Chong Wei. The Crusaders were finished. Maxwell had failed. None of that mattered anymore. The only thing that mattered now was Chong Wei. Anderson had never expected that this was the true monster, the one who had just erased all of London. Father Anderson. The members of Judah's 13th Division cried out in horror. Every building in the city was crumbling under the virus's invasion. The ground beneath them was about to collapse into the Dead Sea, and the moment they touched it, they would be devoured. No one wanted to know what that would feel like. You all, leave this place. Anderson turned to them. I must kill this monster. Meanwhile, an airship was overrun by the virus. Major Schrödinger raised an eyebrow in surprise before the entire vessel plummeted to the ground and was disintegrated by the Dead Sea. That was close, Major. Schrödinger's lieutenant teleported him to safety. Looks like the plan failed, huh? There's still a chance. The Major's eyes gleamed with excitement. He saw it, Anderson moving forward against the tide. And not only Anderson, Alucard had finally made his move, charging straight at Chong Wei. Chong Wei recalled the Dead Sea. London was gone. Completely erased. At that moment, neither Anderson nor Alucard could allow Chong Wei to walk away alive. He was too dangerous. Integra staggered, barely managing to hold herself up. She had almost fallen into the Dead Sea, but thanks to Chong Wei's consideration, she was spared. Sarah's and the werewolf captain also remained unharmed. Sarah's was utterly shocked. Her master had just destroyed an entire city. No, more accurately, he had consumed an entire city. As the blacklight virus prototype, Sarah's could sense this reality. Others thought it was destruction, but she knew he had eaten it. Chong Wei, having swallowed an entire city, felt a bit uncomfortable. He was stuffed. Damn, I put on some weight. Gotta lose some pounds. Just then, a gunblade came slashing down from above. Chong Wei looked up. His left hand morphed into a blade, effortlessly blocking the attack. Anderson felt his entire skeleton shake under the impact. It was like he had crashed into something unbreakable, immovable. The force of the countershock nearly shattered his arms. Is this all the so-called angel dust enhancement can do, Christian? Chong Wei grinned, swinging his blade. Even though Anderson raised both of his gun blades in defense, they were instantly severed. He barely avoided being sliced open entirely. Alucard followed up immediately, his twin pistols firing at Chong Wei. But Chong Wei didn't even dodge. The bullets from the jackal and the Kasul meant nothing to him. He could have pretended to be vulnerable, letting the bullets land to create an illusion of damage. But Chong Wei had already abandoned rationality. He had discarded the optimal way to fight. There was no need to restrain himself anymore. Chapter 94, Chapter 95, Why Do We Exist? 1252 words. Chapter 95, Why Do We Exist? Alucard never expected that even Black Gun Jackal couldn't break through Chong Wei's defense. Just how tough was his body? What kind of monster was this? Father Anderson hurled his gun blades, but Chong Wei remained unfazed, allowing the supersonic blades capable of generating shockwaves and shattering glass to strike him. The gun blades came down like a storm, but all that followed was the harsh clang of metal upon metal. The force of impact shattered the blades, yet Chong Wei didn't so much as take a step back. Impossible. Father Anderson's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is it impossible? Does it seem too absurd to you, Christian? Spikes shot out from Chong Wei's body, piercing Alucard's limbs and heart. Alucard was absorbed by the spikes, his body torn apart. However, his body regenerated rapidly. A monster, is it? Alucard hardened his hand into a spear-like shape and thrust it toward Chong Wei. Chong Wei's hand reverted to normal before transforming into a similar spear-like shape, meeting Alucard's attack head-on. In the next instant, Alucard's hand was completely impaled, torn apart in a spray of blood and flesh. The gap is too wide, Integra muttered grimly, biting down on her cigar. Father Anderson and Alucard had abandoned their roles as enemies, foes, and rivals to join forces against Chong Wei, the terrifying monster from the east. Yet, despite their relentless assault, their target had yet to suffer a single wound. Die, heretic! Father Anderson roared, unleashing the power of the angel's dust within him. Glowing holy scriptures appeared before his body as he leaped into the air and brought his blade down. The sheer force of the strike extinguished nearby flames, split the air, and produced a piercing shriek. So it took everything he had just to break the sound barrier. Chong Wei stood his ground, tilting his head back to gaze at Father Anderson. At this moment, his opponent's power resembled a massive tidal wave crashing toward the heavens, an awe-inspiring force that shook the soul. Chong Wei made no move to defend himself. The blade struck his head. A thunderous explosion erupted, louder than 10,000 claps of thunder. Father Anderson spat out a massive chunk of internal organs, the backlash from his own strike shattering his bones and destroying his insides. His gunblade was reduced to dust, pulverized by countless shockwaves in an instant. As for Chong Wei, his hair, usually unmoved by the wind, had been slightly ruffled. He's not bleeding. Even now, not a single drop of blood. Integra gritted her teeth. In her eyes, Chong Wei's body was far more durable than steel. After all, even if he had been made of titanium alloy, Anderson's strike would have cleaved him apart. Yet, despite not even attempting to block the attack, there wasn't a single scratch on him. 10 minutes into the battle, under the relentless assault of two monsters, still, not a single drop of blood. What kind of monster was he? Alucard activated his sealed state release, but not the zero state, as that could only be unlocked by Integra. These seals had not existed originally, they were imposed upon Alucard by the first Van Helsing after defeating him. The incantations, derived from the oldest alchemical scriptures in existence, held immense power. Even Alucard, the Vampire King, remained bound and restricted, unable to escape or undo them. His form dissolved into a shadow, spreading beneath Chong Wei's feet. Countless eyes emerged from the darkness, staring at Chong Wei, attempting to instill fear and shake his soul. So this one affects the soul, huh? Chong Wei felt as if something had grazed his soul. However, as a fellow vampire progenitor, his soul was no weaker than Alucard's. This minor trick was incapable of shaking him. Then, Alucard's familiar, the Baskerville Hound, emerged from the shadows, its massive form lunging at Chong Wei with gaping jaws. Chong Wei called out. In response, a monstrous, grotesque creature resembling a wolfhound materialized and sank its teeth into the Baskerville Hound. It was a terrifying being. Its chest housed a horrifying, gaping maw, its entire body bristled with bone spikes and eyes, and its abnormally thick forelimbs were covered in deadly claws. Alucard's eyes flickered with surprise as he stared at the creature that looked even more monstrous than his own Baskerville Hound. Chong Wei had struggled to find a suitable familiar. Taking Captain Werewolf as a familiar seemed unethical, so instead, he turned to his favorite, the G-Virus Tyrant. The answer was obvious: create a G-organism using the G-Virus, then turn it into a familiar. The experiment was a complete success. The familiar contract restrained the G-organism's uncontrollable evolution, stabilizing it in the G4 form. As for the fallen angel-like G3 form, Chong Wei had one of those, too. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary G-organism. Chong Wei had enhanced it with the blacklight virus, the T-virus, and an array of genetic modifications, making it far superior to the original G-organism William Birkin had created. The Baskerville hound was torn apart and devoured by G4. Come, Vampire King. The Christian has fallen. Only you remain. Chong Wei grinned at Alucard. Father Anderson lay motionless on the ground. The backlash from his earlier attack had left him on the brink of death. Unless he could muster the strength to retrieve a holy relic, his fate was sealed. His regeneration was formidable, but his injuries had far exceeded its limits. No matter what kind of monster you are, I will never be defeated by one. Alucard bared his fangs in a manic grin. He no longer bothered turning into a shadow. There was no point. Chong Wei was utterly unfazed by such tactics. He needed more power. Integra clearly realized this as well. Hiding behind your immortality while bluffing in front of me. Chong Wei chuckled. Vampire progenitors could absorb each other's souls and life essence provided their strength surpassed the others. The only reason he hadn't taken Alucard seriously yet was because he was waiting. Meanwhile, Father Anderson was swiftly taken away by Yumi Takagi and Heinkel. Of course, this was only possible because Chong Wei deliberately ignored them, and Alucard had no time to spare for distractions. Father Anderson, are you all right? Heinkel hurriedly checked his condition. Heinkel, it's you. Father Anderson had been slipping into unconsciousness, but their voices brought him back. Father, your injuries are too severe. That thing, it's not a foe we can face. We should retreat to the Vatican. Heinkel urged him. Have you forgotten why we exist? Father Anderson's glasses gleamed with reflected light. His expression turned solemn. Enjoying the story? Please support me on Patreon. Read additional chapters and help me continue this journey. com/crackstranslation. Thank you so much. Every bit of support means a lot to me. Check out my other translations. Dragon Ball, collaborating with Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta. Extraordinary comprehension. I establish an immortal villain family fantasy lord, starting with daily information. Golden List Live, I really can't hide anymore. Gundam, changing the world even with a mass-produced unit. Naruto, creating immortal techniques at 6, shocking Uncle Snake. Naruto, I confronted the 5 Kage before the system arrived. Naruto, I Uchiha, just want to die. Simultaneous transmigration, from Japanese anime to American comics. Starting from prototype to immortality. Start in Dragon Ball GT, Super Saiyan 5 defeats the god of destruction. Naruto, I Uchiha, possess heaven-defying comprehension. DC and Marvel, this guy is crazy. Chapter 95, Chapter 96, God's Monster. 1116 words. Chapter 96, God's Monster. But Father Anderson, this is a meaningless sacrifice. Heinkel and Yumi Takagi couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't want to see Father Anderson die here. It was obvious that Chong Wei wasn't someone they could deal with. A monster like him couldn't be defeated with their current firepower. No, it still has meaning. Father Anderson could already feel the angel dust within him burning away as his power erupted, leaving behind only a wreck of a body. Go back just like this. Return to the Vatican in disgrace. After the Ninth Crusade was utterly annihilated, a cardinal was killed, and he himself fled, broken and battered, from the claws of a monster. A mere death. What was there to fear? Turning a blind eye to the heretic before us. What kind of traitor would that make me? What kind of Vatican would that be? His trembling, weak hands reached into his robes and pulled out a long box. It was a holy relic that had recently come into the Vatican's possession, a gift from a certain Christian believer. In truth, however, it was the final holy relic uncovered after the Millennium Organization had nearly bathed all of Europe in blood. Originally, it had been meant for Alucard's River of Death to force the Vampire King into a desperate situation where he would have no choice but to drink blood. But now, watching Alucard continuously perish before Chong Wei, Father Anderson made his decision. He didn't know how much longer Alucard could hold on, but he couldn't just lie there any longer. The fragrance of miracles, Helena's holy nail. The last missing holy relic from Rome, aside from the shroud, the Holy Grail, and the spear of Longinus. And the most ominous of them all. For Helena's holy nail possessed the power to harm even the divine, just like the nails that pierced Christ. Long ago, a female missionary named Helena spread the teachings of Christianity, only to be captured and tortured by 4 kings, nailed to a cross like Christ, and endlessly tormented. Yet, because she was under God's protection, she could not die. No matter how much they tortured her, she remained alive. Seeing this miracle, the doubters and kings converted to Christianity. And the very nails that once pierced her became holy relics, symbols of torment and suffering. To use them was to invite agony and affliction and to become a monster of God. It was said that Helena, mother of Emperor Constantine, the one who named Byzantium, Constantinople, discovered the true cross, and built the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. But she also brought these nails back to Constantinople. Note: historical reference sourced from a certain Baidu forum post. Originally, Father Anderson had prepared this relic for Alucard, just in case. But he never expected to be defeated so swiftly and decisively by another monster forcing him to use the relic himself. No, Father Anderson. Heinkel and Yumi, realizing what he intended to do, rushed to stop him. Don't try to stop me. Take everyone and leave this place. Father Anderson smiled at them. We are the agents of the Lord. The earthly representatives of divine punishment. Our mission is to eradicate those who defy our God, to destroy them utterly, down to the last scrap of flesh. I am nothing but a gun and sword of God, a weapon that carries out his divine wrath. I was born a storm. I was born a peril. I was born destruction itself. Bloodless, tearless, a merciless hurricane. If this is what it takes to fulfill my purpose, then so be it. Amen. The 2 battling monsters suddenly froze, turning toward Father Anderson. Out of bullets already, vampire. Got any more tricks? Chong Wei smiled as he spoke to Alucard. Christian Catholic, stop. But Alucard, furious, roared at Anderson. His fight with Chong Wei was a battle between monsters, and he had come to understand the true terror of his opponent. Chong Wei could directly devour and steal his life and soul. He didn't even need to destroy his heart to kill him. Against such an enemy, even Alucard's high-speed regeneration and River of Death resurrection were barely keeping him alive. Still, he was confident he could win. After all, his River of Death contained millions of souls. But Chong Wei? He was strong, unbelievably strong. So strong that Alucard suspected not even an angel could defeat him. But even monsters grew tired. And Alucard firmly believed he would be the last one standing. Because he was the ultimate monster. Yet he couldn't allow Father Anderson to abandon his humanity. That was unacceptable. After all these years, he had finally encountered a human he admired. How could he allow him to become a monster? His belief, his conviction, his obsession had always been, only humans can defeat monsters. Because if monsters fight each other, the last one standing is still just a monster. Only a human can truly defeat a monster. But it was too late. Father Anderson had finished his preparations. With one final, human cry, he drove Helena's holy nail into his own heart. A few drops of blood dripped to the ground, but the rest was completely absorbed by the activated relic. And from his chest, thorns began to sprout. These were not ordinary thorns. They were the thorns of passion and suffering. Anyone ensnared by them would experience agony and torment beyond imagination, making escape nearly impossible. He had become a monster. A monster with the power to harm even the divine. In the original storyline, he could even burn away Alucard's River of Death with a single strike. Chong Wei felt both wary and exhilarated. Physically, Anderson had only been able to overpower Alucard in the original story. He was no match for the captain. After all, the captain had once kicked Alucard in half, and in a face-off, had torn him into pieces. But against the newly transformed Anderson, Alucard, who only had one life, had still managed to hold his own. So Chong Wei wasn't too concerned about raw physical strength. His only worry was the holy fire that could incinerate the river of death or whatever it was. You fool! Alucard was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Chong Wei shattered him again, devouring another fragment of his life. And then Father Anderson rose. Thorns. Anderson, what have you become? The members of Iscariot were horrified, unable to believe what they were seeing. But Anderson could no longer answer them. Now he had only one thought left, to kill the heretic before him. To kill the monster before him. To kill everything. A monster of God. The wreckage of a miracle. And miracles had no mercy, not even for the faithful. Chapter 96, Chapter 97, Pure Strength. Chapter 97, Pure Strength. The first target of Holy Nail Anderson was Chong Wei. Alucard was still recovering, and directly devouring life would slow his regeneration. Anderson lunged at Chong Wei. Yet, Chong Wei didn't dodge. He remained motionless, standing exactly where he had been from the beginning, neither retreating nor advancing. With an air of absolute dominance, as if he alone reigned supreme above and below, he awaited any challenge. The gun blade slashed down. A monster using a gun blade. Chong Wei sneered and reached out to grab the weapon. Sparks flew. Chong Wei was slightly surprised the gun blade didn't shatter immediately. Though cracks rapidly spread across its surface, they vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Anderson, as if ignoring the laws of physics, swung again, seemingly unaffected by recoil. Ignoring recoil. Chong Wei threw a punch, shattering the gun blade and blowing Anderson's head apart. His sheer power disregarded such trivial matters. If Anderson had been immune to his fists, then that would have been surprising. At that moment, a monstrous force wrapped around him from behind. Alucard's river of blood had ensnared him. Simultaneously, Anderson's thorns spread toward him. Chong Wei's back split open. Cells divided, forming two massive demonic arms that tore through Alucard's river of death and grasped Anderson's thorns. These were the hands of G3. In the lore, G3 was also known as the fallen angel, thus these arms were called the hands of the fallen angel. Then came an unimaginable pain. The thorns' barbs hurt. Even though the thorns were fragile in his grip, crumbling with a mere squeeze, the pain was like a brand, searing into his flesh and nerves. They wounded my soul. Ignored my fleshly defenses. Too bad, monster of God, it's still not enough. Chong Wei's two fallen angel hands grabbed Anderson and tore him apart. A wounded soul still caused agony, regardless of how intact the body remained. A person would carry such pain for life. But Chong Wei was no longer mortal. He had become the progenitor of vampires, infused with werewolf blood, evolving into a fusion of supernatural and scientific monstrosity. Soul damage. He could just absorb other souls to compensate. If destroying a vampire progenitor's soul was so easy, Alucard would have perished ages ago. Alucard wasn't surprised. Watching Chong Wei break free from his river of death felt as effortless as shaking off a spiderweb. No matter how sticky it was, it couldn't restrain him. And now, seeing the fallen angel hands, Alucard didn't react with shock, only anger and arrogance. He attacked both Chong Wei and Anderson at once. No bullets. He still had his sword. The one once known as the unrelenting demon blade was not just a sharpshooter. If guns couldn't deal with these two monsters, then let the Count handle it. Adorning a suit of armor and wielding a great sword, Alucard swung at Chong Wei while simultaneously unleashing his river of death on Anderson. Anderson leaped high into the air, dodging the river of death. Midair, countless thorns erupted from his back, forming a massive, cross-shaped structure that spread indiscriminately, ensnaring everything in the vicinity. The betrayers were forced to retreat. Yet, they refused to leave. They wanted to witness the outcome of this battle. Chong Wei allowed the thorns of suffering and agony to wrap around him. Alucard, on the other hand, attempted to sever them, but they restrained him too well. His river of death was instantly cut apart, and even his sword failed to slice through them. Caught off guard, Alucard's expression changed as the thorns enveloped him. Integra gasped. Seeing him completely entangled, she grew anxious. After all, London was already gone, obliterated by this monster, Chong Wei. She couldn't allow him to leave alive. To unleash Alucard's full power, all of Van Helsing's seals needed to be lifted. Integra resolved to do it now. Meanwhile, Chong Wei felt discomfort. Was it because his vampire and werewolf traits were countered by these thorns? Or did they possess something beyond just soul damage? Breaking free was no issue, he could tear through them effortlessly, not even needing to exert himself. His sheer power could shatter all techniques. Yet he hesitated. Was he testing himself? Was he simply reckless? Or was he measuring his own strength? If these thorns could harm a god, how would they affect him? Soon, he got his answer. A raging inferno ignited moments after the thorns ensnared him. Then unbearable pain. Impossible. He had endured far worse before when he used nuclear radiation to force the blacklight virus to evolve. But this pain was different. It wasn't just physical, it was conceptual. It was pain itself. Even a person with congenital analgesia, even a comatose patient, would feel this soul-wrenching, unbearable agony. His soul was burning. The life and souls within the river of death were burning. Yet his body remained unharmed. Was it due to his resistance, or did this holy fire only purify the soul? Moreover, the thorns restraining him seemed to grow tougher. That was because Helena's holy nail was piercing deeper into Anderson's heart, soon to fuse completely. Did it work? The betrayers watched, believing Anderson had suppressed the two monsters, and was about to execute them. But then from within the raging flames, the thorns were torn apart. Anderson was yanked forward by an immense force, dragged right in front of Chong Wei. *ing hated when I'm transforming, and someone hits me with true damage. Chong Wei gripped Anderson's throat and spoke coldly. Anderson said nothing, he only locked eyes with Chong Wei. Chong Wei placed his hand on the holy nail. Let me give you a hand. Speed things up. With that, he pushed forcefully, driving Helena's holy nail fully into Anderson's heart. Yet, it did not emerge from his back. Clearly, Anderson had already begun integrating with the holy nail. Chong Wei's actions seemed to trigger something. Anderson's entire body started trembling violently. Chapter 97, Chapter 98, River of Death. 1090 words. Chapter 98, River of Death. The thorns of holy nail Anderson grew even thicker, and their constricting force became even stronger. However, for Chong Wei, breaking free was still effortless. The only issue was that the burning pain from the holy fire was becoming more and more intense. Yet, Chong Wei remained patient. He was waiting for Father Anderson, this medium, this neutralizing agent, to fully merge with Helena's holy nail. Because he wanted to obtain the power of God. And just then, Chong Wei sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Alucard, who was still bound by the thorns. Unlocking all your seals now won't make a difference. Chong Wei shook his head. Facing Holy Nail Anderson, who was significantly stronger than in the original storyline, Alucard was completely restrained. Within just a few moves, the River of Death had been burned away. Even if he unlocked all of his seals now, escaping would still be a problem. But it didn't matter, Chong Wei would help him. Father Anderson, I wonder, can the flames of mortals still harm you now? Chong Wei slightly loosened the telekinetic barrier, and in an instant, infinite light, immeasurable light, and boundless heat burst forth. The thorns entwining him vanished instantly, erased as if they had never existed. But they had not disappeared, they had been annihilated. Sensing a great threat, Holy Nail Anderson instinctively withdrew his thorns. With that, Alucard was released. However, at this moment, Alucard had completely transformed into a shadow. The symbols and text on his white gloves began to glow. The symbols depicted the pentagram of the demon, while the text written in English and German radiated a crimson, blood-like glow. Hell's Gate arrested, got MITUNS, and shine heaven now. The gates of hell are sealed, God is with us, shine upon heaven now. The fatty major was beyond excited. He scrambled to safety with the help of Warrant Officer Schrödinger, witnessing Chong Wei's unprecedented, unimaginable horror. But what he looked forward to the most was the battle between monsters. And Alucard, the true Alucard. Integra took a deep breath. Sealing control restriction system level 0. Return as countless legions. With Integra's command, Alucard was finally unshackled. Understood, my master. A storm of overwhelming, boundless malice erupted in an instant. What terrifying magic power! Chong Wei, still facing Holy Nail Anderson, feigned a shocked expression. In truth, it didn't feel all that impressive. Had he grown too strong? Despite absorbing only a fraction of souls, his river of death and magic power were already nearing the level of Alucard, who had consumed millions of souls. Holy Nail Anderson now feared not only the nearly transparent flames surrounding Chong Wei, but also the fully unleashed Alucard. The Alucard with all his seals undone. Hermes' bird is my name. I consume my own wings to master my heart. Aboard the Eagle, within the burning wreckage of the black reconnaissance plane, an untouched, pitch-black coffin stirred. Under an invisible force, it creaked open. Scarlet tendrils slithered out, followed by an abyss of impenetrable darkness, and from that darkness, countless eyes emerged. As the coffin fully opened, Alucard reclaimed all of his power. His shadowy form regained substance, yet he had already transformed into a blood mist, expanding, writhing, twisting, crawling. His chant continued without the slightest change, reciting the final incantation. Reduce everything to nothing. In an instant, the blood mist swelled hundreds of times over. An endless, surging, tidal wave of blood, an oceanic river of death erupted with overwhelming force. The towering, sky-piercing blood river spread, covering what little remained of London, turning it into a kingdom of blood. From within the crimson torrent, wailing undead emerged. They had been devoured, absorbed, stripped of their souls, drifting within the river of death for countless years, suffering endless torment. The Sultan's Guard, the Iron Kettle Army, the British Army, the Crusaders, the Wallachian Cavalry. He has devoured so many souls. The Crusaders and the British Army were the very ones Alucard had consumed the last time he invaded London alone, before being stopped by Van Helsing. Or perhaps they were the Crusaders he had devoured back, when he was still the Wallachian prince. But none of that mattered now. Alucard set his sights on the two remaining enemies, Chong Wei and Holy Nail Anderson. I just so happen to need souls. Since you'll be ruined soon anyway, why not let me take advantage of it? Chong Wei made no move to evade the oncoming tide of undead from the river of death. He simply allowed them to attempt to engulf him. Yet, even though he had already withdrawn those terrifying flames, the river of death could not submerge him. His body was like the true gateway to hell, greedily devouring all life in its wake. He did nothing, yet the river of death could not consume or drown him. For the first time, Alucard felt a sliver of doubt. This monster who could devour his very soul and existence had, in just moments, swallowed thousands of his souls. Holy Nail Anderson, meanwhile, released his thorns, entangling and destroying any approaching undead. But he too was absorbing the spirits from the river of death. Alucard had essentially gifted both of them a massive power boost. What a pair of monsters! Alucard sighed helplessly, then grinned savagely. The river of death was not limited to mere drowning the undead within it, could also attack. And among them were formidable beings whom Alucard had devoured over the years, powerful foes who had once challenged him. Of course, Van Helsing's squad had wiped out nearly all of Alucard's accumulated elite undead. That was precisely why they had suffered casualties after all. The Vatican had holy knights and other exorcists on par with Father Anderson or Walter. Each of these individuals had been a serious threat to Alucard. But once defeated and devoured, they became an unstoppable force when gathered together. Otherwise, Van Helsing's team wouldn't have suffered such losses, some dying, others gravely wounded, with even Van Helsing himself barely surviving. However, Alucard's reservoir was vast. Even after all that, he still had powerful souls remaining. In the original story, they never appeared simply because there were too many of them, and the production budget was limited. But now a handful of truly powerful undead emerged, joining forces against Chong Wei and Holy Nail Anderson. Unfortunately, these two monsters were simply too strong. The undead posed no real threat. With Chong Wei's assistance, the Holy Nail was nearly fully embedded into Anderson's heart. Chapter 98, Chapter 99, Blacklight Virus, Show Me Your Limits. 1151 words. Chapter 99, Blacklight Virus, Show Me Your Limits. What's wrong, vampire? Is this all you've got? Chong Wei chuckled as he spoke. In less than half an hour since the release of the River of Death, he and Anderson, the wielder of the Holy Nail, had almost completely wiped it out. Nearly 100,000 undead had been slain, or rather, devoured by the two of them. Alucard knew this couldn't go on. He had underestimated these two unprecedented monsters. Even if the original Van Helsing were resurrected, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Each of them alone was enough to give him trouble, let alone both of them together. Though they were enemies, they were also a terrifying force to deal with. So he chose to recall the River of Death. If he let it continue, these two monsters would consume all the souls within it, leaving him with nothing to fight with. The overweight major glanced at Ensign Schrödinger beside him. It's often said that an observer sees the clearest picture. 10 minutes ago, he had already realized that Alucard's River of Death was powerless against these two creatures. The next logical step for Alucard would be to retract it. At this point, he had nothing left. Chong Wei's sudden devouring of London had destroyed over 90% of his arrangements and plans. Even his contingency, Walter, was gone. The doctor was gone as well. All he had left was his final trump card, Ensign Schrödinger. Well then, Major, farewell. Schrödinger grinned, turned around, and walked away, completely unconcerned with the Major's fate. The Major didn't mind. Where he was now was safe enough for him to witness his final masterpiece before dying without regrets. Blood began to flow in reverse. The blood covering the ruins of old London, the River of Death itself, was now reversing its flow. It eerily lifted off the ground, surging toward Alucard. The spectacle was as grand as countless streams merging into a vast ocean. Overhead, rivers of blood flowed, and were absorbed into Alucard's body. Yet, even as he marched forward, drinking in the blood, Alucard also advanced toward Chong Wei and Anderson. Drinking while fighting, that was exactly what he wanted. But then, Chong Wei suddenly acted. Everyone had assumed Chong Wei would remain motionless, waiting for challengers to come at him, only to swat them away with his invincible might. They had grown used to his patterns, so none of them had expected him to move. His target, Anderson, who had fully fused with the Holy Nail. Chong Wei was greedy. He both feared and coveted the mysterious powers of this world, its gods, demons, and supernatural forces. The Holy Nail, a divine relic imbued with Helena's power, a fragment of a miracle, was especially tempting. Even if it seemed vastly weaker than him, Chong Wei wouldn't pass it up. Bit by bit, small gains accumulate. This was something ingrained in him since childhood. Nothing should go to waste. Anderson had no chance to resist. He didn't even register Chong Wei's speed before his body was impaled, his heart ripped out. His heartless body stood still for a moment before countless thorns erupted from it, swarming toward Chong Wei in an attempt to reclaim the heart. But before the thorns could even reach him, Chong Wei's blacklight virus had already devoured the heart. With a mere thought, he crushed the approaching thorns into dust with his telekinesis. This is divine power. As soon as he absorbed the heart, Chong Wei felt something trying to seize control of his body. The blacklight virus surged violently, fighting against the mysterious force attempting to overwhelm him. At first, he worried that the blacklight virus wouldn't be strong enough. But soon, he realized he'd been overthinking it. The virus, having evolved to such an extent, was no longer ordinary. The mysterious energies of vampire progenitors and werewolf blood had subtly influenced and strengthened the virus. After all, it was a supervirus that constantly evolved. Every influence, every variable, was fuel for its growth. Just like how Godzilla mutates, fall into a black hole, and it becomes black hole G, enter space, and it becomes space G, descend into hell, and it becomes hell G. As long as it wasn't completely annihilated in an instant, the blacklight virus would continue evolving. You want to devour even my river of death? Chang Wei noticed that, aside from the G virus, T virus, and the progenitor virus protected by the supervirus system, the blacklight virus was absorbing everything else within him, devouring, destroying, rebirthing, evolving. At that moment, the supervirus system displayed a blacklight virus evolution available prompt. To think that the blacklight virus had remained stagnant for so long, and now suddenly it was ready to evolve again. The River of Death was an amazing ability. It had mist form transformation, shadow form transformation, and even my shadow legion. F****** it, take it. Blacklight virus, show me your limits. System, give me all the points. The long stagnant evolution restarted. With the help of the supervirus system, the blacklight virus became unstoppable. The divine power of Helena's holy nail, which had initially resisted, was now completely overwhelmed. It devoured. It absorbed. It fought. It was evolving. Aya. Agony tore through Chang Wei's entire being. His cells, his genes, even his very soul previously untouched by the blacklight virus were changing. He felt as if he had been thrown into a hydraulic press, crushed into powder, melted in a furnace, recast into a mold only to be shattered and reforged again and again. No idea how much time passed. Chang Wei collapsed to his knees. Alucard was puzzled. He had no idea what had just happened to Chang Wei. Why had he suddenly attacked Anderson, devoured his heart, and then fallen silent? This time, the fusion was too complete. Anderson was gone, erased entirely, his consciousness, his existence, all turned to nothing. Suddenly, a nun wielding a katana appeared before Chang Wei, her blade flashing toward his neck. Father Anderson was dead. Takagi Yumi had seen Chang Wei devour Anderson's heart, then watched as Anderson's body disintegrated into nothingness. She snapped. Yet that alone wouldn't have driven her to a suicidal attack. In the original timeline, it was Walter's desecration of Anderson's remains that made her seek vengeance. But now this monster, this horror beyond horrors, was weak. He had actually fallen to his knees, showing vulnerability for the first time. She believed this was her chance. Perhaps by consuming Anderson's heart, Chang Wei had been harmed by its lingering divine power. Announcement: due to the low number of members, I'm planning to change the public release schedule from 1 chapter per day to 1 chapter per week. This isn't final yet, but if there's no increase in members over the next few days, the change will be implemented in 6 days from now. Apologies in advance and thank you for your understanding. Chapter 99, Chapter 100, Who Am I? 1159 words. Chapter 100, Who Am I? The blade closed in, yet Chang Wei remained completely unresponsive. Takagi Yumi's strike came down with full force, and in that moment, driven by her hatred, she even felt the power of angel's dust surging within her. Even though she possessed far less angel's dust than Father Anderson, with her speed combined with this power, surely she could take his head. Then she died. Don't get me wrong, Chang Wei didn't do anything. She was simply obliterated in an instant by the recoil force. Her bones shattered, her organs ruptured, dead beyond dead. At Chang Wei's level, if he wanted to protect someone reckless enough to attack him without actually killing them, his only options were to either use the blacklight virus to molecularize himself or manipulate his psychokinesis to soften and absorb the impact. Otherwise, his opponent would end up like something falling from a great height onto the ocean's surface. Despite the water's softness, the sheer difference in force would crush them instantly. Even if his body wasn't tens of thousands of times harder than steel, the combination of his power, the recoil, and even the minuscule passive resonance frequency would be enough to pulverize them. If he actively activated his resonance frequency, his opponent would die even more miserably. Vibration was an extremely effective and terrifying technique. Heinkel let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, what a shame. At that moment, Chong Wei snapped back to his senses. He stood up again, and with just that one motion, it was as if he had reached absolute perfection. The way his body moved, his coordination, the fluidity of the motion was incredibly smooth, like a high frame rate character suddenly appearing in a low frame rate world. He hadn't expected Takagi Yumi to die after all, especially when he wasn't even defending himself. He had actually felt a little regret over her death earlier, and now, unexpectedly, he had been the cause of that regret. But it didn't matter anymore. Chong Wei was too preoccupied with something else. He had been astonished by the evolution of the blacklight virus. Even though this evolution had drained his genetic point reserves to nearly zero, he had no complaints. Because the blacklight virus had devoured mystical forces and evolved into something that now possessed supernatural properties. Originally, the blacklight virus could technically achieve something similar through absorption and evolution, but the process would have required an astronomical amount of time, and an infinitesimally small probability, 1 in a billion, or even 1 in a trillion. The main limitation had always been that, no matter how powerful its design, the blacklight virus was still just a biological concept, a virus in the realm of genetics and cells. Even if it could evolve into something like Gaia's will, Alea, or even a planetary devourer like Genova, it still wouldn't truly belong to the supernatural domain. If not for his supervirus system, Chong Wei's blacklight virus would have inevitably clashed with the mystical power of Helena's holy nail, leading either to its destruction or to his own demise from internal conflict. But now, it had evolved completely. Was this a blessing or a curse for him? He wasn't sure. His vampire progenitor abilities, his werewolf traits, even his divine power, everything had been devoured by the blacklight virus. The downside? Almost none of those abilities mattered to him anymore. The upside? The blacklight virus could now consume souls and supernatural forces. Its power was no longer confined to the realm of cells and genes, it now reached into the soul itself. It had become Chong Wei's most crucial source of strength. He could absorb souls to enhance his own, and he could devour others to obtain their abilities. The virus was no longer just an adaptation tool for genetic, cellular, or meridian-based abilities, it had transcended those limitations entirely. Before, if he wanted to consume the blood of something like the heavenly host, he would have had to rely on the supervirus system to counteract the consequences. But now, just with the blacklight virus alone, he already had a high probability of successfully absorbing and evolving from it. Alucard watched Chong Wei closely. You've gotten back up again, haven't you? After devouring Anderson, you must be even stronger now. A sinister grin spread across his face. Blood had returned to his body, and with it, his life. No matter how long the battle raged, no matter if the sky collapsed and the seas dried up, he would fight on. Count, huh? Too bad I can't fight you just yet. Chong Wei's gaze locked onto a floating, cat-eared head above the river of death. Schrödinger warrant officer. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This cat was extraordinarily difficult to kill, perhaps even impossible. In theory, one could force a collapse by having billions of people simultaneously observe her death, but the chances of failure were still over 90%. The reason? Schrödinger's cat couldn't observe itself, only others could observe it. But Schrödinger warrant officer was different, she could observe herself. That meant she could override the observation of others and reject the result of her own death. In the original story, multiple people had witnessed her corpse, yet she still denied her own death and negated their observations. You intend to take my life? Alucard charged toward Chong Wei. But Chong Wei ignored him completely. He dove directly into the river of death, and in an instant, drained it dry, stopping its flow entirely. The fatty major's eyes widened in horror. What had he just witnessed? Chong Wei had just stopped Alucard from absorbing Schrödinger warrant officer. The victory he had meticulously planned over so many years, the ultimate fruit of his labor, had been snatched away by Chong Wei. Unforgivable. Inexcusable. Even with his unwavering resolve, the Major found himself struggling to accept what had just happened. After all, only 3 people had ever known about this plan: Dr. the Sword Saint, Schrödinger warrant officer, and himself. Not even Captain the Werewolf had been informed. So how had Chang Wei known? How had he been able to intervene so precisely? Chang Wei absorbed the entire river of death in an instant. At the same time, in his struggle with Alucard, he also devoured all the blood that Alucard had drawn toward himself. Alucard assumed that Chang Wei simply wanted to make things troublesome for him to prevent him from reclaiming his soul. Unbothered, Alucard charged forward to attack once more. This world lacked many things, but it had no shortage of people. As long as he wished, Alucard could always replenish his stock of souls. But then, Chang Wei felt it. The souls within the river of death, had they become a part of him? Or were they still independent? And then memories. The memories he had been endlessly devouring suddenly came to life. I am Alex Mercer. I am Elizabeth Green. Chang Wei's form began to shift and change. Chapter 100, Chapter 101, 100 chapters. 1126 words. Chapter 101, 100 chapters. Chang Wei had devoured too much. Consciousness and life, memories and souls. Observing himself while carrying his own will also meant perceiving the existence of every being he had ever consumed. He had already started to lose himself from absorbing so many memories. At his core, he was just an ordinary person. And in such a short span of time, he had digested the memories of hundreds, even thousands of people. Even with selective filtering, those memories weren't just emotionless text. They were other people's lives, other people's perspectives, other people's thoughts and emotions. I've sacrificed everything. Just to erase everything about him. The fatty Major stared at Chang Wei. I've lived for this day. I've lived for this moment. But in the end, I'm still failing. Even if he killed Chang Wei, even if Chang Wei ceased to exist, this wasn't the outcome he wanted. What he truly desired was the complete erasure of Alucard. He wanted victory, not this pathetic excuse of a triumph. No matter how sweet this victory seemed, to him, it was nothing more than sewage. Aowa. Chang Wei clutched his head. As expected. I was too greedy, too impatient. He had, of course, prepared for a situation like this. He wasn't an idiot. Even an idiot would know to tread carefully. This had been just an experiment, a gamble. And now sacrifice it. Abandon everything. Chang Wei broke free. He reasserted his sense of self. Schrödinger's blood. In his hand appeared a black iron canister, sealed with the blacklight virus so secure that even a hydrogen bomb couldn't blast it open. Inside was the Schrödinger's blood that Chang Wei had extracted. It remained eternally active yet dangerously unstable. So Chang Wei planned to continually seal and reinforce it with fresh blacklight virus until the day he could safely absorb it. Until then, it would remain within his body. Abandoning everything means giving up the greatest advantage of the blacklight virus. Chang Wei had realized that Schrödinger's ability was fundamentally incompatible with his own. In fact, the original story had hinted at this, but he had assumed it only affected consciousness and souls. He hadn't expected it to extend even to memories. This meant that if he chose to become Schrödinger, he would have to abandon the blacklight virus's ability to assimilate others. He would have to give up devouring any more targets. At this point, even discarding all his accumulated memories wouldn't be enough. The blacklight virus had evolved to the point where it could consume souls. If he fully embraced Schrödinger's nature, he would be stuck at his current level of power, unable to grow stronger. Sure, the concept of an immortal, undying self-observation was tempting. But it wasn't enough for Chang Wei to abandon both the blacklight virus and other potential viral abilities. It was a pity. He wanted everything. Still, it wasn't a total loss. The blacklight virus had entered an entirely new stage of evolution. It wasn't the black light virus anymore. It was now the divine light virus. Perhaps this transformation was due to absorbing Anderson's heart, which contained traces of angel dust. He wasn't sure whether angel dust was truly a material of divine origin, but in the original story, it was a key component in Vatican Section XII's human augmentation experiments. Only a handful of people could survive its modifications. Father Anderson was the only successful regenerator, capable of enduring an unparalleled amount of angel dust. Compared to him, Heinkel and Yumi had only been subjected to minute traces of it. Mere priests and warriors who relied on silver bullets and rigorous training to battle vampires and other nocturnal creatures. Chang Wei noticed that 2 new energy nodes had formed on his back. Not quite energy nodes, more like something spawned from absorbing Anderson. The divine light virus had evolved them into existence. Given their location and the type of energy they radiated, they resembled angelic wings. But that was the extent of it. Something crucial still seemed to be missing. No matter how vast Chang Wei's energy reserves were, he couldn't push this evolution further. If he could, he'd love to see if he could truly evolve into an angel. Or perhaps. Aside from that, he had also acquired the abilities of vampire progenitors, werewolves, and the Helena's nail mutation. Mist form and wolf form remained intact. However, River of Death had vanished, likely deemed unnecessary by the divine light virus. Its instinct was to enhance both itself and its host, and it must have deemed River of Death redundant, discarding it. That wasn't a problem. There was still a living Alucard before him. By devouring Alucard, he could reclaim the River of Death ability. As for the issue of consuming more souls and having them be used solely to reinforce his own soul, that wasn't a problem either. The divine light virus was his to command. If he didn't want to consume, he wouldn't. He could simply store extra lives for later. The final battle between Chang Wei and Alucard began. This time, Chang Wei didn't just counterattack passively. He became a crimson mist, engulfing Alucard entirely. Alucard! Integra shouted desperately as she saw the blood mist swallow Alucard whole. She had always harbored a forbidden attachment to Alucard, and he felt the same. She couldn't bear to see him fall. But Chang Wei was a monster among monsters, an absolute horror that bred despair. He had slaughtered all his enemies. Could Alucard really kill him? Even Integra herself didn't believe so. All she could hope for was that Alucard would survive. But the battle ended far quicker than she had expected. The blood mist gathered and reformed into Chang Wei. Alucard was nowhere to be seen. River of Death! Chang Wei uttered in satisfaction. At last, he had obtained the ability he had come to Hellsing Ultimate for. Compared to that angel's divine light virus, all of that was just an unexpected bonus. You bastard! Integra stormed toward Chang Wei, her voice shaking with rage. How dare you! How dare you! She fired at him. Chang Wei simply stood there. When the bullets ran out, she hurled her pistol at him in fury, but it veered off course midair. So she drew her sword and thrust it into his chest. Chang Wei sighed and shook his head. He had a certain level of respect for Integra, for her unwavering will, her courage, her golden spirit. Had this been before, he might have sought a happily ever after ending. He admired her too much to let her suffer. So he gave her a painless death. Chang Wei. Sarah's and the captain finally arrived. Where should I go next? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.